again.
My lovely, lovely, lovely imps! Forgot to turn off the fan. How are you doing today? Ex-Oblivion, Uncle Gumbald, Ether, Kira's, Just a Furry, Gayest Winston. That's incredible. I didn't even know there was a Gayest Winston. Straw Hat Monty, Semi-Locon, Do Boots, Appalachian Anarchist, Girl with a Guitar, Mistress Lynn, Delance, Advark, Agent Mad Hat, EB the Purple, Uncle Gumbald, Nuts, Punky Gal 90, Pondu, Saul Gracchus, Nerodia, Prancing Goldfish, Bike Sexuals, Sooty Soot, Fallen Angel, Doke Bling, Bennifer the Potato, Vines, JS Masochist, Sprodman, TSW the Shadow Wolf, JS Masochist, Art of Adequacy, Pistol Cakes, Nether Cat, Teeth Stealer, Retcon 404, the one and only Retcon 404. Mistress Lynn, Leia King, Carbon Cole, Bonks Daily, Naomi Chance, Rosie, Spots 97, The One of Lost Souls, Fought Night, Killjoy 40K, Revan 777, Bottling Sunshine. My goodness, we have so many people tonight. Haunted Furby, Jade Monkey, Carbon Cole, if I didn't say you already. Thank you very, very much, Retcon. Deeply appreciate that. Thank you so much. Snoogan, Danny Fallen, our glorious editor, Laia King, Piftle Cakes, Posadas John, Antoine Bastard. And from the YouTube chat, we have Leith, Hales King, Cosmo Kitty, Lib Homie, Fox Gloved, Arden Rose, Monster Beard Panda, Lorient Rhodes, Palm Dad, Eddie Spencer, Dublin, Lucid Burgundy, LH Fruit, Boink, Nate Harrison, Gayest Winston again? There's two? Gravel Monarch, Adiana, Sigzini, and so many more that I haven't read yet. So there was a meme that I wanted to play for you all at the beginning of stream, but I'm actually having difficulty locating it. It's weird. I was just looking at it. And now I can't find it. And I don't know why. It's not in my history for some reason. And it's annoying me because I wanted to share it with you, but I'm struggling to find it. And I don't know what it was called, because it was named something Mimi. What a disaster. It's so strange too. I was just looking at it. I think YouTube tried to serve it back up to me. But I swear I was just watching it. It shouldn't be in my watch history, and yet it isn't. Which is confusing to me. And annoying. And I wanted to show it to you all because it was so good. But now I can't find it anymore. Check your browser. Oh, good call. Wait, it wasn't, no, but I didn't watch it on my browser. I watched it on my TV. But normally YouTube is very good about TVs and putting it in the TV watch history. And it's so frustrating to me because it was a really funny meme and I know that you all would enjoy it, but I don't know where. Okay, Doe's gonna try and help me find it because I can't find it. Gayest Winston, thank you! You are the gayest of all. What user were you on? Me. Describe it verbatim? I literally can't. That's how absurd and deranged a meme it was. Maybe I put it on my watch later and that's where I saw it? No? Is there a watch again category? Hold on, let's see. Watched. Hold on, maybe it's in here. Maybe it's in here. Damn it, no. Noxious. Okay, hold on. It's a Among Us meme, believe it or not. Hold on, it is. Hold on, I'm gonna see if I can find it. The most raw way that I can imagine. I assure you, it's actually a really good one. And not even, This isn't the one, is it? Oh, it might be. Hold on, let's find out. Hold on, let's find about it. I think this might be the one. Hold on, let's see.
Stop posting about Among Us. I'm tired of seeing it. My friends on TikTok send me memes. Oh no. I will. I was in a server. Right? And all of the channels are just Among Us stuff. I showed no shit. Yeah, I showed my girl. Yeah, my chase. Yeah, champion underwear to my girlfriend. In the logo, I flipped it, and I said, hey, babe, when the underwear says, ding, ding.
I'm actually getting laid.
When the underwear says, ding, 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 ding.
Oh my
Ding ding ding! I fucking trash. Can I say any? Can I said that's a bit sussy. I think of the astronaut helmet, and I go
I'm so sorry. If you don't think that's funny, I don't care. I saw people in chat when this started saying, "Oh, it's loud, it's funny." No, that is just funny. That is genuinely one of the most genius edits in the entire world. And of course I'll give you the source because I know you need to inflict all of your friends with this. That is it's one of the funniest like YouTube poop style audio mashup things I've ever seen in my entire life. And it was like almost 100% as funny the second time as it was the first time. Incredible, genius, perfect, amazing, wonderful. I have to put it on my greatest memes of all time playlist. Where's my memes? There's my memes. Man, I haven't updated my memes playlist in forever. I'm glad I was able to find it for you all. Anyway, welcome to my stream. If you are here and you have not pressed the like button, do it now, or else I'll subject you to it again. I want you to understand that that meme, if it doesn't make sense to you now, you will speak that language by the end of this stream, because this stream is not for the light of heart or the weak of constitution. This stream is for true frenzy embracers. This stream is for the people who are ready to have their minds twisted by content that other streamers can only dream of. And even those dreams would be considered a nightmare. But to us, it's like a normal walk in the park, right? Right? I want to be subjected to that again. Well, maybe we will. Yes, today we are going to be doing some very special things, including diving back into the most deranged content that we have ever touched on this channel. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you will have to stay to find out, because this is your chance. It's like an eclipse or when a comet comes back around. This is your chance to be basically initiated into the true fans of this channel. And it's an opportunity that only comes once in a great while. I'm serious. I mean it. And if you haven't liked the stream, you have to like the stream, because we need to get as many people here as possible. Okay? We only have 100 and something likes. We only have 192 likes, but we have 300 viewers. We need even more. You're talking like a nerdy Cenobite? Because I am. You know that's what I am at the end of the day. But we still have to warm up. We still have to do that. Are we getting a maximalism stream? No, not today. But we are getting something else. And it will be maximalist of a sort. Just perhaps not the type that you're expecting. We are also going to be reacting to a video about me. So it's gonna be a little bit of a reactception. Here's the deal, okay? All right? All of you who are here right now, because I know more people are gonna come in, you know how it said I was getting canceled in the title? I lied. I am not getting canceled. In fact, I'm as far from being canceled as possible. However, if anyone comes in after this point, you have to act like I am canceled, okay? If you're here right now, you are going to be a part of an epic social experiment, and you have to pretend that I'm getting canceled today, okay? Because we need to convince people. We need to get people to engage deeper. Now I'll truly be canceled. No, the truth is that I'm uncancelable. But see, the word cancel activates people's brains in a certain way. I am genuinely uncancelable. What are you gonna cancel me on? Like, when you just tune into my stream and I'm playing Peen Sus at 9,000 decibels, blowing your ears out while I talk about my monster fuckery tier list. How can you possibly cancel me? I'm uncancelable. I am untouchable in that regard. So, from now on, you know. Now you understand. Now you know what social experiment we're going to be doing on. Kako demons on the monster fucker tier list. They're like the Tenga egg of monster fucking, right? You know what I'm talking about? Real sex perverts will know. Anyway, exactly, exactly, Hemorrhoid King. See, this is what I'm talking about. See, this is going to be perfect. You all are doing it perfectly. Anyway, so there's that. Today I wanted to talk about this is less sanity shaking. But I don't know if you guys know, but today I posted my reaction to Shadiversity reacting to Elden Ring. And that was, first of all, I'm incredibly proud of that off-the-cuff segment. But also, it's doing mad numbers. Because as it turns out, Shadiversity has not only a lot of fans, but he also has a lot of people that he is pissed off and beefed with for no real reason because he's kind of an asshole. And so as a result, making a video talking about Shadiversity apparently brings in all kinds of people. I'm very interested. I would actually love it if Shadiversity ended up seeing my video because that would be very, very interesting. I would love to see what Shadiversity has to say about my reaction. I would love that. I'm not gonna lie. We'll see if it happens. Was it a recent segment? Yeah, it was very fresh. Also, for those who didn't catch it, I noticed a lot of people didn't, this kind of bummed me out. Can I be real? I don't want to make anybody feel bad, but nobody watched my Lords of the Fallen review. And I'm sad about that. If you haven't seen my Lords of the Fallen review, you should go check it out. And if you happen to be a fan of the Lords of the Fallen of the Lords of the Fallen game, or a hater of the Lords of the Fallen game, you should consider sharing my review around. There are all kinds of people who would be interested in seeing my review, but for some reason, it just didn't get into the, algorithm. Like, it got devastated. Nobody watched it. I was so sad. You guys have no idea. It actually made me sad. I know that sounds kind of pathetic, but I'm a professional YouTuber. And when I logged on yesterday to see that my Lords of the Fallen review, like, got, like, 500 views total over the course of 24 hours, that's, like, the worst video I've had in, like, literally forever. There's not been another video that got views that bad. And I don't know why. Maybe it's just because the SEO for Lords of the Fallen is bad. But at the same time, Lords of the Fallen sold 1 million copies, which is pretty good. So I feel like it's definitely there. It's just somehow I did not get into the algorithm. So if anybody didn't catch that, You guys should go check it out and also consider sharing it with people who might be interested in Lords of the Fallen. Or, you know, if you think it's good enough, you could also share it on other social media platforms like Twitter, Reddit, whatever. It would mean the world to me. I would really like to hear what people have to say, but basically nobody saw it. It's funny because a lot of people liked it. The people who did watch the review, it has the highest like ratio of any of my videos. It has a 100% zero dislikes on my Lords of the Fallen review, which makes me think that it was a good quality video, but just that for some reason, a lot of people didn't end up seeing it. Thank you for linking it, Danny. I appreciate that. It actually made me feel sad though. Oh, cool. Thank you, Exoblivion. I appreciate that a lot. Gaming content is getting nuked on YouTube right now. I'm seeing entire reviews and essays and higher tier edits get less than 1K views for some reason. That's wild to me. That's so wild. Oh, don't worry, Zenatran. I don't really spoil anything. There's basically no spoilers in my reviews. It's just a, it's a critique of aspects of the game and not story aspects. Anyway, I just figured I would take a moment to sort of shout out my own stuff. Do you think that you got sent to algorithm hell for the Palestine coverage? Maybe. Oh, I should link it on Steam. I haven't. I'll do that tonight. Tonight after stream, I'll write my Steam version and I'll link the video on Steam. That's a good idea. I haven't done that yet. That's a really good idea. The review is an hour and a half, so it's a long one, but I talk about a lot of stuff in it. So, but you might be right. Yeah, you might be right, Kaboka. That could be the problem. But yeah, my newest video is destroying in the algorithm. My, the Shadiversity one, I posted it 6 hours ago and we're already at 3K views, which is really good. Yeah. I don't know, it's odd. It doesn't seem to be that the Palestine video, I mean, the Palestine video itself might have also gotten shuttered. It's just 2 of my videos have basically in a row, the Palestine video and then the Lords of the Fallen review, both just did not get seen by anybody, but the Shadiversity video is doing really well. I know that like React content is like super favored in the YouTube algorithm, which is part of the reason why I do React content, but I don't know. Thank you, Prosy Rosie. I really like this shirt as well. This is by a artist named Canis Ovis, who has a shop on Etsy. You can purchase all kinds of cool stuff. Although I don't know if this one is. I don't believe it does, Aardvark. To my knowledge, it does not. Is there going to be DM merch anytime soon? Oh, yes, there is. Yes, there is, in fact. We have a massive surprise for you all coming around Christmas time this year is our goal. So, it is going to be the very first piece of Demon Mama merch. And let me tell you, it is going to be legendary, okay? Legendary. I'm not kidding you. We actually, Uncle Gumbald, you can say that all you want, but the truth of the matter is, we actually are, we have a whole team, we have a whole bunch of people working on it. And by that, I mean 3 people working on it. And we already have designs ready. We've already picked out, we've already begun to scout who's going to be fulfilling it and everything like that. So it's going to be really cool. Just keep your eyes open. I'm not going to spoil anything. It's really cool. It's going to be really cool. I'm extremely excited for it. I'm excited to show you guys what it's all made of. And it's actually really hard. I don't know if you guys know this, but doing merch is really difficult, as it turns out. Oh my God, that's wild, Exoblivion. Yeah, YouTube's been having some serious issues lately, and I don't really know what's going on with it. It's kind of shocking. Is it apparel or something else? It's something else, but it will be appealing to lots and lots of people. I assure you, it's very cool. Yeah. I think my goal is going to be for the next piece of merch to be a piece of apparel, but that's also very, very difficult. My channel keeps switching between the new YouTube layout and the old one. It's really annoying. Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on. Again, like, also that meme just disappeared out of my likes and also disappeared out of my history, and I didn't remove it from there at all. Yeah. Wow, that's wild, Danny. I've definitely, oh, I was the first view on someone's video recently. Not somebody I know. YouTube recommended me a video yesterday that had no views on it. And to be fair, it was a really good video. It was a no damage Sekiro Genichiro fight, but it was literally just a recording of the fight with no commentary whatsoever, and I was the first view and the first like on the video, which is kind of wild. I feel like I should have put a comment on it. I didn't comment because I was watching it on my TV. I didn't even realize I was the first view until afterwards. Wild. Something else. So let me tell you what we've got coming for tonight. Now that we got a couple people in here, okay? Tonight, we are going to be doing, first of all, we are going to be reacting to a review of some of the stuff that I said recently about Kink. So that's exciting. We're going to be having a Chariot, our friend of the channel and absolutely god tier video essayist who I am a huge fan of, and if you do not watch Chariot's channel, you should go check out Chariot's channel. Chariot recently did a react slash critique slash building off of some stuff that I said about Kink, and I wanted to react to that together because I think it's really cool to do that. And so we're gonna do that. Then we are going to be doing the Holy Mackerel Ultimate Catch-Up, Roundup, Summary, Lore Dive, Deep Dive, Fish God, Sandwich Lent. You can't even imagine it, okay? If you don't know what that means, if none of those words made any sense to you, that's good, because it will in time. I need you to understand, what we are going to be watching is a extremely obscure and hilarious Christian sketch comedy show. And when I say Christian, I mean like turbo Christian, okay? Like take Christian and then multiply it by 20 and then multiply it by 10 again, and you've reached the level of Christian we're operating on, okay? Yeah. So, if that sounds like something you would laugh at, which I know for a fact that you will, you should make sure that you stick around for the Holy Mackerel catch-up. Because not only are we going to be catching up, but for people who already know what the Holy Mackerel is, there has been 2 new seasons since we last watched. 2 new seasons. So we have a lot of wild stuff that I haven't even seen. We're going to start with some of the classics, and then we're going to go forward. And then finally, we are going to be playing Dark Souls tonight. Yeah. Yeah, last time we had checked, it seemed like they were in a lull, but since then, there have been 2 new seasons, which is very exciting. Way of the Mackerel! It'll all make sense to you soon, but only if you're brave enough to tread in strange waters, okay? Only if you're brave enough. It is a very, very strange world that we are going to dive in. Holy Mackerel is wild, okay? Ah, yes, the daily memes. We'll check them out in just a little bit. What in God's name possessed you to do that to the Armenians? I can't in good conscience support you after this. If only you knew. If only you knew what I knew in my infinite wisdom, Rhodes. If only you knew. I haven't exactly kept up with the Holy Mackerel extended universe. Don't worry. We'll get you caught up today, okay? We'll get you caught up today. I still have to decide exactly how I want to structure the Holy Mackerel catch-up. We might just go watch one of my old... We might just do a meta react to one of my old Holy Mackerel ones, or maybe we'll just do a fresh one. It's been so long since I last watched Holy Mackerel that it would probably be good for us to watch some of the like core episodes. Just fresh, just totally new, futuristic, you know, whatever. We'll see. I kind of like doing meta stuff. We don't do meta stuff very often. We haven't done a meta in forever, you know? Do you guys remember when I did an entire stream reacting to my own stuff and I critiqued my own content? Remember how cool that was? That was sick, wasn't it? Remember that? I think I have to resign as a mod after what you said about aliens and that thing you did to that dolphin. I just can't. You weren't ready. You weren't ready to come with me into the brave new world. This is why you will all be left behind. Those of you who are canceling me now, you don't deserve the future I'm building. You don't deserve the dream that I'm crafting. If you can't handle what is required to build it. Ex-Oblivion says, I supported you for over a year now, but since last Sunday when I caught you stealing the apples I left on the ground in my garden for the hedgehogs, you crossed a line. So much for the tolerant left. This is like a Prophet of Truth monologue. This is a Prophet of Truth monologue. And then my face turns all gray and goes, I don't know. I don't remember what they sound like, but I know they have big weird eyes and a mustache and they're all creepy looking. Oh, this guy doesn't have... Oh, yeah, he does have a little thing. He's got a little tiny goatee. What a guy. What a fella.
Your forefathers wisely set aside their compassion. I see now why they left you behind.
There you go, see? I feel like this is going to be a not safe for work link, isn't it? Nope. Okay. Yeah, this is a flavor of not safe for work, right? Here we go.
Turn up the bass and make them all have fun. How we ablaze the fire, make it burn them. We mash up the place, turn up the bass and make some sound. Why run? And we will end your week just like a Sunday. We mash up the bass,
oh, so sick! Wow, Joker 70K3R. Oh, Joker. Okay, but unironically, this is okay. There's two things about this. This is incredibly pathetic, but also it's kind of a flex. This is what like mid-tier rich people do. See, on one hand, it's a horrific waste of money, but if you think about what we know about somebody like Elon Musk, for example. Remember that time when Elon Musk posted a picture of his bedside table and all he had was like a shitty eBay.com replica of the Deus Ex gun and his room was otherwise completely unadorned? And then the time when Elon Musk was streaming in an empty room with, for some reason, like a candle that was the size of himself. That's like... That's what the uber rich do. They don't even know. They have so much money, they don't even know what they would want to buy anyway. And what like a mid-tier rich guy does is buy Ferrari branded bullets and caviar and a giant gorilla statue made out of $100 bills and a metal floor plate that says Joker on it. It's kind of it's based in a bad way. It's like the chaotic evil, you know, where you're like, damn, that money could have like saved someone's life or something. It could have been done to anything else, but at least you're like, at least you're putting something out there. At least you're like dressing up a room or something, you know? Yeah. If you were uber rich, would you get one of those? These, I sure would. What am I looking at? A custom submarine? Fucking no? Are you fucking crazy? Are you crazy? No fucking way. Absolutely fucking not. No, if I was uber rich, I would simply, if I was uber rich and I wanted to go underwater, I would find a way to like befriend and support somebody based like James Cameron. And then I would slowly and surely make sure that I could hang out with people who actually knew what they were fucking doing instead of purchasing a tin can that will crush me to death like those fucking, it was like 2 months ago that the submarine crunch happened. It was like literally 2 months ago. Or something. How long ago was it? Was it longer than that? I don't know. Did it happen? It was June. Okay, so it was more than 2 months ago. It was a couple months ago. Okay. It was a couple months ago, but still, that's not a good excuse. Still, okay? Still. If you're uber rich, you have to learn to take your time. You can't just throw money at everything because here's the thing. If you're uber rich, people know that you're uber rich. And if they know that you're uber rich, they don't mind grifting you. And if you accidentally happen to die, who fucking cares, right? So you have to be extra careful if you're uber rich. You can't just throw money at dangerous things. It's like, it would be like if Elon Musk was like, I want to pay $1 million for someone I want to be able to hike Mount Everest. And then someone was like, yeah, totally, dude. I'll get you up there for $1 million. By the way, sign this waiver. And if you die, it's not my problem. Like, you can't just do that. Like, you have to still prepare for it no matter how rich you are. No matter how rich you are, you can't buy buy a better body that lets you survive at high altitudes. You still have to train and shit. Put the screw in the tuna. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. I hope I haven't been missing any donos. I'll have to go double check. If Demon Mama was uber rich, she would buy out FromSoft and make them make gay demon sex games. They already do that. All I would do is just make sure that they never stop. See, that's what I would do. If I was uber rich, I would just make sure that people like Kojima, FromSoft, Ice Pick Lodge, I would just make sure they never have to worry ever again. I wouldn't try to like stick my fingers in their ears or tell them that I know how to do their job better. I would just make sure that they never fail. That's what I would do. That's the real way to do it. And then I would spend my time working on my own shit. No, they can stop if they want to, but like, yeah. Would you buy Zom to have Disco Elysium too? No. And the reason for that is because Disco Elysium, the end of Disco Elysium is so poetic. It's like the fact that Disco Elysium was a huge success and then the studio imploded in the specific way that it did is so Disco Elysium. It's like, it's the most, I don't even know, like, I can't think of a more poetic incident. So no, I would not intervene there because I feel like that would be upsetting reality in a way that it's not supposed to be upset. Disco Elysium Studio Zom only could have gone that one way. There's no other way that it could have gone, and to do so would be challenging the flow of the universe. Max Sips, I hope you're doing well. We were showing off your art recently. What happened with the studio? So what happened with the studio? So basically, and this is a really rough summary from memory, so please don't get super mad if I get small details wrong. But basically, some of the people involved basically decided to sell the studio, more or less. And the other people were like, no, don't sell the studio because they're going to try and make us make a sequel that won't be able to live up to the original because it won't be made under the same conditions. And then some of the people were like, well, we recognize you don't want to do that, but here's this legal technicality that makes it so that we can oust you from the company and sell the company. And so they did. And so like half of the team made a fuckload of money from the sale and the other guys got fucked. That's the quick rundown. Northside Star says, how do you, Demon Mama, a cinema enjoyer and student, wouldn't want the Disco Elysium extended universe with interdimensional travel? Well, see, you know, you know me, I am a big fan of the modern Star Wars movies, the current Marvel lineup, DC Universe, the Pirates of the Caribbean extended universe. These are all my favorite films, and I don't care about losers like Martin Scorsese or any of those weirdos. You know, those guys suck, and I like movies that are made by committee at mega corporations because I'm a true cinema enjoyer. So you kind of have me here. You kind of got me on the ropes here. You kind of cornered me, to be completely honest. I see people talking about Virgil, Texas in talking about Virgil, Texas in the chat, and I have to go, man. Remember that, everybody? Remember that? Virgil, Texas was in Disco Elysium? Yeah, he was, and he was actually a decent voice actor. Skeptical Squid? What did you say? Hold on, let me go see if I can find it. People actually do get doctors to sign forms that say they're healthy enough to climb Mount Everest when they're actually not. Well, all right, but they're going through the effort, okay? Were you serious or joking about liking the Marvel movies? Oh, I do not like the Marvel movies. I haven't even seen... The last Marvel movie I saw was Thor Ragnarok, I think. The first Thor movie. No, wait. Yeah, that was. I think that was the last Marvel movie that I watched. I have not given a shit about any of them. Even the ones that people say are pretty good. But yeah, the Virgil, Texas thing. It's funny. Remember when I did a Virgil, Texas drama mama? Man, I was really ahead of that. I was really ahead of the ball on that. It's crazy. There was this Brianna Joy Gray, the purveyor of the Bad Faith podcast, which still for some reason has Virgil, Texas on the branding, made a huge deal about how she was going to make a statement about it, and she just never ever did. He's just disappeared completely. But I mean, it's very weird to like leave him in the branding and everything. That is an odd decision in my opinion. Anyway. Virgil, Texas was the homosexual underground guy from Disco Elysium. Yeah, he was the smoker on the roof guy. Uh-oh. It has now been 865 days since Virgil Texas last tweeted and 846 days since Brianna Joy Gray said Virgil would be making a statement on the allegations against him shortly. Where's Virgil? Bree knew, Chapo knew. Well, we don't know that Chapo knew, to be fair, and they completely disassociated with him. To be fair, Chapo didn't make a statement about the drama because he was already off the show. I think it's unfair to, don't get me wrong, like, there's a lot of things you could criticize Chapo on. I have criticized Chapo. I also like a lot of what Chapo does, and I also hate some of what Chapo does. But, they had already completely disassociated from Virgil at the time that this happened, so I don't know if they knew any of that. It's possible they did, but I don't know. I don't think there's any evidence to say that they did. What did he do? I forgot. You should watch the Drama Mama on it. Let's just say it was giga sus, okay? He had some very private endeavors. Yeah, with allegedly had some fairly well evidenced endeavors with minors. Yeah. Calliope said, I heard after 2016 they just became cynical and uninspired to do anything politically because Bernie lost. I don't think that's actually 100% accurate. I know some people say that. There was a period after they had a period of Bernie burnout, which was basically they went super hard for Bernie, and I mean really hard. Like they were door knocking and everything. They had their fans like door knocking and everything, and then it just didn't work out because Bernie got turbo fucked by the Dems. They had a period where it was like very obvious that they were all pretty demoralized, but it really only lasted a few months, and I feel like they've been really engaged on stuff since then. They haven't really done any big voting things or anything like that, but to be fair, it's not been an election year since then. So I don't know. I don't know if it's fair to say that. I think that a lot of some of their best content has been in recent. I know this is probably going to actually get me canceled, but I've been a regular listener of Chapo since early 2019. And I still do. I still catch almost every Chapo Trap House episode. And while I disagree with a lot of their positions, specifically, I really disagree on their handling of Ukraine for a number of reasons. I still think their show is incredibly funny, and also I think they've done some really good stuff. Their handling of the recent Israel-Palestine news has actually been really good. Their first episode after everything started unfolding was to just have a extremely well-informed and principled journalist come on to have just a kind of a dry, informative-ish episode, which they rarely do. They usually do a lot of comedy, and they totally put that aside and got their audience to actually get informed on the issue. And they didn't do any like memeing or any of the like stuff that you might expect from irony-pilled lefties, because honestly, I don't think they're as bad as people make it out to be. But I do think they're really funny. Like, one of the things I really enjoy about their show is that, like, it constantly makes me laugh. Yeah. But also, there's, like, multiple members of the podcast, and they have different opinions. Some people, and they disagree with each other on some issues. They're not a single monolith. But I will agree that, like, for example, they had an episode on Ukraine with where they invited on Norm Finkelstein, and it was a gut-wrenchingly bad episode, in my opinion, especially because I think that Norm Finkelstein is like really good is like really good on Israel Palestine, and the way that he was talking about Ukraine Russia was genuinely disturbing to me. He was like weepily explaining why Vladimir Putin like has trauma, and that's like something that you should seriously consider when you're thinking about Israel Palestine, or not Israel Palestine, about Ukraine and Russia. That like, Putin is a traumatized little boy, and he sees the encroachment of NATO as the same as the Nazis, and so you should really take that into consideration. And it was actually like horrible. It was one of the worst episodes they've ever done. Oh, he's a super transphobe. That is unfortunate, but doesn't really surprise me, I guess. It was a very much I wish I could have been Putin's mother thing. It was very, very weird, and it actually made me feel bad for like the following hours of me thinking about that episode. But usually their show isn't really like that, and usually they don't. I can't think of any other particularly egregious episodes, at least in my memory. And I've listened to a lot of their episodes, and their general politics coverage, their roasting of conservatives is incredible. They're really good at that kind of stuff. Anyway, those are just my. I'm rambling about Chapo Trap House now because people started talking to me about it and canceling me. You all were trying to cancel me. You were trying to cancel me. But yeah, no. This all started talking about Virgil, Texas. They broke with Virgil, Texas before anybody else, and it was before the allegations came out. They had interpersonal, from what I understand, they had interpersonal issues with Virgil, Texas. Like, I remember there was a time where Matt Chrisman was basically like, Virgil has like blown off our recording dates multiple days in a row. He's like it was, I don't even know if it's up anymore, but there was just a rant that Matt Chrisman went on where he was like, yeah, we were supposed to record and he just didn't show. He just no showed to like our recording of our podcast. And that's like not the vibe that they go for at all, because their podcast is like, it was made by a bunch of people who were friends before they made the podcast kind of thing. And yeah, so anyway. Yeah. True! Ex-Oblivion says, Demon Mama, I can't fucking believe that you would assault and stab that young doctor right when he got off the train back in that small remote settlement in the Eastern Steppe in Russia. Ma'am, you are canceled. Canceled, I say. Yeah, it was me. It was me. I was the one. El Chapo, more like El canceled. Mama built the dodecahedron? True, I did. Why are there only 303 likes but 434 viewers? Kinda sus. Exactly, Stuart. Thank you, Stuart. Why are there only 303 likes but 434 current viewers? Tarpalicious, I missed the beginning of the stream and now I'm lost. Why are we canceling Demon Mama? Well, you just asked the chat. They're the ones who've been canceling me. I haven't done anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong and they still canceled me. I did everything right. I intentionally replaced it with sus. I'm trying to further the disease. Do you mama punch my grandma and took her money? I did. Demon Mama has been canceled for the murder of Ivan Kuczynski, a humanitarian aiding the lost boys of Ukraine. Was a fucking mistake. You should literally rot. Demon Mama, I do sympathize with your views on aliens, but was a school bus full of child soldiers armed with thermite bombs really necessary? You could have at least used conventional munitions. You just can't see my vision. You don't understand yet, but you will. You all will. Bonks Daily says, Demon Mama was the one who dug the well that released the sand plague. That is misinformation. It is not. The sand plague had nothing to do with well digging. That is it is a completely misunderstanding of everything that, of the basic physics of the situation. A disease can't be released by a well, okay? It can only be released because the people have stagnated, okay? And they needed to be brought into the future by a traumatic event that forced them to evolve. My goodness. Demon Mama is financially connected to the construction of the polyhedron. This might be possible. Alora says, Demon Mama, why did you shoot the sheriff? I will give you credit for not shooting the deputy. Thank you. Finally. Finally. One person. Finally. You talk about people like beasts. How do you feel about chicken strips, Demon Mama? I actually beat Patho 2 for the first time recently. Based. Incredible. Crick Chirp says, Demon Mama prevented my parents from kissing at the Enchantment Under the Sea dance, stopping me from existing. Well, I'm glad you were able to get out that message before you faded away. I support chickens in their choice to strip, but I don't like the economic incentives that force them into that position. Damn. Chariot always woke. Always one step ahead of the rest of the populace. Oh, I should say tomorrow I am going to go see Killers of the Flower Moon. I'm pretty excited, actually. I got a nice ticket to a nice theater. I'm going with a friend of the show, Gayfesh, if you've ever heard of a Gayfesh. I'm going to go see it with Gayfesh, and that's going to be I'm really excited about that. Because I really like Martin Scorsese films. I especially like his movies that are ridiculously long. A bit earlier this year, I watched Silence, which is a Scorsese film about Catholic missionaries in Japan, in like Imperial Japan. It was a wild movie and really long and really unsettling and also really fascinating, and I really liked it. A lot of people didn't like it, but I liked it. I liked it quite a lot, actually. And so I'm very excited to see Killers of the Flower Moon. The reviews I've seen of it have been really good, so I'm excited. Are you gonna see the FNAF movie? Probably not right away, at least. But maybe eventually. I don't know anything about FNAF, like, at all. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe. Silence is so underappreciated. It really is. It's a fantastic movie. I really, really liked it. Hadem says, first time viewer here. Nice aesthetic. Hey, welcome, Hadem. Happy to have you. And thank you. I appreciate that. I put a lot of work into my set and my outfits and everything. Well, right now I'm noticing there's like a weird, nobody told me there was a weird fluff sticking out. Kind of funny. That. Welcome to the chat. Happy to have you. Everybody give some hugs to Hadem. Sad that they are joining right as you're canceled. True, Hadem. I'm so sorry I'm being canceled for numerous crimes. Kian the Astronomer, thank you for the tier 1. Wow, the gifted tier 1 sub. Hadem, look at that. You've already been gifted a tier 1 sub. fancy colored name already. Incredible. Canceled for the out-of-place hair fluff. True. True. I am ashamed of your connections to both the Bosnian and Armenian genocides. How did you know about that? How did you know? Who told you? I mean, no one told you because it didn't happen. Such connections do not exist. Anyway. Chariot says, canceled for saying colored name. There's no place for that in the modern workplace. You know, you joke, Chariot, maybe. But I am actually surprised that nobody has tried to cancel me for that, or for the numerous times that my chat makes jokes about white name genocides. Like no one, which makes me that actually kind of raises my that raises my belief in humanity just a little bit. I did tell you that that somebody got super mad at me because they accused me of doing digital blackface because my old thumbnails used to have a cartoon demon version of me that had red skin, like a demon, because my cartoon character is like a demon. And they said that I was doing digital blackface because it wasn't clear enough that it was red and not brown. Which was a very interesting experience. Yeah. It was very weird. Based, Hadem. Based. Ukulele apology win. Well, I don't play ukulele, but I could do piano. You want me to play piano? Wait, so what's the tune to Toxic Gossip Train? Hold on, I have to do this. Hold on, I have to be able to hear. Not through here. So Toxic Gossip Train. I don't know what it is. I didn't turn the volume down. Piano lately, not as much as I wanted, but I've been playing a little more. I have to get back into it. Can you play Thunder by Imagine Dragons? No. Thunder and the thunder and the thunder. Messed it up a little bit, but Ludwig the Holy Blade, I don't know that one. I want to learn some Dark Souls music. That would be really cool. I could probably figure out that one. Blim, blim, blim. Blim, blim, blim. And it's the... I don't know how the chords go. Whatever. All right, whatever. Yeah, Gwen's is pretty easy, but whatever. We're not doing a piano segment right now. I already played enough, and I'm not prepared, so. Yeah, that's plin plin plon. That's the joke. Oops. Toxic gossip train. Oh no. Oh, this is from this one. This is from my video. This is from my reaction to this.
So I just wanted to say that the only thing I've ever groomed is my 2 Persian cats. I'm not a groomer.
Okay, but true though. What a terrible decision. What a absolutely terrible decision for her to put that line in that song. Oh my God. I don't know why she thought that joke was gonna land. I don't know. Well, obviously there was some lack of thinking going on, but I mean the whole thing is so messed up, but that line is beyond bad. Just beyond bad. Oh man. E-celebrities never listen to PR people, but her PR team told her not to do that. Oh, maybe you're saying because then we'll get content? All right, we have quick meme videos to do. We got meme videos to do. These are the Mr. Krabs memes of the day. This one is 2 minutes. You're pushing it. You're pushing it. 2 minutes? 2 minutes?
All right, everybody. It seems all of you have a star that I so desperately want. So, how are we gonna play this? Shall I, have you guys choose a
This is a video by Simple Sketch, Party Crashers Animated, The Best Insult.
random number? Should I just press the random button and get it over with? What are you guys thinking?
I would vote Brent, because we all hate him. What?
Actually, you know what? Give me your best insult. Whoever is the worst insult gets stolen from. Go!
There's no racial slurs in this, right?
Who do we insult?
Me, or anybody. I just want to hear people be mean. Go!
Evie, you are so dim-witted and small-brained. This is the best idea of content that you could come up with.
I mean, it was a nice try. Brent, what have you got?
Nick, you're so fucking ugly. Your mom fed you with a slingshot.
I don't know what to insult.
Vern, say something where I take from you.
There is no bridge big enough to contain how much of a troll you are. What? How did that work? Oh my god.
That was kind of mid, if I'm being honest. You can really do better, man.
Bro, I thought Brent's was the weakest, bro.
No, I thought my joke was bad, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah, it was bad. It was not even funny, bro. You could have done better, bro.
Any of you guys got any more good insults for me?
Evie, I think it would be kind of dank to get his ass one more time. That would be very toxic.
The thing is, though, what matters is if you have the best insult or not. So come on, I'm giving you guys another shot.
You're a poopy head.
Oh, I got one. Not Vern, sorry. Brent is the type to hate losing so much, he's never gonna lose his virginity.
Oh, that was pretty good.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
That was fairly good.
You have tough competition, Brent.
All right, you know what? Nick's brain is like his dick, small and insignificant.
Yeah, I don't know what her.
It's a little bit of a safe one. A little bit, but not horrible. Not horrible.
More. Both of those are really damn good.
If I were to give my expert opinion on being insulted by you people, I'd say Brent's was the best one.
I think Brent might have had the better one, if I'm being honest.
Mine was infinitely more clever than this baboon brain, wiener and brain joke.
Of course, a bad joke came from the one who got a tiny brain with his tiny dick, bro.
Wait, stop this. What if I did a poll?
All right. Well, put up a poll.
Brent has the best insult.
Yeah, baby.
Sophist, send him to the penis explosion chamber immediately.
Kill!
That was such a weak insult. I'm mad, bro. I'm
Dude,
mad.
I won by 5%.
No taste in insults. I honestly, it was the gremlins of skill that probably fucking voted against me, so I don't care.
All right, that was a pretty good meme. It was a good 2 minutes. It was funny. It was good to see people try their jokes on the spot. It's actually horrible, by the way. Trying to make jokes on the spot is like one of the most guaranteed ways to create cringe. Because most people are not prepared and are not ready to do it. I can do it when I'm streaming because I can choose when I make the jokes, but being put on the spot, it's actually like extremely painful and difficult to do. But some people have the talent. Some people can do it. All right, now we got the Kaneko Man clip of the day. Let's check out the clip. Whoa, holy shit, that's loud. Why are these so imbalanced audio-wise? Bruh. It's fucking Mr. Battery. They got him. At first I thought his hands were cans, but then I realized that the attack was called Battery Claw and that there was electricity coming out. I'm like, oh, okay, so it's a battery. I thought he had like, it looked like cans to me at first. They literally gave him the electric chair. We just watched this cartoon man get the electric chair, put a battery on either side of his ears, and just cooked him. God damn. All right, pretty cool. You see, the Kaneko Man games, these things just never stop coming with the cool attack animations. I gotta be honest with that. I gotta be completely honest with that. It's pretty impressive. No matter how long you're on the internet, some parts of the web will always be an enigma unless you're riding with Demon Mama. Unless you're riding with me. If you want to understand parts of the internet that you couldn't understand before, if you want to permanently fix parts of your brain, then your only option is to subscribe to my channel and also make sure that you press like. Because what I'm about to deliver to you in the coming stream will permanently alter your perception of the world. I will be awakening you to the type of content you didn't know existed, but that has always been lurking around you. This entire time, within a moment, within a second, you could have come in contact with what I am going to be showing you, but you hadn't yet. It's been literally like the amygdala in Bloodborne. It was lurking right there watching you. That's all I'm gonna say. Rhodes says, of course you would be a fan of the electric chair after your actions in Belgium. Why the fear of the Demon Mama echoes outwards ever since the Belgium incident. You can feel your brain chemistry altering. Good! I think there are parts of the internet I don't ever want to fully understand, like 4chan. Oh, 4chan's actually like the easiest place to understand, okay? 4chan is... It is a place that cultivated a perception of anything goes, even though it's not actually true that anything goes on 4chan. but it cultivated that reputation. And so as a result, people who believe that they can't belong anywhere else, and they're never correct, not never, they're rarely correct about this. Almost never is it actually true that somebody doesn't belong anywhere else except for 4chan. In fact, I would say like 99.9% of the time, they're incorrect about that. There are a handful of truly repugnant individuals who could probably never find anywhere else to belong because they're just that bad. But anyway, that type of person has convinced themselves the only place to go is Reddit. I mean, Reddit, 4chan, Reddit too also, but 4chan. And so they go to 4chan and then they get trapped with a bunch of other people who've been convinced like that, and they continually convince themselves that there's nowhere else that will accept them, and so they just get worse and worse and worse. It's just a website that encourages people to be the worst forms of themselves. That's all that there is really to understand about why 4chan is so bad. Being a 4chan power user is pretty Reddit. It is. They never want to admit it. 4chan, the 4chan people who fight the hardest against their association with Reddit are always the closest to Redditors. Because just think of where you have to be to like strongly identify with your position as a 4chan user. The fact being that 4chan is in and of itself an anonymous board. Just how hilarious and stinky and stupid you have to be to go, oh yeah, the entire point of this site is that everyone's anonymous, but I'm gonna make it a key part of my identity, even though, like, it's a certain type of brain disease. Celestial Heart says, I'd argue that Twitter is worse than 4chan. Since you have absolute degenerates next to regular people, the contrast is more extreme. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, nowadays, Twitter is really bad. Okay, like, Twitter is really bad now. Today I saw Twitter is so bad, I like gore and death just regularly ends up retweeted onto your timeline now. If you follow above like 500 people total, there's a very good chance every single day that you log in that uncensored gore and death will appear on your timeline. I have seen in the last few months, I have seen the most horrible things you can possibly imagine just on my timeline. No way that I could actually control it because of how chaotic the website has actually been. It's genuinely bad. This morning, 2 separate instances of gore were retweeted onto my timeline. One of them was so violent, I couldn't even believe it. Like literally 2 videos of dead bodies were on my timeline this morning. It's really bad. From Palestine, yes. One of them was, yeah, they were both low context videos retweeted by random people I've followed over the years, and it's very difficult to like curtail your follower list without just having it happen. I did see that, Naomi Chance. That was ridiculous. The clap back at the Geneva Convention is fucking ridiculous. Yeah, Twitter is really, really, really bad right now. Like Pain Olympics level of bad. I don't want to describe it because I feel like even describing it is gonna be bad for people. Let's just say I have seen the bodily integrity of people, uncensored, demolished bodily integrity. I'm talking real human innards, okay? That's what I'm talking about, and that was in recent memory. Very bad. Just horrible. Demon Mama, how do I fix my Reddit addiction? There's a couple of ways. Depends on how bad your Reddit addiction is. If your Reddit addiction is making you miserable, you should go onto your router and you should block Reddit on your router, such that it's very difficult for you to turn it off. Yeah, you should do that. Alternately, you can do it in your browser, but that's a little easier to fix. If you really need to break your addiction to a website, you should do that. Yeah. But other than that, you should just anytime you if it's not that severe and it's not like causing you that much misery, anytime you catch yourself spending too much time on Reddit, you should acknowledge it in your mind. And I mean this. This is a actual habit building technique. You won't catch yourself every time. Sometimes you're just going to sort of mindlessly go to the place that you tend to go to. But whenever you realize that you're spending too much time on Reddit, you should take a moment and like basically talk to yourself in your head and go, I'm on Reddit again. I don't want to be on Reddit. This doesn't make me happy. And then actively force yourself to go do something else. And if you keep doing that over time, you'll actually train yourself that anytime you go to Reddit, you'll have that thought, which means that you will have more control over whether you actually want to be on that website at the time or not. It's a real habit building technique, using self-talk to basically create a memory that causes you to think twice when you go to a website. Yep. I'm spending too much time on dmama.com. No, you're not. That's impossible. Reddit is filled with bloodthirsty, pro-Israel, genocidal freaks lately. That doesn't surprise me at all. Reddit has always had issues with Reddit has always had issues with like political extremism getting out of control. It's because it's very easy to manipulate votes on Reddit. It's very easy to make new accounts, and they don't really care that much about it. So yeah. I hope you don't mind my asking, but why are 2 or 3 of your fingernails dark at the tips? It's because I forgot to buy nail polish remover when I was at the store the other day, and my nail polish has been peeling off my other nails. So I ran out of nail polish remover and forgot to buy it. So it's still on these 3 ones because I didn't have enough. Yeah. I'm getting new nails soon. Not this week, but next week I'm going to be getting my nails done, so. I don't know what I'm gonna do yet. I'm staying away from acrylics because the last time I got acrylics, they turned out really bad and they fucked up my nails for a really long time. I think I'm just gonna do gels for a while. I liked having acrylics, but if it goes bad, it sucks. Anyway. Who made this joke first, huh? Who made this joke first? Did he? I scheduled my joke about the uterus. I think he beat me. But I wrote it at 3 a.m. the night prior and then scheduled the tweet. He beat me by 1 minute in the actual post, but I can show you that I scheduled it the night before. It's just really funny that me and Vosh had the same mentality. The uterus pouch meme. I'll show you my tweet about it. I think mine was pretty funny. Holy God, his uterus must be incredible. The uterine pouch is going to become a prized symbol of natural womanhood in a post-trans era. I'm calling it. And then I posted the skibbity guy. This person is just a deranged transphobe, obviously. Yo, the Germa 66 shit is nuts. Oh, it's a One Piece thing. I like Germa. I've been watching more Germa stuff lately. Germa's so funny. I already respect him a lot, but I've been finding him funnier and funnier lately. Or I should say I've been able to watch more of his stuff lately. Germa's very talented. I look up to Germa as a streamer. I'm glad SDL started streaming again. Me too. In fact, SDL and I have been talking about maybe doing a stream together soon, which would be pretty cool. Nothing is 100% yet, but I've been thinking about doing a possibly even a charity stream. We'll see. No promises yet, but a couple of content creators have been talking about doing a charity stream, which might be pretty cool. Please debate on guns. We've talked about guns before. We tend to have a slightly different approach, and it's kind of difficult to reconcile our approaches to guns. SDL's focus on guns is basically, he has a very data-focused approach, which I don't necessarily disagree with entirely, but it's very difficult. My approach on guns is not like a, I mean, I incorporate certain types of data into my argument on guns, but my arguments for gun ownership isn't usually what SDL is debating against. And so we tend to go like this. We tend to no, not like that. We tend to go like this and like go off in other directions and not actually intersect. Because SDL is often very focused on raw safety. And it is true that no matter how you slice it, gun ownership is a risk. And also, like I said, no matter how you slice it, it's a risk for everyone involved. More guns being owned is more dangerous. But it's not that I don't care about that. It's just that I don't think that's the only thing that you can take in mind. And so my focus on guns is a very different approach. I have a very political approach to guns. Some might argue a pragmatic approach to guns. And also, one of the reasons that SDL and I disagree on guns is because I think SDL believes that getting rid of guns is an or at least restricting them is electorally feasible, and I don't think it is. I don't think it's electorally feasible at all, and it also introduces other problems even if it becomes to some degree electorally feasible. But yeah. I would be open to talking to SDL about that, but honestly, what we're more likely to talk about is we might do a conversation about atheism, which would be pretty interesting. Yeah. Ducks come in many colors. I wouldn't need to change the color of them because there's many different types of ducks. Anyway, I really like SDL. SDL and I get along really well, and yeah. Oh, hello SDL. People were saying oh, you're streaming right now. People were saying that that they were happy that you're streaming again, and I said me too. And then I said that we were considering perhaps doing something together in the future. No promises, but that we were considering organizing something together. And then somebody said that I should debate you on guns. And I said, I'm not opposed to talking to you about guns, but that our approach to guns are different. And so sometimes when we try to talk about it, the conversation kind of goes like this, where we approach a point, but then we go in different directions, and it makes it hard for us to have like an actual standard debate, because we both have different values when it approaches guns, and we approach the topic differently. That's basically what I was talking about. And then I mentioned that maybe we would talk about atheism at some point, because you've mentioned that, and I'm open to that. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, we're happy that I'm happy, and so is my chat apparently, that you're back to streaming. So. I challenge Demon Mama to a debate about atheism. Really? What do you want to debate about atheism? I could do a debate. I could do an off-the-cuff debate. Somebody wants to debate me about atheism? What about atheism? Do you want to debate me about it? Oh man, we haven't done a debate in a while. Debates are fun though. Ooh, I feel myself doing the Goku, getting ready for a, fight. Are you being serious or are you just joking? And what do you want to actually debate about? I'd have to prep for a debate. How do people do that off the cuff? Oh, there's two different types of debate, okay? Off the cuff debates are kind of tests of your actual understanding of an issue, of your basic understanding of an issue, and a test of your sort of consistency of your values. That's sort of the thing about an off the cuff debate. Whereas prepared debates are usually the type of debate that is designed to dig into the nitty-gritty details of things. I will debate you on who's the most fuckable Dark Souls boss. That's a tough question. I have to do the tier list. I think I did one at one point, but can the debate be about the new split in atheism? Well, I don't know. It's not you unless you're challenging me. My main problem is that people just lie constantly. I need a big stack of research on hand to slap people with. There are some issues where that's really important, but there are other issues where you do not need to have a whole load of research on hand, because some issues are a matter of logic and morality and ethicality, as opposed to raw data. Data does not translate to those things all the time. So there are some debates where it's really important to have all of your data in a row, but yeah. So wait, Levi, you disappeared. Are you actually wanting to debate? Are you being serious right now, or was that a joke? Debating is rhetoric, full stop. Yes, it is. Public debate is rhetoric, full stop. But not all debates are that type of debate. But yes, I will say that most. Oh, you were trying to give me a topic. Well, I don't know. Somebody challenged me. And I don't know if they were being serious or not. They might have just been joking. Texas gun culture in specific is terrifying, like genuinely horrifying. I don't think we can legislate our way to safety, but boy howdy, do most gun-owning Texans not understand safe storage. Well, that's part of my approach to gun ownership, is that gun ownership isn't going anywhere, that winning on that is an incredibly, incredibly difficult battle, but something that we can actually win on, that actually matters a lot and would save lives, is building a gun culture that breaks away from like toxic fantasies and instead teaches people to actually be safe with the stuff that they own. Anyway, I have a whole argument. I've done multiple videos on it, but yeah. I'm serious. Okay, all right, we have a debate. Are we? I can't believe this. I can't believe, I didn't think it was gonna happen. We haven't even done any of our segments, but we have a debate. All right. Wait, Levi Matthews, get in the Discord. Mods, help Levi Matthews get into the call-in. Wow, I can't believe this. Of course I see your chat, Levi Matthews. Are you lagging behind? You must be lagging behind. This is interesting. Oh, man. I haven't done a debate off the cuff in a while. Damn, the last one was the extremely cringe trans thing. All right, we're gonna see how this goes, and then we're gonna do the regular content after that. Wow, I didn't expect this, but that's kind of exciting. This is what Levi Matthews should be hearing right now, okay? Damn, what a banger. It's really funny too, isn't it? Kind of funny that the Vort of the Boreal Valley, that track is so incredibly awesome, and yet most Souls players crunch that boss before you even get to the cool part. Oh man, it's kind of wild, isn't it? Anyway. Okay, so we're in the waiting room. All right, I gotta work this out. Hold on, I gotta boost my gain just a tiny bit here, because I'm seeing it is actually true that my voice is, for some reason, man, the voice shit has been going all over the place. I even changed my settings. Maybe I need to modify it ever so slightly again. Let me just do this one more time. Move that up just a tiny bit. We'll see here. There. How's that? Okay, that's much better, actually. It seems like the compressor is going all over the place lately. What the fuck's going on? So weird. All right, let's do this. It's debating time. Obama. Oh, the Obama turned off. Why'd the Obama turn off? Oh, the music was... I turned the music way up louder intentionally, yeah. Hello, 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 hello. Can you hear me?
Uh-oh. Just a second. Here. No. Okay, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me fine?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, I can hear you, and I'm just adjusting your audio levels. Hopefully, we will be approximately. Discord's very weird, so hopefully we will be at approximately the right Discord or the right vocal levels while we're chatting. Real quick, just to confirm, name and pronouns.
Levi Matthews, he, him.
All right. Classics. Excellent. Excellent. All right. Levi Matthews, welcome to the show. You have, I feel like you've asked to debate me about atheism multiple times, but I don't know what you actually want to debate with me about. However, I accepted your debate challenge because that's what I do. I often accept debate challenges. So what's your actual contention with my position? I'm curious.
You can correct me if I'm wrong, but when one time you were talking about anti-theism and you were addressing the fact that science doesn't always get things right, like how they thought, like, oh, well, back in the old days, they used to think shoving shit into your wounds would cure them or something like that. And it's like, well, that sounds like an argument that a religious apologist would make about in order to defend their religion's sake, saying like, oh, see, science doesn't get it right all the time. So like, I don't know. And generally, I'm not totally sure about this position myself, but I do stand on anti-theist grounds to a degree. I'm still kind of split whether or not I fully believe in it or fully believe in the eradication of religious belief or not. But I was wondering, like, if like maybe this conversation could help understand myself better to a degree, because I was growing up in a very religious household, just like you, and the religious trauma kind of causes me to have a bias against religion, which I kind of recognize. But overall,
well, it's good that you
I
can
see.
Recognize it. It's good that you can recognize it. A lot of people don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think that maybe like the very concept of faith is maybe too much of a risk to let, like, I don't believe in like saying outlaw religion totally. I think that with economic growth and economic wealth spread around well enough, people can be more educated and will naturally gravitate towards atheism or secular values, at least even if they don't totally drop off their religions. They might like practice the ritual like they do in Japan, where they keep the religious ritual, but most people don't actually believe in the superstitious nonsense. They just do it as a thing to bring people together. And I think if religion could take on that form, if it could be closer to that, I'd be much more fine with it. But as it is now, I think I'm on a stance where religion should probably be abandoned and as a relic of the past, something that is kind of a side effect of human flaws or whatever.
Well, okay, so there's a couple things I could say there. I don't remember the exact context of the quote that you were saying about like science being wrong about things. I mean, it is true though that science science, quote unquote, is has been incorrect about things in the past. I don't think that that's a controversial statement. I think that people who use that to try and justify faith in God are not engaging in good faith with the flaws of science. I think they're just simply trying to make a simple distinction. But I don't think a simple distinction functions well in this particular use. I think that's kind of a sleight of hand. I do think it's important to be able to, in fact, I think that like, I think it's important to be able to recognize the way that science is ultimately subject to human discretion. I tend to be something of a bit suspicious of like hyper empiricists and hyper objectivist people, not objectivists as in the philosophy, but people who see themselves as continually seeking objective truth, because not all things can be founded on objective premises. Like there is still issues with that have to ultimately come down to a value judgment. So basically what I'm saying is that like people who just kind of say like it's science, bitch, like that kind of thing is not an effective approach when science can be flawed and also science can be subject to human biases. I mean, a great example of this is the way that medical institutions and accepted science has evolved on trans people. And also, there are some areas where you can't rely purely on science in order to make a moral or ethical judgment. An example of this, again, I'll use trans people as an example. Trans people, whether we called them that or not, but something to that form existed before there was any science proving, quote unquote, that they existed, and they still needed and deserved rights. And we're correct to say, no, I don't have any data or research to prove to you that I am trans or that I would be happy living this way. But I know it to be true because this is part of my experience. You know, you can't just rely on sort of like scientific data purely to go, oh, well, these are people who have real needs and their claims about themselves and their experience should be taken seriously. So I would imagine that was probably something like what I was talking about. As for the topic of faith, which you brought up, I think that faith is a very complicated topic. Religious belief itself is incredibly complicated and varied. One thing that I find frustrating when engaging with a lot of anti-theists especially, but atheists sometimes generally online, is a inability to engage with religious belief that doesn't resemble their like pre-programmed enemies. I notice this a lot with Christianity, where people will be attempting, you know, an anti-theist or whatever will be attempting to engage in a religious debate with somebody, and they will keep returning to arguments that only really work against Christianity or only work against religious beliefs that sort of assert a single central deity. And I think that's flawed. There are many different types of religious belief, and some types of religious belief are, at least in my opinion, don't seem to impede any type of sort of rational or philosophical achievement. A great example of this is Baruch Spinoza, who was a incredibly intelligent and influential philosopher who believed in God, but believed in a model of God wherein his belief was more or less that God was the fundamental makeup of the universe. And a lot of atheists are incapable of engaging with that type of religious belief. And I feel like that's flawed. And I also think that sometimes there's a assumption to basically, or there's these sort of jumps that are made to say, oh, well, any religious belief naturally leads you to bad conclusions. And I don't think that that's necessarily true. I don't think there's enough substantive argument to prove that. I do think certain types of religious belief and also certain types of religious practice can lead you to bad outcomes.
Well, see, here's the thing. Most of history has kind of proven that religion doesn't really lead to good outcomes when it comes to observations of reality. Like when you brought up the trans thing, sure, they probably didn't really address trans people for the longest time, probably because, you know, psychology is a very much a new science, and the scientific method, as we know it, is kind of new in of itself, the way that we have it developed now. And when we make moral or judgments about reality based on nothing that isn't objectively observed, like, how do you know it's true? Why don't you just say, I don't know?
Well, okay,
if you
so
don't...
to discuss trans issues real quick, it's actually not true that like science was the singular liberator of trans people. In fact, numerous religions around the world recognize the existence of something akin to trans people long before they were documented by science. So I think this is something that atheists also fail on sometimes. While it is true that science has been used to be able to deliver certain breakthroughs for trans people via like the development of medicine, which obviously I'm very much in support of. I'm not an anti-science person. Native religions, Hinduism, Buddhism, all of these are three different religious, obviously native religions are a very broad thing, but I'm just sort of, for the purpose of simplicity here, summarizing them. Numerous native religions had concepts of transness or something akin to it. The two-spirit is one that comes to mind in First Nations and certain Native American belief systems, where while it's not structured in the exact same way as trans people, it is translated very similar to the trans experience. So religions were able to accommodate and incorporate trans people even before they were acknowledged or recognized by science. And on the converse, while science has sometimes offered solutions or things that have made the trans experience better, they have also done the opposite, which is that science has been used to demonize, pathologize, and bind trans people. For example, I mean, the history of trans access to healthcare in America is a perfect example of this. Where depending on what the prevailing theory is and what the biases are baked into that theory, trans people could be either considered a naturally occurring phenomenon that can be assisted in their development and thriving as a person, or they can be seen as a pathological element that needs to be quote unquote cured. And those answers are, science can't give you the correct way to view that. It just can't. That ends up being a philosophical question. And so in that regard, like, I think it's a mistake to pit science and religion against each other on that regard, because some religions did actually build roles into their belief system and into their culture that was perfectly accepting of trans people. Christianity historically did not. But yeah.
See, when you bring up the fact the way scientists used to view trans people back in those days, are you sure it was the science, or was it the Western cultural point of view that was influencing their biases against the science that was making them come up with? And on top of that, with the fact that the scientific method during those days wasn't as well developed as it is now.
I mean, it's hard to separate those, right? Because at the end of the day, science can only report facts, and it can't tell you what to do with those facts. And there is no factual answer to like what the right decision, what the correct decision is with regard to how to handle a group of people. This is a recurring issue. Also like, you could even take this off of just trans people and talk about like eugenics more generally. Eugenics is often a flashpoint for this problem, because people can say, oh well, now we can diagnose an illness, but science can't tell you what the correct answer is of what to do about that. You know what I mean? Or whether it should even be considered an illness at all. There's no scientific answer to that. It's a philosophical and social question, which is why I'm saying that like it's not so simple as deferring to science in all things, and it's not so simple as sort of just denouncing faith or religion as the root of all evil, because people equipped with non-religious people equipped with certain scientific knowledge can come to horrendous and evil conclusions. And that's because science can't give you like a moral answer for things. It can only equip you in, to sort of with tools to then go from there, have more information, and perhaps make a more informed conclusion. But it's also subject to human biases at the end of the day. So I don't know. I don't think it's as simple as just, science versus religion in all things. And I don't think one thing that I hear anti-theists repeat a lot is that sort of like religion is uniquely bad. You even did it a little bit here, although your argument was a little different. You said that we can look at history and see that religion has been bad for the world. But I think that's a very difficult argument to actually make, especially when you consider that the world has secularized over the last 200 years. And in the last 200 years, we have seen by pure numbers the most horrific human-caused mass death effects of all time.
But crime has gone down.
Well, but that doesn't mean anything, right?
Like violent crime has gone and plus in countries where
crime
I'm sorry.
Crime is a totally contingent category that's defined by the nation. In some nations right now, it is criminal to be gay. You can't it's very difficult to just appeal to crime generally.
Well, let me rephrase that. Then just violence overall, especially in like the in Norway and in Japan, where secularism is on the rise, violent crime is or not crime, but I mean, just overall violence is kept at a down low, and it's not.
I feel
it's
like
not
this
necessarily.
It might be lacking in supportive data to be able to say that that's the only reason why that's the case. There's been a lot of things. There's
I'm not saying it's the only reason.
Yeah, but I mean, so here's what I mean though. So let me give you an example of genocides. We can acknowledge that genocides or genocide similar mass death events, if we don't want to get, we don't have to spend the whole time splitting hairs on the definition of genocide for the purpose of this argument, but horrific mass death events have been influenced by or have been enacted by secular entities, and in fact arguably that's been like the main actor that's engaged in these in recent memory. Like I said, mass death events, like state enacted genocides, are often undertaken by secular states, or at least states that claim to be secular. So I don't think it's fair to say that like, oh well, if we look at history, that means we can come to the conclusion that religion is bad, when in the age of secular states, of the liberal democracy, we have seen a plethora of nightmarish state violence undertaken. I mean, we don't even have to talk about just like people genociding their own populace, like in the case of like the USSR or Germany. We could talk about wars. You know what I mean? Wars that are enacted. The Iraq War, devastation of millions of people, over 1 million people dying at the hands of a secular state. So while you might, even if we were to grant the idea that like maybe violent crime of certain types has gone down, other types of violence have seemingly been empowered in this era of, secular quote unquote governments. And I would argue that's because there isn't as clean of a distinction between a secular ideology and a religious ideology. Because my argument in this conversation is pretty much always that religion in and of itself is not the problem, but the problem is instead certain types of, certain components of certain types of belief that can affect both secular and religious people, and have historically.
Okay, so there's another point I wanted to bring up,
Sure.
which is the fact that you ever notice that religion encourages authoritarianism? You're literally bowing down and worshiping. Like, don't you think the very act of worship is anti-progressive, against anarchy or the foundations of what most progressives believe in today? Like, I know there are religious progressives, but at the same time, like, don't you think if they were to be really rational about it, wouldn't they like have the same attitude towards their God, even if it's not Christianity? Like, say, like pagans or whatever, like they still worship or do like things to, like, I don't know, bow down and recognizing an authority above them. Like, isn't that inherently
I don't know
bad?
about that. I mean, see, this is one of those arguments that makes me think that your primary engagement has been with Christianity, and that you haven't actually spent as much time engaging in good faith with other religious beliefs. There are religious practices that do not, that in fact reject bowing down to authority. There are religious practices that don't believe in gods in the Christian sense, or even in the like Hellenic pagan sense. I mean, of course, the example that I already brought up, I think, serves just fine. That Spinoza, one of the most, like I said, one of the most influential thinkers of the last, 200 years. He was in the 1800s. Considered himself very religious, but believed in a type of God that you could not be a you could not, it could not be an authority over you because of the nature of that type of God. That the God was not a central figure who you bow down to. And there's plenty of religions that do contain authoritarianism, but there's also plenty that do not. I mean, hell, like even Buddhism. Now, of course, it depends on certain sects of Buddhism do incorporate this, but Buddhism is a massive and highly varied belief, and a lot of Buddhism does not have anything to do with sort of paying fealty to gods, but rather is a very internal process of sort of gauging with the self and the self's relationship with the world, and has very little to do with paying homage or worship to a god figure. There are, of course, types of Buddhism that do, but no, that's not all types. And of course, if you look into animistic beliefs, if you're familiar with the term animism, it's basically the belief in spirits and whatever. A lot of those do not, while sometimes they venerate certain spirits, they don't venerate them in a strictly like hierarchical sense. It's rather a matter of we pay respect to the spirit of a forest that also nourishes us, and we are a part of that. And it's not a hierarchical type of recognition or veneration. So I think that this type of argument applies very narrowly to very specific religions. I think you could make this argument strongly against a lot of Christianity, which Christianity is a religion that very rarely escapes its authoritarian roots. But that's only one religion. And if you're going to try and make the argument that all religion is bad, or that all religion, or even most of religion, encourages this type of behavior, I feel like you have to make a better case than just pointing at Christianity.
Yeah, what you're describing sounds a lot like Shintoism, where, at least in its original form, before it became mixed in with Confucius and Western ideologies, which made it more hierarchical. So I do kind of know what you're talking about there. I just I don't know, like it seems like the most powerful religions have more of an authoritarian bent to them, and
Well,
generally, even if you
isn't that kind of sensical? If you think about it, that like it turns out that the religions that actively subjugate entire states would therefore wield certain types of power, that these are religions that are crafted around making power. And also, wouldn't that indicate that the problem isn't necessarily with religion itself, but rather with the structured beliefs of that religion? Because to me, like that's also true about like states generally, right? Like America is a so-called democracy that highly values extremely hierarchical structure internally, both economically, but on a broader scale on the world. America has maintained its position as the superpower of the world through maintaining a military. It's a sort of, that's the ideology at play there, regardless of even its connection to religion. So
I just can't help but think of like Matt Dillahunty. I don't mean to probably shouldn't have brought his name up, but
Matt Dillahunty's great. I tend to like him.
But yeah, like I tend to think of him a lot because he keeps on asking the same question: how do you know something is true?
Okay.
And every time it keeps on coming back to the same answers. You really don't know what like when he keeps on debating religious people, they keep on going around in circles where they don't want to accept, they don't really know what they think they know, but he's trying to show them that they don't really care about if they cared about the truth, then they probably wouldn't have come to the conclusions that they had. And usually those conclusions are that there's a supernatural being in the sky, and there's a heaven and a hell, and all these other things, and that, and even with animistic religions, there's a lot of superstition that comes along with the baggage. Now,
Well, sure,
I'm not
but
necessarily.
but that could, but I, and obviously this is sort of an appeal to the listener base of a atheist podcast. But I feel like if you went around and asked everyday people, regardless of their religious position, that there are tons of people who have no idea how they really come to truth claims. In fact, I think a lot of people just never really interrogate that. A lot of people live their lives sort of intuiting their way based on what they've been given. And they don't necessarily sit down and think about, like, how do I know what's true? And that's a huge question. Like, how you decide what is true is a question that has been argued for centuries by philosophers. And there's many different answers to that question. But I just don't think that, like, that sort of saying, well, a lot of Christians don't know this, or a lot of religious people don't know. Well, I think that if you asked non-Christian people, they wouldn't know either. A lot of people never think about that. So, again, I don't think it's something that's unique to religion. I do think that certain religious practice trains people to be more resistant to critical thought. But I think that's one of the problems. When I talk about religion, the things that I focus on, and you can actually go back and watch my other videos about atheism. I talk about this frequently. I tend to fixate on as red flags and things that I think are problematic and sort of like really bad. And this is not just in religion, but also in other forms of belief as well, are things like dogmatism. Dogmatism is a really big one. I think that that belief systems that promote dogmatic belief, which, by the way, one of the biggest things that I bring up when I'm talking about dogmatism is also the way that certain so-called self-named communist cults of personality have functioned. They have very dogmatic beliefs. Even though they're not religious, they're explicitly secular. That's one. Capital T traditionalism. Not like just the keeping of certain traditions, but the belief that because something has been done for a long time, it must be valuable. I think that that's a huge warning flag. Once again, I don't think that's unique to religion, though religions a lot of religions do tend to incorporate that type of traditionalism for a number of reasons. Those are two of the big ones that I fixate on when I'm thinking about, like, the thing, not just religiosity, not just like the belief in something more or whatever. Because I don't really think that's the core problem.
Yeah, and sometimes I get a little mixed up because whenever I'm trying to bring up these discussions with my family, it's hard to not like sometimes I try to move them on certain issues just so they can be a little bit more open-minded to the sciences and everything. So I try to move them a little bit on evolution and stuff like that. And of course they don't budge, but it makes it harder when, like, I do understand what you're talking about. Sometimes it's harder not to argue it from a place of, oh, well, God's just not real. The end. Like, it can be it's a little bit more nuanced and complicated than that when you're trying to discuss these things, like the facts, with other people. And I do notice that, Reddit atheists do take mental shortcuts like that, where they just like, well, God's not real and you believe in God, therefore you're dumb. Goodbye.
Yeah, and it's something that happens all the time. I mean, but also I just think that, like, I think that certain types, like I said, certain types of religious belief will make you run into walls faster than others. Like, obviously, I came from a evangelical background. That's what I grew up in, was an evangelical cult. They were extreme. And their whole system was very harsh indoctrination of a lot. They utilized a lot of thought-terminating cliches. They spent a lot of time basically prepping people so that they would close their minds to arguments that could threaten the faith. But I don't think that that's exclusive to religion. And so while it is frustrating, I've encountered that exact thing with different types of political ideologies as well, where people just seem completely incapable of crossing a gulf or being willing to engage with you because they have certain preconceptions or value judgments, like axiomatic values or whatever you want to say, that sort of make them unwilling to budge or make it impossible for like a connection to be made. And I think that's a bigger problem than just religion. Yeah.
But do you think that maybe we could, instead of striving to destroy religion, we strive to secularize religion to the point where it's
Go ahead, sorry. Go ahead.
to the point where it's like it is in Japan. Not everything's good in Japan. I'm just saying I like the way they do religion in Japan. That's why I keep on bringing it up.
I don't know enough about Japan, but also like, didn't they just literally have like it took
that's why I'm saying
assassination to like it took a political assassination of an ex-prime minister for them to budge on like a cult movement that has been flourishing in Japan.
Like,
so I don't know if it's
I just like it the way that they tend to secularize religion, where they have the practice. They know that these rituals don't actually summon gods or spirits to come and do physical things. It's just something to make you feel good about yourself and the people around you. And that's what I think the true value of religion can be, if you separate the superstition and all the dogma behind it. If you just keep just keep the ritual, or I guess, I don't know.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I can hear where you're coming from. I just don't think it's that simple. Like, I mean, even just talking about Japan, I'm like thinking about, there's been numerous major cult movements, including like, there was the nerve gas cult that did the nerve gas bombings in the subway tunnels. Like, it's not like a, I don't know. I don't know that there's been that type of, I feel like religious belief can always pop up given certain conditions. I don't know. Do I think that people should be like, that we should like encourage people to be more critical? I do. And yeah, I do believe that very much. I think that it's incredibly important for human development generally, regardless of what your current starting point is, to encourage people to be critical, to be introspective, to be empathetic, to be willing to open their mind to new perspectives. I think those are like universally good things that help people grow and become fully realized human beings. When one of the things that like disturbs me, I guess, when I hear things like, we should destroy religion, or even like we should secularize, is that they echo civilizing projects. They echo colonialized projects. The rhetoric that's used reminds me one-to-one of these things. And I mean, this is already something that like secular democracies have been engaging in since the like sort of concept of the liberal democracy existed. And of course, liberal democracies never fully separated themselves from their religious roots. American law, American secular law sometimes directly traces its roots to formerly existing religious law. They just have removed the references, but to God in some cases, not even in all cases, but in some cases, but kept the ultimate values, which complicates things even further, right? One example that I used in the past was talking about how the law that was used to criminalize and genocide gay and trans people in Germany, you can directly trace its inception from the sort of from the Holy Empire period of Germany. And it was just basically, okay, this law already exists on the book. As we've now had a revolution and we're moving to we've overthrown the monarchy. We're now doing a secular democracy, but we need laws, so we're going to incorporate laws that were on the books prior, remove references to God, but the values are ultimately the same. So you have a law on the books in a secular democracy that doesn't refer to God, but that still criminalizes homosexuality. And the science didn't exist to be able to contest that on any sort of scientific ground. And the person who attempted to was driven out of the country after his institute was burnt down by the Nazis. So, yeah, it's kind of complicated, right? When I hear people talk about like secularizing and whatever, well, I don't think it's that simple. I don't think there's a flip like a switch you can flip that just says now we are going to secularize you without engaging in essentially some sort of horrific nightmare project.
Well,
yeah. So, yeah.
I just think that maybe, when I bring up anti-theism, I try not to be how I used to be, where, I'm just an asshole, just shouting at everybody. But when I bring these things up, I have a tendency to treat it like, well, I don't think making it outlawed to, like, I don't believe in outlawing religion or anything like that, or forcing people to do a certain thing. I just think maybe just naturally, when socialism gets enacted, I don't know how else you want to put it, or if you want to spread the wealth a little bit more, bring economic prosperity to the world, that the world will naturally start to secularize itself. And
Maybe.
I think I seem, like you said, when I bring up like Norway and stuff like that, it seems to be that a good example of that, where it's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but because they have more wealth redistribution and better social safety nets, they're able to bring people to a higher level of consciousness and to be able to educate people more.
I don't know. These all seem like, with all due respect, somewhat woo claims. Like, I don't know what a higher level of consciousness means. I don't know. We don't, I don't. There's a lot of
sorry.
things.
Need to
like,
rephrase it.
I mean, it's fine, but it's just like this happens. This is something that happens frequently, which is that ideological terms get basically washed of their religious connotations on the surface, but ultimately maintain a religious like function, which is like this idea of like universal education, like raising people to like a new standard. But we all also can acknowledge that like education functions and has its own ideological biases. This is actually something that one of the sort of infamous memes of my channel, of people accusing me of like opposing education, which is not true, was a conversation I engaged in the past about risks and issues with mandatory public schooling. Public schooling in America has an ideological purpose. It serves the economy, and it affects every level of education. People aren't just taught facts generally. They are taught facts in a context, and they are taught facts in a direction. And the American educational experience, largely for the vast majority of people, involves in basically teaching them what they need to do a job, and very little else. And also, in the process, teaching them that that's basically an okay way for things to be. And when you say, well, is that really the only way for things to be? They go, well, it doesn't matter, because data shows that if we educate kids on how to work well as a cog in a machine, they'll work better as a cog in a machine, and they'll be slightly happier as a result. So it's a self-reinforcing problem. And this isn't the only thing, right? Like, education isn't just a invocation. It's not just an empty thing. It has characteristics to it, right? So I don't know. When people talk about Norway and all these countries, I also go, oh well, like these countries have huge issues, like the fact that like their entire economy is buoyed by a history of colonial holdings, and also a dominance of certain avenues of trade. These aren't like, they don't stand alone. They like to sort of brush under the rug that their entire, so-called, almost, sometimes people almost sound like they're talking about a utopia. Their utopian existence is buoyed by existing, ongoing exploitation of countries that they subjugated and dominated in the past, that has not been resolved. So I don't know. I don't think that like educating people, simply just educating people in and of itself is an answer. I mean, and also, I think that education can also serve as a, I mean, hell, education. The push for education was initially a project carried out by the Catholic Church the Catholic Church used education as a way to control entire peoples. Education as we know it now was a project of Catholic churches. That's why in a lot of places, especially in Canada, it's very, very obvious in Canada and South America, schools that exist, even schools that have secularized, were founded and operated originally by the Catholic Church, and they were educating people. They were even teaching science and stuff, but they had a ideological goal. They were melding a population with the goal of culturally influencing them. So I think we have to be careful about just sort of simply saying education is always the answer. I do think that knowledge is very powerful. I think that that learning teaching people how to learn is very important. But education is more complicated because you have to decide who is deciding the education and to what end. And if you look in the modern world, the answer is is almost universally. If you're talking about Western democracy, the purpose of education is to create a workforce. I mean, that's literally the explicit purpose of American education system is to create a capable workforce, not to teach people, not to grow knowledge or anything like that. That's just a byproduct. The goal is to create a capable workforce.
Well, when I bring up education, I mean a general social safety net to bring people to a better awareness of reality where they're not so poor that they have to work all the time just to survive, like what's going on now in America with the minimum wage not being raised adequately. So, and a lot of these people, when they go poor and homeless, they turn to religious organizations because they're the only ones that are opening any kind of services for them. And the same goes for prisons. A lot of these services have religion infiltrated all over the place in America.
Of course. Yeah.
And
no doubt about
and
that.
And because of that, and if we just had
well, they don't. But hold on, we should be
better
clear.
social safety net.
We should be clear. They don't have religion incorporated. They have very specifically Christianity. There is an extreme minority of any other religion but either Catholicism or evangelical Christianity who have representation in these types of organizations. You're not going to go to you're not going to be getting targeted once you're in prison by a Hindu or Sikh recovery program. Most of the time it's 99% of the time going to be Catholic or evangelical Christian, both of which have even though they hate each other and have certain different values, they functionally more or less believe the same essential moral code. So
but I just generally think that when society is treated better and we have better social safety nets, that it brings people to a better place mentally.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. In fact, I agree with you with the idea that people thriving and not being living hand to mouth is a better state for people to be in. I mean, that's kind of the whole thrust behind communism, and what Marx really wanted to do was to try and figure out how to influence a change that would allow people to have more time to think, to be fuller humans, that our system. But keep in mind, he was also grappling with a largely secularly powered economic system, or at least it claims to be. But it's never that's clean. It's never so clean to separate these things. I think that that capitalism, while heavily influenced in so many ways by Christianity, also claims to be secular. It claims to be beyond Christianity. But yeah, I don't disagree with you that these things are good. But again, I think we're kind of talking about a different thing than just religion anymore, right? We're talking about finding ways to allow people to thrive and to have room to breathe so that they can actually be thinking full beings as opposed to just slaves for an economic machine.
Yeah, and when they're not slaves or just slaves for an economic machine, they have a tendency to become more secular, or to become, at the very least, much more scientifically minded or logically inclined to behave differently than how they are now. America has the worst uneducation rate and the worst, some of the worst, our highest crime rates are amongst the developed nations, as far as I know. You can probably correct me on that. Like maybe there is a worse country or not. I don't know.
I'm not sure
But
about those statistics. I don't have them in front of me. But also like, with regard to, like religion. So okay, I don't know. To address that, I don't know. In America, yeah, it does make sense that like in a country where there's aggressive religious recruitment by Christianity, that people who no longer have to rely on those like sort of binding Christian structures would probably become more secular if they were not in a position to have to rely on them. But also at the same time, it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy because like in America, the like prevailing economic ideology is sort of laissez-faire, trickle-down Reaganomics has been like the predominant economic model for some time, and that model explicitly says we should basically leave all charity to individuals. And when they mean individuals, they mean the pre-existing status quo, which happens to be churches because of historical precedent. I don't know. I don't know that we have the information to know whether in a different context that would still be the same. But I certainly imagine that in a different context, people would at the very least would not just gravitate only to Christianity. That even if it wasn't just like an approach to secularism, that they would probably choose religions a little more freely. It just so happens that in this country, if you're poor, sometimes the only people willing to feed you are Christians, and that usually comes with an asterisk. Not always. This is something I brought up. I brought this up in my conversations about atheism multiple times.
Yeah.
Which is that a lot of atheists, they can acknowledge, they're like, oh yeah, well, Christians just like wait outside of prisons to recruit new people who are marginalized. And then I'm like, okay, but you just acknowledge that. What are you doing about that? And then a lot of atheists will just go, well, it's not my, just because I'm criticizing this doesn't mean I have to do anything about it. And that's true. You don't really. But also, the problem is not going to go away on its own. If only Christian organizations are the ones stepping up to actually provide for people, then you're only just going to keep getting people who are reliant on the church. And even, a government safety net is fine, but just sort of saying it in the abstract doesn't make it happen, right? Like in America, there's a huge resistance to the expansion of the welfare state, which means that churches still maintain dominance over being able to provide for poor people, which means poor people are reliant on churches, which means they're going to be converted at a higher rate for emotional reasons and for practical reasons. You're not going to bite the hand that feeds you. No, it's not rational to do so.
So do you think we could agree that maybe Christianity is the problem? Or no, not exactly. I'm kind of kidding, but maybe like Abrahamic faiths are pretty much one of the main issues because like it has, not only is it backed by the major colonial powers in the world, but it also encourages an authoritarian view of the universe where everything is like directly tied to one being, all-powerful being. If one all-powerful being existed, I would do anything I could to try and kill him and take his power for myself and then make the universe how I wanted to see it. I don't know.
Straight out of the fucking Golden Compass. Where are you? What's his name over here? Lord Astrea or whatever his name is. Can't remember. But no, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think it's as easy as that. I do think that there are huge issues with Christianity, and I bring them up often. I mean, I am very willing to trash on Christianity and also to just disassemble their arguments, because I do think that like evangelical Christianity and also Catholic Christianity are both like explicitly imperial projects. Evangelical Christianity is a little bit harder for people to understand how it functions, but it piggybacks off of existing democracies. And in America, the currently like most popular form of Christianity is evangelical Christianity that is leaning increasingly towards Christian nationalism. In fact, me and my partner Doe have been, mostly Doe, right, recently because I stream all the time, but has been doing research into popular churches in America, and the Christian nationalism is almost universal. The idea that basically Christians, these church leaders are constantly churning out to the most popular churches in America, the idea that Christians need to gain control of the government and make this a nation that is a Christian nation. And they will basically say, we believe in religious freedom, but you can practice your religion however you want, but you ultimately have to acknowledge that we get to make the rules. Because this is a Christian nation, and that is the most popular thing here. So these are imperial religions, and I do oppose them. But I don't know if it's as simple as just saying Christianity itself is the problem. I think that that the mentality of the sort of fascistic mentality, the mentality of domination, can come in many different types of clothes. It dresses itself in many ways, and I don't know that Christianity simply can be denounced as the only problem, although it is absolutely, in America, one of the main vehicles for the growth of a fascistic worldview and a fascistic structure of society. So I am engaged continually, and do on this channel, in criticizing American Christianity, and especially conservative Christianity. But I just don't know if you can simply say, oh, Christianity is the problem. Because I think that if Christianity was to somehow disappear tomorrow and just nobody believed in it anymore for some reason or another, that I think that fascism would find other clothes to wear. People's desire to dominate, people's desire to scapegoat would find new clothing to wear. And I think that we should learn to target the root issues and not the clothes that's being worn, if that makes sense.
So I seem to think I see where you're coming from a little bit more.
Oops, sorry.
I seem to think that, when it comes to observing reality, would you say that it's appropriate not just to use science, but any kind of method that works for the moment? Kind of like, I don't know. I keep on bringing up Bruce Lee in my head. He's like, take what is useful and add, take what is useful, subtract what is useless to you, and then add what is essentially your own. Do you think that through that lens, are you kind of looking at reality through that lens right now when you say that, well, science doesn't have all the answers, so how about philosophy? Or maybe philosophy doesn't have all the answers, so what about, I don't know,
Well,
sociology
I just don't know if
or
it's
something?
I don't know if it's as simple as saying like science. I think that that's an unhelpful abstraction, because science isn't a single thing. There are many different types of science. There is many different interpretations of how science is supposed to be done. Science itself is a huge nebulous social structure. But also, I just think it's a simple fact that science, even in its sort of ideal form, can't give you all the answers. Again, science can tell you how much of something exists, or can tell you certain types of knowledge, but it can't tell you what to do with that knowledge. That is always going to be the realm of philosophy and ethics. My approach generally is just that we don't and can't know everything, and we never will. It is literally impossible. It is actually unironically impossible to know everything. There is no such thing as omniscience. And as a result of that, we have to be able to engage in multiple forms of thought. And I think it's important to not delude ourselves with the idea that a single method of gathering certain types of truth is the only method of truth gathering that exists. Scientific empiricism is very useful for gathering certain types of knowledge, but again, without being able to understand what to do with that knowledge, you can become a monster very quickly, and people have throughout all of history. In fact, it happens so constantly now that it's almost become background noise to us, that we forget just how horrifically bloody the last 200 years of world superpowers actually is. That this era is one of the is perhaps the only era in the entire history of humanity where like single world powers falling under a handful of people have been able to just delete entire populations of people if they so desire it. Even in like the worst periods of like medieval history, no one has ever wielded that amount of concentrated power. And of course, that's not even getting into the nuclear issue, which is that if you consider nukes, the ability to erase the entirety of human existence, all of our history, all at once, currently sits under the thumb of Joe Biden and Vladimir Putin.
Yeah.
That is terrifying to think about. And that never has existed in the past. There was no ability. That ability didn't even exist. So I think that like with all of that taken in mind, I don't think that it's correct or useful to basically to just say, oh, well, science is the answer, because it isn't. It isn't the only thing. We have to engage with a process of ethics. We have to engage with a process of ethical truth finding, whether it's via philosophy or religion, is a big question. And I just don't think it's correct to outright say I am not going to consider any religious thought whatsoever as valid dogmatically because I think religion is bad. I think that people who do that fail to actually define why religion is bad and usually end up replicating the mistakes of the people that they supposedly hate. Yeah. So I don't think that my mind is not open to like Christian dogmatism, but I have, throughout the course of my life, there have been lessons that I have learned that have been valuable from Christianity as a whole. Same from other religions. There has been aspects of Buddhism that have been that I feel have helped me understand something better, not dogmatically, but as a way of understanding the world and being able to look from another person's perspective. That doesn't mean that I think that like I said, I oppose dogmatism. I oppose hyper-traditionalism,
superstition.
And yeah, superstition. I think that I always feel like people don't have a real good definition of what they mean when they say superstition. But yeah, superstitious mystical belief to me is not useful and also doesn't seem valuable to me. It usually seems to be largely predicated on unjustified fears. But again, I think it depends on what people mean when they say superstition. But yes, generally, I oppose sort of unqualified superstition. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm totally open to what you have to say. I haven't totally made up my mind how I feel about the issue of religion as a whole and how it affects and what we should do with it. I just kind of wanted to kind of call in and see, try and test out my my thoughts that are kind of going around my head and see how it plays out with another human being, because where I'm at, I don't have a lot of people to talk to. So
that's I certainly would encourage you to continue to inquire. And I guess my only advice to you would be, advice that I would have given to myself as a when I used to be an anti-theist, which is be careful that you don't replicate the mistakes of former belief systems by sort of oversimplifying or wrongly categorizing religious belief. I made this mistake a lot when I was younger. The religion is basically all reskins of Christianity when it really, really is not. And the more that I've looked into it, the more that I've realized, oh my God, actually it's so far from the truth. Hell, I've even been reading recently, although I've admittedly I've fallen off of my recent reading, but I'm planning on getting back into it. Reading a book called it's Brent Nongbury is the writer. I always forget the title. Before Religion. Wow, that's such a simple one. Why do I always forget that? It's Before Religion by Brent Nongbury, and his argument is actually that the concept of religion as it is used in a modern sense is completely bunk and ahistorical, and is actually a sort of conveniently developed structure that was influenced specifically by central or religious figures like the Catholic Church, that they influenced the modern conception of religion generally, in order to basically give legal advantage to themselves over time. And I found his argument to be incredibly compelling. That like even early Christians, the way that they talk about religion and religious belief, that this concept of religion as we understand it now, he especially takes problem with the idea of the world religions, which if you think about, when I say the word the world religions, what do you think of?
Think of Christianity, Hinduism, Buddhism,
Islam.
Islam, yeah.
Yep. He argues that this is a ridiculous and unjust simplification of the actual beliefs of people around the world, and that it is used to basically carve the world into camps that don't actually exist, and that it plays to the advantage of the camp that has the most economic and social power currently, which is of course Christianity. So yeah, I would that book might even be very interesting to you. It's called Before Religion by Brent Nongbree. It's highly cited. Yeah, I found it to be a very, very informative read so far. And I'm not done with it, so I can't claim that I've read the entire thing, but it's been incredibly thought-provoking so far. And I found his case to be very interesting. That the way that people talk about religion is a non-starter, because it assumes basically a Christian framework, a centralized Christian framework, when in reality that's not how belief actually functions, and that it operates in our world differently, and that we would do better to acknowledge how it actually works as opposed to the way that it is asserted to work.
Yeah, I have a pagan friend who's trans, and he introduced me to a lot of religious beliefs that I wasn't totally aware of before. Introducing me to the concept of the way you worship your god, or their gods, is a little different. In that instead of bowing down and praying, there's just, oh, here's some food, I'll trade it for this, and it's basically like making a purchase almost, instead of so yeah, I kind of opened my mind a little bit to how religion can be incorporated into society without it bringing in the baggage from colonial religions. I just think that maybe, I don't know, we might be better off if we can just have a more secular point of view. But that, I don't know. I'm still trying to totally figure it out. I think that,
I mean,
just
I
from
tend
what
to encourage people in that direction as well. I mean, I myself am an atheist. I don't believe in God. I don't believe in spirits or anything like that. I will encourage people to consider that perspective, especially because I believe that, having a sort of non-religious perspective in that regard allows me to more freely consider the ideas of many different sources without like having to marry myself to a specific set of doctrines. But also, like, I recognize that there are people who are religious whose values would align with mine very, very well, and they just have a slightly different calculation on one front. So I don't know. Like I said, my focus tends not to be on religion as the core root issue, but rather, like I said, dogmatism, traditionalism, anti-intellectualism is another one. People who just like are against, against critical thought, that are against being able to question things. Hyper-authoritarianism. These are the things that I fixate on. And the reason for that is just because I haven't found a convincing argument that really says that religion is the problem. I don't think it is. I think ideology is as much of a problem as religion, but everybody's got an ideology, and if that's the problem, if you can't eliminate it, you have or at least I don't know any way to really.
When I bring up religion as being the problem, I'm not saying it's the problem. I'm just saying it's like it probably it inherently encourages authoritarian issues or superstitious thinking or all those other things that most of us, especially in your audience, wouldn't really agree with or like. And I don't know what a society exactly that is communistic, at least the world that we would like to see, how would that would view on religion? How would that change religion? How would people practice religion differently? We just don't know.
Yeah,
So,
I think it's very hard to know for sure. And I guess, uh, yeah, I think it's very hard to know what the world will look like as people liberate themselves from, structures that are dominating them. But for me, I guess the way that I look at it is that I'm more concerned with the liberation. And I imagine that there are some people who are able to in fact, I know for a fact that there are people who are able to come to effective liberatory positions and self-liberation even whilst being religious. And if that's true, I don't know how you would even go about proving whether or not the religiosity impeded or helped them. When I read certain thinkers who were essential to the development of the ideas that I believe in the most, or the things that I strive for the most, and I find they have religious beliefs, that makes me go, well, maybe there's something else at play here. Maybe there's a different problem that's not the religion itself. Maybe religion can be a tool in some regards for good and doesn't necessarily have to universally be bad. And also, again, like I said, Brent Nonbury, Before Religion, the definition of religion is also incredibly important in this, in all of this, because obviously, if we want to argue that like the only type of religion that counts is centralized, organized religion, then yeah, you're gonna find a lot of opposition to that from me, because I think that centralized religions strongly trend towards authoritarian structures and towards anti-intellectualism and towards dogmatic belief systems. That's how they become organized. They canonize a central doctrine through one means or another, and then convert people to it. And yeah, so if that's how you define it, then obviously I will agree with that position more.
yeah, I hope we get to see this world change into, well, how we want to see, so we can have the answers to these questions before global warming hits us and kills us all.
It's
But
hitting us
I don't
now,
know.
and yeah, we're gonna have to. I mean, that's gonna be that's gonna change the game field. But yeah, I do think that as a matter of efficacy, and that atheists would be more effective in the world if they were less fixated on religion itself and instead tried to deal with the results of the most problematic forms of religion. And that's
Yeah.
just my advice to atheists generally. I think a lot of atheists, they basically have taken an opiate of their own, which is more or less Reddit, that they feel like I've come to a personally enlightened position and my enlightenment alone makes the world a better place, but it doesn't necessarily. And as you sit there, as people sit there enlightened by their own intelligence, the religious factions, heinous, actually unironically evil, religious factions like the Southern Baptist Church and cult that I grew up in, are currently engaging in highly manipulative practice that that you don't have to even denounce the entirety of religion in order to engage with. You can engage with denouncing their specific belief systems, their practices, their actions. And I think that it would be more effective if most atheists spent more of their time doing that than, I don't know, trying to prove that religion universally is bad. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, I also like to think about what would an organization uh, of atheists that help people in a lot of the ways that these Christian organizations, like, I don't know how that would look like. You kind of bring up, well, why aren't atheists doing this? I don't see you out there doing it. Like, I just don't know what that would look like. I've actually thought of starting something like that. I just have no idea how to organize people or how to
Yeah, it's a hard.
uh
That's the hard road, and of course that is the challenge. Because one of the advantages that churches have is that they have 1,000 years of doing it. They have structures in place that you don't have to question, that just tell you how to do it, which is why a lot of people fall into it. So yeah, if you care about this kind of stuff, there's tough work, there's tough thinking to be done. There's a lot of hard thinking and experimentation to be done. And of course, there are secular organizations that do really well. I mean, personally, you know, I draw a lot of inspiration from, you know, historically anarchistic organization. You know, people, how anarchists find ways to help one another and build non-hierarchical structures that are very effective at getting people the help that they need and not leaving and therefore liberating them to be able to resist any form of domination, whether it's religious, state, ethnic, whatever. I think that that's part of the reason why I find anarchist philosophy so interesting personally. Yeah, and a great example, Rhodes brings up in chat, Food Not Bombs is exactly one of those organizations. Food Not Bombs it was built on anarchistic principles and has an incredible efficacy of feeding people in need without tying them into any you know, oppressive structure themselves. So yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's something to think about. What was the book you recommended to me? The Before Religion?
Yeah, Before Religion by Brent Nongbre. I think you'll find value in it. Even if you don't agree with everything that he says, his argument is very, very interesting, and it will inform you as to the history of the construction of the modern concept of religion, which he argues is highly fraught, and I would agree with him. I think that that it actually is like a big problem, and I think that it actually leads to atheists chasing their own tail sometimes, which
Yeah. Well, if it's anything, if it's good to hear, I don't spend a whole lot of time on Reddit.
That's good.
I mostly just use Reddit for porn. So
yeah, well, fair enough. It's a good site for that. Well, anyway, Levi, it was great talking with you. This ended up being a really good conversation, and I hope that you found what I had to say valuable.
Yeah.
I certainly enjoyed engaging with you. I guess if you I hope you'll continue to watch, and in the future, maybe if you read that book, you'll let me know your thoughts. That'd be cool as hell.
yeah, I'm sorry for me stuttering and
You're fine. You did just fine. You did very good.
Yeah, thanks. I just got a little nervous when put on like all of a sudden I realized, oh no, there's hundreds of people watching me.
Yeah, it's a bit intimidating, right? But hey, you did a good job, so don't worry about it. You did great.
Okay. Well, I hope you have a good evening.
Thank you very much. Have a great night.
Yeah, you too. Bye-bye.
All right. I think that was a good conversation. I actually think that was a really good faith conversation. I quite enjoyed that. I thought that was beneficial. What does everybody in chat think? You think it was good? Go. I thought it was interesting. It didn't end up being as much of a confrontation as I thought. There was a bit of confrontation, but it was more or less a friendly debate, which I think is valuable. I do see that there's some people who are angry in chat. There was definitely some people down in the YouTube chat who seemed to be very angry about some of the things that I was saying, which is a little bit odd because I feel like I was engaging in very good faith and directly tackling the claim. I definitely thought it was going to be a lot more confrontational initially, but yeah. I think Demon Mama should be canceled for believing that God is good. I thought you could have been much more effective by pointing out Reform Judaism. That's true. I could have. That is a good point. I take that criticism. I could have brought that up. Yep. Advark says, have you ever read the essay Non-Overlapping Magisterium by Jay Gould? I was assigned reading when I was in school for anthropology, and it's what motivated me to start moving away from lay Reddit anti-theism that I entered as a knee-jerk after leaving Calvary Chapel and started adopting a more nuanced perspective on religion and its place in culture versus scientific study. I would love your thoughts. I will type this in right now, and I will check this out in the future. That sounds really, really interesting. I have not read that, but that sounds very interesting. Thank you for that recommendation. Nice shirt. Thank you. Appreciate that. Vegan debate because there was no blood. Yeah, it didn't get bloody, but I'm okay with that. There was a lot of woo justifying. Did I justify any woo? I feel like I actually called out non-religious woo. Like, which is something, by the way, is something that needs to be called out more. There is a lot of non-religious woo. There is a lot of people who basically do this. You see this, by the way, it's most people only really catch it when it's tankies doing it. When tankies go, our glorious leader led us to an enlightened state of communistic existence. And they're talking about like modern state capitalism China. Everybody notices it because they've been primed to notice it. But when like liberals do it, when liberals like go like, the quality of life has gone up. But how can you argue if the quality of life has gone up? And then you go, how do you define quality of life? And then they go, well, quality of life is when you fall onto an income spectrum, including your access to certain commodities. You go, wait a second, you've just invented a religious justification in which you call people enlightened and civilized that is purely self-referential. And they go, that is like secular woo. I mean, the quality of life has exponentially gone up, though in most of the world, yeah. But that really depends on what you define. Actually, interestingly, Zizek has a quote about this. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Where he says, what's the quote? It was literally, I think he gave it. I think he said it at when he was at Occupy Wall Street. I have to ask Doe for this one. Doe has this clip on speed access. True, Technogal. Woo is very pervasive. My mom believes in the Nephilim, and my dad, who has a degree, believes that it's possible that the Earth could be 6,000 years old. Yeah. Seems like it gets into in a lot of different ways. There we go. There we go. Excellent, says Chariot. I do not want a good quality of life. I want a good life. Yeah, I think it's very similar to that. Let me see if hold on. Let me poke Doe about it. Where's Doe? Oh wait, I think he says I think it's about standard of living maybe. I'll ask It's a great quote. I'll see if Doe is able to get it for me. I'm rambling at this point, but that's okay. I hope you all enjoyed that debate. I enjoyed that debate. It did push our schedule back a bit, so we're gonna have to catch up on our schedule. But yeah. Yeah, we got to do Holy Mac, and we got to do the reaction to the Chariot essay. Yeah, if you look on MSDXR says, check out LinkedIn. There's plenty of corporate theism going on there. Yeah, absolutely. Page Punk Corp says, was it really a debate? Yeah, it absolutely was a debate. It just wasn't blood sports. I know that some people don't consider it a debate if it's not blood sports. It absolutely was a debate. There was multiple direct confrontations. Yeah, it just wasn't bloody. Yeah. True, Alora. You're true. You're correct. That counts as a segment. Come on. It wasn't a prepared segment, but it was a segment. Hey, Hey, Jerry, I'm glad you were able to catch this live. It's not a debate unless you're covered in your opponent's guts at the end. Yeah, the berserk standard. Secular, in YouTube chat, people were talking about the definition of secular, meaning the separation of church and religion, or of church and state. But that is very, very questionable. And for the reasons that I outlined in the debate, that many many secular states which claim to be separate from religion nonetheless incorporate, while they are not controlled by a state, or why they're, my goodness, I'm bumbling. While they're not controlled directly by the church, capital T, capital C, they often incorporate the beliefs therein. So if you define secular as just purely, well, I mean, I'm fine with that definition, but it doesn't address the problem that I was bringing up, which is that the issues that you supposedly have problems with in secular, or in religions, are still finding their way into even secular governments, which would indicate that the religion in and of itself is not the problem. The church is not the problem. There is some underlying functioning mechanical belief that is able to make its way in, even when there has been a separation of church and state. Also, would you call Reform Judaism secular just because a lot of Reform Jews are atheists? That seems somewhat silly, no? Yeah, I think part of the problem around the conversation around religion generally is that people don't have good definitions. That's why I recommended Before Religion as a really good starting point. One of the things that Brent Nongbre argues is that religion, the things that we translate in historical documents as religion, used to refer to different ways of living. They didn't just refer to spiritual belief or belief in a god, but that religious belief was referring more accurately to different ways of living life. And that could include all kinds of cultural aspects as well. Yeah, so, and it's been sort of squashed down over time in order to create basically an arena of ideas. I'm a secularist and strive for secular perfection, says Langer. Secular perfection? What do you mean by that? What do you mean? What does that even mean? Huh. Another bored person says, I think secular is basically a nonsense term that is basically only sensible as post-Christianity, retaining a large deal of axiomatic structures while basically filing the serial numbers off. That's a really good way of putting it. I tend to agree with you that secularism is basically like, yeah, we've scrubbed off the Christian paint, but we still ultimately, you know, adhere to a lot of Christian values. They've just been smuggled in. Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. You criticize secular countries for not being totally secular. No, I criticize the concept. No, I don't criticize them for not being totally secular. I criticize them for being secular, for being considered secular, but that the concept of secular in and of itself does not solve the problems that we're talking about. You've misunderstood my argument completely. I don't. That's not what I do. I point out the fact that secular countries that we acknowledge do meet the definition of secular, still incorporate problematic elements because it's not like, because the problem isn't just religiosity. The problem is something deeper, that these ideas can take on different forms, that they can wear different clothes. I explicitly said that at the end, that I worry that even if tomorrow all of Christianity was just to naturally, like people just stopped believing in it for one reason or another, that people would still end up being weird patriarchal dominant, hyper dominant, fucking warmongers in the same way that Christian society has been, because I think that there are aspects that are appealing regardless of what you put what name you put on it. It feels like you write off secularism because it doesn't solve every problem in society. No, I don't write off No, I don't write off anything. I contest the anti-theist position and even some atheist position that religion is simply the problem or the core problem. I don't think I've really argued against secularism generally. Have I? I don't think I have really. Guess it depends on how you define it. The separation of religion from civil affairs in the state. I mean, I guess I could argue that I don't think that that's possible entirely. And I don't think that it's ever even come close. But I guess it depends on the definition, right? If you define it as purging all religion, I think that's actually like damn near impossible. And even if you did do that, even if you did purge all religion from civil affairs and matters of the state, my argument, hold on a second. This is literally what I was talking about. Did you not hear the whole conversation? Here. Doe has gotten me the clip that I was looking for. Good on Doe. You can be a secularist without conflating this to be the meaning that eradicating religion is the solution. Are we gonna do another debate? Langer, do you want to debate me? You're like arguing at me from the chat. You know, you can just come into the Discord and we can talk about this if you think I have a problem. It would probably be easier for us to sort this out over voice, because you're kind of man, that would be kind of bad if I had to push everything back, but I'm okay with it. We don't do debates almost ever. I am open to it, okay? Langer, if you want to debate me, get in the Discord and we'll have a debate. Maybe another day. Okay, whatever. It's late? Oh, come on. It's late and I'm working. I'm working over here. All right. Oh, Doe sent me the video of Zizek. Go.
Technology and sexuality, everything seems to be possible. You can travel to the moon, you can become immortal, biogenetics, you can have sex with animals or whatever. But look at the field of society and economy. There, almost anything is considered impossible. You want to raise taxes a little bit for the rich, they tell you it's impossible. We lose competitivity. You want more money for healthcare, they tell you impossible, this means totalitarian state. Isn't it something wrong in a world where you are promised to be immortal, but cannot spend a little bit more for healthcare? Maybe we should to set our priorities straight here. We don't want higher standard of living. We want better standard of living.
Yeah, there we go. That's the quote. We don't want higher standard of living. We want a better standard of living. And what he's arguing there, if you think about that, see, I knew I was missing his wording. The argument there is that liberals love to talk about, oh, but the standard of living has raised. But what he's saying is that the standard that you've decided and that you calculate there is a subjective judgment, and we want a better subjective judgment. We want to change what the standard is in the first place. That's not what he said. He didn't say he wanted to fuck animals. He was saying that was a joke about. He says in capitalist society you can go to the moon. They say you can go to the moon. They say you can be immortal. They say you can fuck an animal if you want to. But then you ask for healthcare and they say, we can't do it. Ooh, the money. We'd lose competitivity against other Western nations. That was his thing. Isn't Zizek a transphobe? He seems like he might be a little bit of one. Yeah. Seems like it might be a little bit of one. Though it's kind of strange, and it's hard to know exactly what he's trying to say. He wrote an article that was, let's just say, it was transphobic. But I don't know if you can just, I don't know if he's like a dyed-in-the-wool transphobe. But his article was very bad. He is a bit of one. Yeah. He wrote a TERF article. Yeah, he did. It's pathetic, and also it was very bad. It was extremely below his usual level of critical engagement. In fact, I consider it to be one of the worst things I've ever read from him. But nonetheless, Zizek has said interesting and compelling things at various points, and so yeah. I think he's too reliant on Freudian thinking. Yeah, that's possible as well. Might not be Freudian, isn't he? But I can't remember. You might be right. That's not really what we're talking about here. Yeah, he's a Lacanian, right? But whatever. Okay, everybody, we have to do our first segment. All right, we've had enough. We've had enough of this. We've had enough of this fucking tomfoolery. Okay, enough. Enough of this rigmarole. I've had enough of it. Okay, we have to do our first segment, which is a video by the incredible Chariot, a discourse of Kink, reacting to Demon Mama. And I am very excited to react to this. We will be doing Holy Mac afterwards, so you'll have to stick around to hear my very intelligent opinions be criticized and built off of if you want to truly experience the truth of this stream. But this video I really wanted to watch and react to together. I am always here for good faith engagement with my arguments. I don't get it very often. So it means a lot. Oh, you'll understand soon, Venusian Punk. You'll understand soon. So we are going to be reacting now, my lovely, lovely imps. My lovely imps. We are going to be reacting now to Chariot's reaction to a former segment that I did. I am a huge fan of Chariot and all of her work. If you are not subscribed to Chariot, you should highly, highly consider subscribing to Chariot. I'm going to link Chariot. Bam, 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 bam. Chariot is being linked. Go subscribe to Chariot. Even if Chariot cancels me in this video, I still will recommend you go subscribe to Chariot because Chariot's videos are amazing. And Chariot is so talented at media and rhetorical analysis that I am thankful that she makes content on a regular basis. Anyway, I recently talked about kink. I had a sort of off-the-cuff discussion about kink, which is an important issue to a lot of people, and Chariot reacted to it and offered some various statements. And I haven't seen it yet, so I want to watch it with you together. Without any further ado, let's get canceled. Let's do it. Let's do it. Hey, look, there's me. Look, it's me. And there's Chariot. Oh, and there's Dark Souls. Woohoo! We get to watch Dark Souls in the background. That's awesome.
Before we get into anything later in this stream, and I wanna watch a Demon Mama segment. This is just from
That's me. That's me.
Something that she talked about on her stream.
Are you playing Dark Souls tonight? Yes, I am. I will do Dark Souls tonight. I will do my absolute best.
And it's the segment, you guys can't see this, I'll have to read it. A discussion on kink fetish.
Rhodes, how do you respond to the how do you respond to the allegations that you've been sighted in Afghanistan with an eye patch, a robot arm, and a demon horn? Whoa! That's how I respond.
Paraphilia. I think this would be kind of a meditation on some of the discourse.
David Cookmeyer with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you very, very much for supporting my show. If you are out there watching right now, please consider pressing like, subscribe to both myself and, of course, to Chariot, who we are reacting to, and consider throwing some money my way. It means the world to me.
That's emerging right now. You guys know we watched that Foreign Man in a Foreign Land video last night. It took us a long time to get through it.
Oh,
but,
not to be a super pause Andy, but I finally watched a full reaction to the Foreign Man in a Foreign Land video, which was by Chariot. And that's previously I had actively avoided pretty much all of it because I saw a little bit of it and I was like, this is not for me. But I decided to sit down and listen to Chariot talk about it, and I can highly recommend Chariot's react to that video. I think Chariot engaged in incredibly good faith and also was able to provide a lot of very useful information and context. My core criticisms of Foreign Man's style and approach remain, and I'm not going to really get into those here. You guys have heard me talk about it elsewhere. But I think that Chariot did a very good job of engaging and critiquing the video, better than I could have done, so.
Definitely liked that.
Was that the sissification one? Yes, it was. That's the one that everybody's talking about, yep.
And I found it really provocative. So I would like to, look at... Yeah, background Pog Souls footage, exactly.
Pog Souls!
Yeah, it's as kind of a sister segment to that. I'd like to do this again. And I want to hear what...
Celestial Heart with a tier 1 sub, thank you so very much for supporting the show. Thank you very, very much.
What Demon Mama has to say.
Alright then, first...
I might 1.25 her. This is kind of a long segment.
Okay? We're gonna have a quick talk about kink, about fetish, about...
Why does she sound so normal even on 1.25?
All kinds of stuff. Just a quick one, okay? Because people have been talking about a bunch of different stuff.
This delivery is like perfect.
And I have no interest in like stepping in.
You can't hear it? Was it too quiet?
Talk about the subject, okay?
Too quiet? Too quiet? Huh.
Hopefully the audio will work out. So,
not picking it up?
Kink
I can try to... Hang on.
Term that generally refers to non-standard
I'm gonna boost it as much as possible. Can you guys hear it now?
Practices that are usually in some way tied to sexuality, okay? Not all kink is explicitly sexual. So let me give you an example of this. Some people are extremely turned on by forming contractual binding relationships with another person.
All right, here we go. This is the most I can do.
A sort of aspect of control, and sometimes they will even wear pieces of clothing that reference this bond that directly, and that can be called rather kinky. And yet, guess what, everybody? It's a wedding ring. Ho, gotcha, zing! You thought I was going for something else. No, everybody. It's a wedding ring.
Oh yeah, dude.
Marriage. Jerry with the $10 super chat, fine, but only because you asked. It's not like I like your content or something. Hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much for supporting me. It means the world to me. Thank you. Okay?
This is an example that I've used before as well. Me and Demon Mama, I appreciate her so much. Same wavelength.
And yes,
same brain
do
cell.
Actually think that there is an aspect of kink for some people that it goes into marriage that isn't strictly sexual, but that is nonetheless referential to sexuality. And that's a lot of kink, okay? There's many different types of kink. But kink is a term that sort of broadly refers to the communities and actions centered around these non-standard interpretations and experiences around sex. And there's all kinds, okay? And not all kink is directly sexual, but a lot of it ties to non-standard expression as it ties to sexuality. A fetish is a term that refers to basically having a non-standard sexual, usually a like sexual fixation of some sort or another. And this term is used very loosely and colloquially. Some people consider all kinds of things a fetish. Like, for example, one of the most egregious examples of people sort of like diluting the meaning of the word fetish is foot fetishism, okay? When somebody likes boobs, we don't call it breast fetishism.
We should.
Like, as it turns out,
I believe.
I'm open to that, by the way. I'm open to that argument. I just think it's a little silly. That's all. Feet are a part of the body, and people find lots of parts of the body very attractive. This
is my take on this is sort of the inversion of this. I come from the Anna Valens school of thought that like.
Oh, hey, nice. I like Anna a lot. Fun fact. Me and Anna go way, 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 way back. Although, admittedly, in recent years, we've kind of fallen out of touch. But way back in, like, 2014, I became friends with Anna. I really like Anna a lot, and I think Anna is really, really, really good on these topics. Anyway.
Things are not seen as kinks when they're, air quotes, vanilla, but nevertheless, like, there are fetishes of like, other body parts. It's air quotes like more normal, right? But a different way of seeing kink alternatively would include those things. If we're being a little bit more categorical, which I think we should be. And I think that makes a lot of sense. I think people resist it, but I think it makes a lot of sense in a, you know, in a friendly way, in a chill way. We gotta go down to Blighttown, I think.
Blighttown.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense to think about it that way. By the way, Anna Valens, I've talked about Anna Valens before. I've defended, I have gone to the hilt defending Anna before, and I will again. I'll do it again because she's awesome. I like Anna. Yep. And really, really smart, and gets a lot of things. And I'm just a local dumbass trying to navigate serious issues.
Fucking wrong. I'm about to stop watching this video. I will not have you call yourself a local dumbass. That insults me by proxy.
But a lot of the excuse me, sorry, I got a little frog in my throat.
Frog!
A lot of my takes on a lot of things, sex, gender, etc., are just I'm conveniently repackaging an Anna Valens take and forwarding it to you guys. Not literally, but like she's really smart and is a really, really good writer. One of the few people who lends credit to the field of journalism and of that kind of writing.
Yeah, the gay frog in your throat.
Unfortunately, those videos where I defend peace.
What did I miss? Says Orthrus Dork. I haven't. I was panicking and have not been able to pay attention. I'm sorry that you were panicking. I hope that you're not panicking anymore. We are at the very beginning of a reaction to my kink video that I wanted to reactception because I like doing that. I think it's interesting. I didn't get a chance to watch this video yet, and so I wanted to react to it on stream because I like it, and I want to encourage people to engage critically with what I have to say, engage critically with what other people have to say about me, and so we're doing it. Isn't that cool? Let's continue.
Pieces of hers are not up anymore because I thought that my commentary in them was a little ill-advised, just structurally. I didn't love the way that I had set it up, but you know, that's like a rhetorical problem on my part. That's not her. It's not her fault at all. What about game journalists? She does journalism about video games and gaming sometimes. Sorry, my cough is like... I'm actually trying to clear my throat.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you have a cough. Mycena with the tier 2 sub, thank you so much. Just got back of playing Monster of the Week. It's a TTRPG. Players had a lot of fun hunting down a monster piloting an Italian mobster. Impressive. Thank you for supporting the show.
I don't know why I've got like a frog in my throat now. Another great reason to not be on camera. Woo.
Oh, you got the Fauci ouchie.
Yeah, no, so I've got kind of the
soon.
inverted version. And both are true, I think, you know. But let's continue with the Demon Mama take. I want to hear more.
Necks, lips, noses, ears, teeth, feet, hands, all parts of the body people can find sexual interest and fascination with. Usually when people, well, I should say usually when people say foot fetish, they actually are just referring to anyone ever finding feet like interesting or sexually provocative, which I think is a very strange thing. And also it produces, I know this is a little bit of a distraction, but I think it's important. It also produces this thing where people say the most popular fetish in the world is foot fetish. When it's in reality, it's just that like some people like feet and find them interesting and they don't necessarily have a fetish.
The most popular fetish in the world?
Having sex. Oh, God.
Pussy.
Yep.
I don't know, dicks. If you actually expand it to beyond just like non-normative attraction into a more like complete model, yeah.
I don't know. It probably is, yeah.
I got that bark in me. True. I mean, what DM is saying here is correct. I understand this framing as well. And I understand not using the word like kink or fetish for like body parts necessarily.
I just think it kind of muddies the waters. I don't think it.
But I mean, like, think about it. If you go on like a you know, like a really thoroughly cataloged like pornography forum, what do you see? Right? You've got your categories, and you know there's like there's a lot of kink stuff, sure, but then there'll be other stuff too. You can sort by like, oh, what if you only want to see ones where it's like someone with like a big dick? Well, I guess that's technically a kink. You know, it fits in there. Well, sometimes it doesn't, but you know what I mean. It fits the category, you know. What about big boobs? You like big boobs? Kink, fetish, etc., etc. It's great. It's a great world. The most popular fetish is heterosexuality. So real. The most popular fetish, marriage.
No, the coughs. I'm so sorry. That sounds painful. I'm now nervous. I have to go get my booster soon.
Yeah. So, what was I gonna say?
That's so popular. Some people do it.
By the way, the new booster is out. So if you haven't gotten a booster, you should get the new booster. Apparently the new booster is very good. I was sent a bunch of info about it, and I've heard the new booster is really strong. I don't like getting COVID. I got COVID twice, and it fucking sucked. It was like life-ruiningly bad. Don't get COVID if you can avoid it, okay? Take it seriously. There's a lot of COVID transmission still going around, even though everyone is like all like the government is like, oh, COVID pandemic is over, but the reality is the spread is still really high. So while the core of the pandemic is over, you still need to take, you still got to take your precautions, and you should, because let me tell you, getting a booster is way better than getting the actual thing, okay? Way, way better.
More than once.
Yeah, so, but generally, in good faith, when people aren't just kind of throwing the term around, the term fetish refers to a specific fixation. Some people will go so far as to say that like a fetish is like when it's your primary interest, and there are a lot of examples of this type of thing, though I don't think that most people anymore really mean the primary example version. What they're talking about with a fetish is an interest in something that's kind of out there. So things that people consider a fetish. is things like vor, inflation, choking, spanking, these types
I'm
of
choking
things
right
where
now, dude.
that becomes a fixation or something that is a major
Can't believe
part
it.
of someone's sexuality. Where,
Oh my God. I had to drink something.
Yes, Killjoy, excellent example. It's the difference between a feeder and a gourmand. A gourmand might be somebody, or maybe a feedee and a gourmand is a better example. A feedee being somebody who wants to be fed a lot of food because they get sexually turned on by the act of eating lots and lots of food, and that might become a big thing that's a big deal for them, a huge turn on for them. Whereas a gourmand might be somebody who just really finds food good, and there's no sexual aspect strictly, but they just are, they find food as like an art, incredible and interesting.
Yep.
Is
And
that
there are
related
people
to
who are
weight gaining
both, by
kinks?
the way.
Yeah, usually is. Feedee is very often tied to weight gain type kinks, but it's not the only. It's not the only way. Some people are really fixated on the weight gain aspect. Some people are really fixated on the food eating aspect. Now, then there's a third term which is called a paraphilia. Okay, and a paraphilia is this is a term that has a dubious acceptance as far as validity goes, but generally the term refers to like a sexual obsession that like interrupts your ability, like a person's ability to engage with sex in a healthy or quote unquote normal way. Now you'll see immediately where some of the issues with the definition or the understanding of paraphilias comes from. Some people would consider the sort of famous example of a paraphilia was, oh my God, I can't remember. Oh, now I can't remember who wrote about it. An early psychologist it had a patient who was not able to have sex with his wife anymore. And the reason why was not because he found his wife unattractive, but that he could only get aroused by women's shoes. That's it. The shoe, not a foot, not anything. By women's shoes. The women's shoes were what sexually aroused him.
Oh my God.
And,
Shoes.
Allegedly, he was able to slowly sort of get overcome this fixation because he wanted to overcome the fixation because he wanted to enjoy sex with his wife by hanging a woman's shoe over his
That's
bed.
my
So that
wife.
while he was having sex with his wife, he could look at the shoe and
Hold on, I got it for you. I got you. The soundboard is not fully set up, but
That's my wife you're talking about.
slowly sort of like reassociate his body with having sex with his wife by weaning himself off of looking at the shoe.
By the way, super real. You can definitely condition yourself into or out of like different like attractions sometimes. You know, within reason.
yeah, I think that this is an unpopular take. Some people will say that like, oh, doesn't that mean that you believe in conversion therapy? And no, it doesn't. It strongly involves willingness as a huge part of it. Part of the reason why conversion therapy doesn't work is because conditioning yourself into something that you are interested in and that you want to be more interested in is a completely different experience than someone trying to force you to like something. For example, imagine if you were like, I can't taste the difference between this coffee and that coffee, but I want to be able to. And so over time, you drink different coffees and you try them and slowly you train your taste buds. And then you're all of a sudden like, oh, I can tell the difference between these coffees. And I really like this one type of coffee. And before, I wouldn't have even been able to tell the difference. Versus somebody like sitting you down and going, you are going to enjoy the taste of boot polish. And you're like, no, I'm not. And they're like, yes, you are. And then they try to feed you boot polish for like days and days and days, and you just never end up liking it. It's literally as different as that. It is, I do believe it's possible for people to basically, if they're open to it, condition themselves into liking different things or being open to different types of sexual engagement. And I don't think that makes an argument for like conversion therapy or something like that. Although it's something I hear people say all the time. I hear people make that argument, and I just think it's stupid. I think it's like incredibly stupid. But I just felt like I would engage with it in good faith for some reason anyway.
Can't like hack your brain or anything, but you could definitely over time expose yourself to stuff, and it becomes more normal in your brain. I think that makes a lot of sense.
And so that's like the sort of classic example of a paraphilia. Now, of course, there are more extreme versions of paraphilias.
This guy's rude.
Violent paraphilias and things like that. The problem with this is, of course, that it becomes very difficult to draw the line between a paraphilia and a fetish. Now, there's another layer that complicates.
Sirius says, Demon Mama, from what I've seen, psychologists differentiate sexual interests from sexualities. Sexual interest is malleable, whereas sexuality is fairly stable. Interestingly, there's some really interesting research to the effect that pedophilia might be a sexual interest, and thus you can condition someone out of it. That's interesting. That's very interesting research. I would certainly be interested in learning about that distinction between a sexual interest and a sexuality. But I think it's kind of above and beyond the scope of what we're talking about here. But that is very, very fascinating.
It's this entire conversation. So I hope you're following these three definitions so far. We talked about kink being a sort of broad catch-all term for non-standard sexual expressions of sexuality. We talked about fetishes being a non-standard sexual fixation, and we talked about paraphilias being an attempt to sort of categorize negative fetishes that are negative in a way that they begin to interrupt the life of somebody who possesses them. On top of all of this, people conflate all of these terms constantly. So people say kink when they mean fetish, people say fetish when they mean kink, people say paraphilia when they mean kink, people say paraphilia when they mean fetish, and it is a giant, you know, mess.
Yeah, I mean, I'd argue that that's kind of baked in, right? Because if you think about it, there's a component of normativity in any commentary of, like, dysfunction. You know, social dysfunction is often an expression of social deviance at least in terms of how we categorize it and understand it. So I think that that's a pretty consistent through line, as far as I can tell.
It's kind of a big confusing mess. And sometimes this leads to people coming to very, very foolish conclusions because they don't take the time to sort these things out and try to figure out what someone is actually talking.
Prosy Rosie says, I have a fear that people will use this type of information to do eugenics. Oh, they have. Keep in mind that transsexuality was considered a paraphilia for a very long time, and they did use it to do eugenics. Yeah, so it's a real concern. And like I said, that's part of why at the very beginning of this, I brought up that paraphilia as a term is of sort of dubious validity. Paraphilia, the framework of paraphilias has been heavily critiqued. That framework has been heavily critiqued.
About. An example is the way that...
Sup, I like Cat says, hey Demon Mama, I just joined, so I'm catching up, but the conversation with Levi was really great. I learned a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the kind words, and I'm glad you enjoyed it. For those who are catching this video segment, in the live stream that this video segment comes from, which you can check on my live stream history, I had a debate with a fellow atheist, and it was very, very productive in my opinion. So you can also go enjoy that if you'd like. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Let's continue.
Kink has increasing, the word kink and conversations around kink have sort of has sort of spread outwards as the internet has grown, because more and more people become familiar with it. And as it turns out, there are a lot of people who have fetishes and who want to engage in kink. So as a result, there's this tendency to directly conflate the two, and sometimes that leads to confusion. Now, usually with some good faith engagement and some well-asked questions, if somebody is obviously open to discussing this type of thing, you can usually figure out what's meant. But a lot of people never take that time because they jump the gun. And yeah, they jump the gun. Now, where things get really messy, okay? Where things get really, really messy is when people overly fixate on this paraphilia aspect, okay? And as a result, attempt to basically psychoanalyze kink and fetishes from a lens of trying to identify what's wrong, what's going wrong here. And I think that's a huge, huge mistake. It's a very big mistake. And I understand where it comes from to a certain degree, because, you know, there's this sort of idea, there's this idea that, like, well, you don't want people to suffer, right? And you can imagine paraphilias that would be very, very harmful and dangerous. Like, for example, imagine somebody who had a sort of uncontrolled obsession with violating consent.
Yeah.
You can imagine where that could become extremely problematic and harmful, right? But people have to be cautious in making assumptions. And one of the things that you will see happen all the time in kink and fetish conversations is assumptions. Just off the cuff, wild assumptions. And usually those are informed by a sort of puritanical form of disgust. Someone encounters something that they find icky or that makes them feel uncomfortable, and because they feel discomfort, they assume that there must be something bad going on there. It is this idea to sort of like hunt down and distance yourself from sin. But of course, the reality is that the vast majority of fetishes are completely harmless, and kink itself has evolved from a desire to engage in non-standard sexual expression of sexuality in the safest way possible. Kink communities came together, and there's a very...
I'm watching you fight, not to distract from the core issue, but I'm watching you fight these leeches, and it's really interesting how the hitbox of the leeches makes them very hard to hit with magic when you're facing them like horizontally. I know this is a total ADHD brain moment, but that's super interesting. It's something I have to keep in mind if I do a magic playthrough, which I probably will.
There's a couple of different approaches to or philosophy.
Those make you viscerally uncomfortable? I love them. I'm not gonna lie, I think leeches are super cool. They're creepy, but they're also really cool to me. I find them fascinating, and I think they look cool. Interesting, huh?
Around kink, but these communities started to form out of the goal of being able to be safer while exploring all of the things that the human mind and body are capable of. So, an example. I want to give an example of this. I gave a joke example before about vor, but I'm going to give an example of this. Wax, okay? Hot wax, all right? A lot of people, okay, there's a lot of people who are really, really into masochism. Basically, they experience a form of sexual pleasure from experiencing pain. And that doesn't mean that they will enjoy getting in a car crash, okay? But it means that there are certain types of pain and types of pain that give pleasure or arousal, okay? One common sort of aspect of that, one common fetish or when it's sort of engaged in kink is hot wax, okay? Now, as it turns out, there are a ton of ways to play with hot wax that can be very enjoyable for the people involved without doing long-term, permanent, lasting damage to the body. But there are also ways to engage in playing with hot wax that can actually hurt you pretty bad and put you in danger. So kinksters have historically sort of come together to gather information, to share information and best practices in a controlled environment in order to be able to safely engage in something that is pleasurable and harmless when done correctly. You see what I mean? And of course, there's the further aspect that's been very important in kink communities, which is discussing consent. Because one of the most common types of sort of fetish, of sexual fixation, is what is called power exchange. Power exchange being dominance and submission, where someone is in charge and perhaps has some level of ownership or control over another person. As it turns out, this is so common that I even at the beginning of the segment made the joke about the wedding rings. If you go and learn about, of course, the history of marriage, marriage is very explicitly a power exchange. A biblical marriage, from the very roots of biblical marriage, at least Christian marriage. Obviously, there have been other forms of marriage in the past, but Christian marriage specifically explicitly states that the male is the dominant role and the female is the submissive role, and that there is a power exchange that intrinsically happens that is often signified by...
I realized reacting to this that I need to talk about this subject more. I need to spend more time discussing this. I think it's actually valuable and important.
Different types of rings. Often the male in a relationship will wear a solid gold band that is, thick and simply adorned and a sort of display of power, where the wife will wear a thin, fragile diamond ring that, is dainty and beautiful. So the sort of power exchange fixation, sexual fixation, the fetish, is incredibly common. And so, of course, kink as a concept sort of arose as a way to include these fetishes, these specific fixations, while also recognizing that, hey, these have to be talked about sometimes in a non-sexual context for safety, for wellness, for mutual growth and enjoyment. And as it turns out, when you do it as such, you can minimize risks while maximizing benefits, which is just something you have to do in life all the time. Killjoy40K says, if you remove context, if you remove a lot of the context, a collar and a ring mean exactly the same thing, especially the closer you get to trad. Yes, that's very, very true. I think there are some differences, but yes, there are a lot of similarities between collars and wedding rings. The wedding ring, of course, is extremely dipped in Christian context, which is why a lot of people who still want to signify a bond of that type will go for collars instead of rings, because they don't want the Christian baggage that comes along with the ring.
Or tattoos. That's another one that I've seen.
Yeah, tattoos is another one. Yeah, that's a good point. Yep, that's a very good point. Chariot in the current live chat says, this arc has taught me I need to iron out my language to approach the topic more accessibly. Yeah, I feel the same way. I think that this is especially when we're talking about the left, like among the left, it's a issue that is remarkably, like, people are remarkably bad at talking about, and I don't mean you and I mean like everyone. People are really fucking weird about it, and it's nonetheless a very important issue in my opinion. So I look forward to being on the cutting edge of improving the online left's ability to discuss these things and to think about them. I look forward to being on the cutting edge of that with you.
Tattoos. Yeah.
So, yeah. There are some kinks and fetishes.
Can't be stolen. Can't be misplaced.
Have, sort of a lot of
that hurts.
Or perhaps
I'm distraught.
that like raise up the ick level. Okay, there's like actually quite a few that like tend to have very polarizing reactions in people. Now, in truth, this is true about like most sexual fetishes, and you don't even. In fact, if you really want to be honest about it, it doesn't even go so far as fetishes, right? Like, people have all kinds of preferences. Like, some people find the idea of like oral sex like repulsive. There are just people out there. I would encourage them to maybe open their minds a little bit and try to overcome that, because they're missing out on a lot. But hey, at the end of the day, you know what? Your preferences are yours.
Yeah, dude, this is pussy eaters are us, okay? Oral sex, I'm a defender. I'm an advocate. That's what I am. Oh, cool, I got my soul arrows back. When I'm not hacking up a lung, it's a pretty fun prospect. That's good.
But there are people who find that repulsive. And there are then, of course, we've all met people who not only take it to be like, oh, this is personally repulsive to me, but that they wind it and wrap it up in some other greater thing. You guys have probably, in fact, no, wait a second, hold on. There's an entire storyline in The Sopranos, one of the most famous television shows in the entire history of the world. In The Sopranos, there is a storyline where it is discovered that one of the patriarchs of the mafia family, Junior, is like really, really good at oral sex on women. And he's like an old man, okay? But like, it turns out he's like really into it and really good. And when people find out about it, they start calling him like gay. They basically say that he's a secret homosexual, because what type of man would do that to a woman?
That storyline is by the way, it sounds funny when I retell it to you, but it is gut-wrenching. It is painful, okay? It is like one of the most painful chapters of the show. Like, watching this guy ruin his life because of a rumor, basically. Oh God, it's so bad.
He actually freaks out and he has a complete meltdown and then ends up beating his girlfriend and leaving her. Who, by the way, the show goes through pains to show that he's like the happiest that he's ever been with this girlfriend. But he gets so tormented by people's by his own and other people's obsession with the repulsiveness of doing oral sex that he has a complete and utter mental meltdown. So But this, of course, doesn't just apply to things like oral sex. This applies to all kinds of things. There are tons of kinks and fetishes.
Well,
that,
not getting those souls back.
That basically sort of provoke strong reactions in people, either positively or negatively. And it's important
Gotta
to
be more
remember
careful than that.
that just because you don't like something doesn't mean that it's bad.
Gravity
okay?
has the highest kill count.
And also, furthermore,
always
just
true.
because there are potentially problematic outcomes of something doesn't necessarily mean that it can be written off as bad. A perfect example of this, okay? Many people, let's talk about something like choking, okay? Choking, choking somebody. Choking is one of the most common fetishes in the world. Like, by pure numbers, like a lot of people will admit that they are into choking, okay? However, it's actually one of the most dangerous as far as engaging in, and it has an incredibly high likelihood of injury because people don't actually know what they're doing, and it's a very fragile part of the body. People get injured and hurt very easily engaging in choking, and yet it is one of the most commonly admitted to sexual fetishes in the world.
Yep.
Which is part.
Correct me. Correct past me.
Part of the reason why a kink community.
Yeah, they run
has formed
workshops, dude, on how to do that
being
stuff
able to
safely, by
figure
the
out
way.
Ways to safely.
Chariot's correct here.
Teach people how to engage in
Like
something
she's
that is
saying.
highly pleasurable to them, but to do it safely. But as you can see, the point being here is that even fairly mundane fetishes can sometimes have negative outcomes because of externalities, basically, risks that come along with the territory. But that doesn't necessarily make them bad in and of themselves. And this is something that you encounter very, very often in conversations around kink, in conversations around fetishes, and obviously very frequently in conversations around so-called paraphilias. Yeah. So, yeah. And of course, I'm not going to go into details here because that's not what this is about. This is more about telling people to fucking cool it just a tiny bit with how they react to this. Something that I really hate to see, and I've seen this a lot, is this sort of armchair.
Chariot says, there are sections of this when I didn't interject a ton because you were on a roll and I didn't feel the need to get in a layup. Frankly, it was just gratifying to hear you being correct. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. That's fine. I just wanted to react to this. I wanted to react to your reaction, and that's okay. I feel like you add a lot because I can tell that the runtime of your video is longer than mine, so I'm interested for the portions when you do interject.
Psychologizing. And I've been sort of spending this segment laying out the sort of building blocks of what we're talking about because I think it's important. But I guess now I want to talk about this sort of armchair psychologizing, which is basically someone encounters a fetish or a kink that they are unfamiliar with, okay? So maybe they encounter a stray image, a fetish image that is just sort of like raw engaging in some kind of sexual fixation, and they go, ooh, I don't like that. That's yucky to me. It squicks me out. It makes me go, ew. Then they go, and then it sticks in their mind because for whatever reason they remember it, and maybe it keeps bothering them. And some people will find a desire to sort of explain the action, and when people tend to do this, that urge can guide you in a good direction or it can guide you in a bad direction. Sometimes it prompts someone to sort of humanely engage with another being and try to figure out, hey, like an empathetic response of like, wow, I don't understand this, what's going on? But a lot of times, given our cultural context, given the fact that in America, where I, stream from and to predominantly, in America, we have an extremely Puritan sexual history. This country is has a huge obsession with shame around sex and nudity that is more extreme than a lot of other countries really fully realize how extreme it is. It's pretty intense. So here, a lot of people have a instinct to basically figure out why it's wrong, what's going wrong, and there's this. It annoys me because it's so presumptive and it's so arrogant.
I want to pause here again. Dude, I gotta drink some water.
Me too.
I'm actually losing my mind.
I'm so sorry.
Coughing. Hacking up a lung. It's gotta be terrible to listen to. I'm sorry. I did not realize I was gonna have this problem just right as I started stream. I was not even coughing earlier. Okay. So here's what I think, right? And I mentioned this in the Foreign Man in a Foreign Land React. But I think a lot of left-wingers see the aesthetics that a lot of kink communities have in relation to violence, in relation to oppression, and they treat those as being representative of real inclinations to violence or oppression. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Like if a woman's like, oh, you know, call me a slut, and the guy's like, oh, you're a slut. They're like, they talk about that kind of thing like it's oppression. Not all left-wingers do this, but a lot of the ones who are interested in talking about sex and kink do.
What's funny about that is another group that does that all the time is Christians. Christians do that. It's one of the reasons why Christians can't engage with fiction that doesn't follow their exact morality, and there's an entire cottage industry of Christian movie reviewers that will go and watch a movie and basically tell their viewers whether or not it's Christian enough to watch. And it's because they conflate depictions, like the raw depiction or whatever of a thing, with the what they perceive as a problematic element. It's a very weird thing. I don't know where it comes from, but it's a very strange thing.
And it's pretty obnoxious. And I do think that it has something to do... Oh my god. Oh, I'm dead here. I'm losing my mind. Okay, I'm not dead here. I do think that it has something to do with confusing the aesthetics of things for the existences of other things. People are very aesthetics oriented in leftism. It's easy, you know? Because it's not, you're not really basing your analysis on logic. You're just looking at the world and making an observation, you know? But the thing is, like, this is why there are, like, conservative feminists as well.
Yeah.
Because there are people who can do the exact same thing, but for conservative analysis, and they can go, oh, you call a woman a slut, that icks me out, and it's rude to a woman, therefore you're disrespecting women, you know? And that, you know, in a kink scene, I don't think is necessarily true. But to hear some people talk about it, it is. And I think that's interesting.
Sirius says, yep, I also see this shit from oversensitive Zoomers too. It really confuses me how we've turned ourselves around so much that socially conscious Zoomers can't engage with media that has problematic elements depicted in it. It's not even about turning ourselves around. It's just that it never left. We never fully shook it, you know? And so that sort of reactionary impulse to sort of be threatened by media that pushes you to think harder, that makes you sort of go, wow, wait a second, your movie, oh, whoa, hold on a second, what's going on here? It still bounces around and people pick it up, including young people who are growing up in that context.
Something to be explored there. Oh my god, do not spit at me. I don't like having people spit on me.
Sorry, I was just joking. That was just a joke. I was being the Hydra for a minute. Yo, thank you so much. Oh, this looks awesome. Thank you. Oh, I got a sandwich from Potbelly. Looks like it's a hot and spicy sandwich with peppers and all kinds of stuff on it. Wow. This looks great. Thank you so much. I love you. Thanks for bringing me the food.
Very rude. yeah, I just don't.
What's on the sandwich? Capicola, salami, ham, lettuce, onions, hot peppers, horseradish, pickles, tomatoes, and mayo. I have a hiccup from the hot peppers. The hot peppers give me the hiccups. Yeah, it's the gabagool! Give me the gabagool!
I just don't think that's a really deep level of analysis. It is structural, so it's broad, but it's not necessarily deep. And I think that distinction... Can I really not hit him from over here? Well, that's gonna rain on my motherfucking parade. Alright, ouch. Your analysis should be broad, in that it's structural in that way, and it should be deep, in that it cuts to the logic of an issue.
I agree.
Aesthetics and logic, two different things in social issues, I'm afraid. Two very different things. And that was sort of my critique of some of the stuff that I was hearing in that one video. So I was hearing a lot of discussions of aesthetics, and then occasionally it would get brought back to like a real phenomenon of just actual like racism or sexism or transphobia. And I think to myself, oh, okay, so yeah, there is actually something, there is actually substance here. There is actually something being observed that's real, and it's not purely aesthetic. But I do think that there's a way to cut a little bit deeper than that.
A lot of people don't even know why they themselves have a fetish or engage in a kink, okay? Yeah, it's unfortunate. People, you know, that sometimes there is this sort of desire to basically, I don't know, clinically diagnose people with something. And I've seen this, this is a cycle that occurs online, I've seen, where there are sort of surges or periods of time where this opinion starts to resurface, or not this opinion, this type of behavior starts to resurface. And I would encourage people not to do it. I think that a lot of the armchair psychoanalyzing is generally baseless. And I'm not saying that there aren't times where it's kind of necessary to a certain degree. Like, for example, I think that it's far more fair to sort of deeply analyze like cultural obsessions that are disguised fetishes. Like, for example, the sort of the far Christian right is extremely obsessed with virginity, but they claim it's not sexual. They constantly claim, no, it's not sexual. It's a matter of spirituality. And I think it's much more fair to engage in a sort of aggressive analysis of this like masquerading thing. But I think that you have to be a lot more careful when you're just kind of like freeballing it off of like images you see on the internet. Like you go on to you're going to your favorite furry porn website, and you're like, oh yeah, I'm about to have a great time on Fur Affinity or whatever, and you go there and you're just like sitting there and you're going, yes, and you're pretending to be, you know, Sigmund Freud, going like, yes, I'm taking notes.
Sigmund
Yes,
Freud.
I see a vor fetish. You must want to die. An inflation fetish. This probably came from the time that your mother blew up a kiddie pool for you when you were a baby and it excited you. Like, you know, it's, yeah.
Yeah, Freud was not cooking.
Exactly why people are into things, and most people will never be able to know. We don't fully understand how sexual attraction develops in the brain, and also
Raul says, oh man, what a time to enter stream. What have I walked in on? Ah, we are reacting to a reaction. of my video about kink. It's so far been very good, and I've liked what Chariot has had to add. Yeah. So that's what we're doing, and then afterwards we're doing something really fun. So stick around, because after this we're going to be doing the holy mackerel, which you might go, what the fuck is a holy mackerel? But I'm telling you, you will learn soon, and it will break your mind, okay? It is a wild ride that you are about to be invited onto, okay? Wild.
It's not clean. It's not easy to know why something like, okay, like to some people, if I say, watch, here's a little test. If I say right now, a strong dominant woman holds you holds you down at like sort of knife point and tells you exactly what you're going to do for her. Some people are going to become scared by that, and other people are going to become very horny by that. You see? It's
probably happening right now too. I know for a fact it's happening just even in the re-listen.
Who knows why? Like, it's really difficult to know exactly why that provoked different reactions in different people. Yeah, some people don't even care at all. I was with you until the knife. Yeah, see? Do you see what I'm saying, though? Yeah, the Scooby-Doo, that's my fetish. Yeah. So it's not that simple to sort of just jump to conclusions. And I urge people to be careful with that. There is a plague. There is a plague on YouTube of people pseudo-intellectualizing their own, like, generic opinion.
Sirius says, I think you're right about armchair psychoanalyzing being too prevalent, but I also think there's a similar ignorance in the other direction, where some just automatically assume the worst of possible explanation. Lots of people use age play or whatever to explore their own sexual trauma, and then it's automatically assumed they're a child molester by people who discover they do so. That is true. That like there's like a weird fixation on like adult baby stuff, and people assume that like means that they're like dangerous to children, when that doesn't even make sense if you think about it for 2 seconds. If you think about it for literally 2 seconds, you go, wait a second, this person is into dressing up as a baby and doing so with an adult partner. There's actually, it actually doesn't intersect. The only thing that's being used there is the sort of surface trappings of like childish imagery in the form of like a baby bottle or whatever, or a diaper or whatever. It's very weird the way that people immediately assume that that person is like a danger to children. And of course, on the other side of it, the people who are like who play the parental role in like the age playing things, those people are deliberately seeking out an adult partner that they want to like infantilize in that proportion. There's no interest in a child there. They are interested in engaging with an adult and being able to transport them to a different, mental state or whatever. Yeah, it's very strange. It's a very weird thing for people to jump to the worst possible version of it. But it's what Chariot said before about like people engaging only in the most surface aesthetic analysis possible. Oh, you're holding on to a big baby rattle? That means that you must be a dangerous person because you are sexualizing childhood. But they're not. They're not sexualizing children. They're sexualizing themselves holding on to a rattle. It's really unfair the way that people treat this type of stuff.
And I hate it, especially when it comes to things like kink and fetishes.
Queen Slavut with the $5 says, this is a great segment, enjoying it a lot. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. I'm kind of at the moment reacting to my own segment, but I've liked that and I want to avoid doing that because I want to hear what Chariot has to say. But I will admit that so far, you know, Chariot has mostly, I assume that this is Chariot's style usually. Chariot tends to add a lot towards the end of a video, and that's to Chariot's credit, by the way. So, yeah. Also, thank you for joining as a member. I really appreciate that. Thank you for your kind words. Ex Oblivion says, yeah, age players are explicitly not sexualizing children. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. It's like, it's quite literally, they're not engaging with children at all. The point of it is that there's an adult who is regressing, or for the regressee, that they get to have the experience of being an adult traveling to an imagined in fictional, of course, mental state. Yes, and of course there's completely non-sexual age play, but given the context right now, we're talking about that. Of course, some people do that for completely non-sexual reasons, as a way of coping with trauma, or as a way of just bonding with someone. This type of stuff is remarkably common, by the way. More so than even what people think about, like the most extreme examples. People love the idea of getting mommed or dadded, or what's the right word there? Think of how common, like, people wanting to be be guided by their daddy is, or their mommy, or whatever, you know? It's just, yeah, it's common.
Because people really do talk out of their ass.
Matthew McConaughey says, I really like your wolf shirt. Thank you so much. I really like this shirt too. It's by an artist named Canis Ovis. Canis Ovis.
But they dress it up in very, very, very fancy and pseudo-intellectual language to make it sound like they...
Brutus Magnuson says, does anyone age play in the opposite direction? Like everyone wears gray wigs and oxygen machines? Yes, actually. Unironically, yes. It's not as common, but it does exist.
Come up with something profound, when in reality, they don't really know what they're talking about. They just got a feeling. They just kind of feel weird about it, okay? Yeah. Don't do that shit. Some people call this kink shaming, but I don't think, I think kink shaming is too limited. It's more like I said, it's more like kink psychoanalyzing or fetish psychoanalyzing in some cases. Sometimes it doesn't even quite get to the level of kink analyzing, because they're not actually engaging with like the kink as a whole. They're engaging with a single person's expression of a, like an expression of a fetish.
I mean, what I would call that is like sexual repression, basically. It's like it's kind of just anti-sex behavior, really. We're essentially talking about people who, when they see a deviant sexual behavior, will try to explain it by pointing to somebody's like internal damage or psychological difference. Yeah, I don't know about that. She's right to point out that that's wrong.
People are joking, but I'm serious. I'm serious in chat. That it does exist. The reverse version, age progression or whatever, does exist.
It's armchair psychology.
Sirius says, I don't know. I worry about being too rigid of a distinction. It's not impossible for someone who's into age play to be a pedophile. I would just argue it's not a good thing for them to have, Oh, okay. No. Obviously, it's absolutely possible for someone to be into that. But what I'm saying is, I was engaging with what you said before, which is the assumption. People assume that. That's an unfair assumption. But yeah, obviously, there can be people who engage with it for that reason. Just like there can be people with all kinds of different sexual proclivities that also have another dangerous sexual proclivity. That's, of course, true. They're just not intrinsically linked.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good term. Xerox13sir says yum yucking, or some people will say you're yucking my yum and I'm yucking your, or whatever. Yeah, that is something that people think of it like this. Okay, if you pathologizing, that is the extreme form of it, is pathologizing. Yeah, where people basically say, oh, this is a mental disorder or whatever, which I think the case could be made for very, very, very certain edge cases, that you could probably make a case that like there is a pathology in certain types. But I also think that a lot of that is dependent on context, right? Like I don't know. people make extremely violent art that is often fairly sexual in nature. An example that comes to mind is the wildly popular Saw series. And I don't know that I can like denounce the Saw series for engaging in like scary sexualization of violence when it is ultimately an exercise of fiction and is very obviously very open to the fact that it's fictional and almost comical at times, right? Can you imagine if we did this for your favorite candy bar? Usually we would call somebody who's like super weird about that like an elitist. Like, oh, your enjoyment of the Mars bar indicates that you have a predilection to violence and scalawaggery. You know what I mean? Like it's silly.
I think this this harkens back to my favorite moment in anything that we've ever watched for this channel ever. That part of the Vosh and Riley debate where Vosh was trying to run her down his analogy, and he was trying to get her to explain why in her mind those two things were different, and she explicitly at one point just says because one of them's a fetish, which is the most like a lot going on here.
Yeah,
that I think that
true.
I've heard, but it goes to show I think people apply a special logic to sex. That was such an eye-opening discourse for me personally. But a certain amount of what DM is talking about is what is sometimes called paranoid reading. You guys know who Lily Orchard is, right? Yeah, I'm not going to get into all the weird stuff about her, but
Exoskeletal Patchwork says some serial killers also have a sexual aspect to their killings, so movies depicting it could be interpreted uncharitably as a reflection of reality. Yes. Obviously, yeah. Sirius says, on the topic of kink and trying to separate off from the bad ones, I really like this video from Patricia Taxon. It's about furries. Furries and bestiality, but the points stand outside of it. I've wanted to watch that video for a while. I bet it's interesting, but I'm going to be completely honest. It's beyond the scope of what I'm talking about at the moment, but I do find that interesting. There is that does happen, by the way. That people who are like, that there is a deliberate conflation, a aggressive and cruel conflation of like random people who are furries and just calling them like calling them zoophiles or people who are engaging in bestiality, which is deranged, of course. It's actually crazy to do because for the same reason that I stated before, that like if you're going to a fur con and dressing up in your cartoon animal suit, you're not fucking animals. You're fucking other people in fur suits. And like other people who don't understand that are just, they're the ones making the association, if that makes sense. Anyway, yeah, I've wanted to see that, that video because I imagine it's probably very interesting. But also, again, we are beginning to go off of the scope in this section into much more. I mean, in short, I'm not going to be able to publish this as a segment now because it's never going to get monetized. So, thank you.
If you think about the way that Lily or
Art of Adequacy says, what if the role play was about someone specific? Just curious where you draw the line. Would it matter? So you're being like, oh, honey, pretend that you're Christopher Lee playing Saruman in Lord of the Rings. And then the husband is like, you want me to be Christopher Lee? And then, or you want me to be Saruman? And then the wife is like, no, be Christopher Lee for me. And he's like, okay, I will do it then. And then he like leans in and his hands get all bony and he's like, my bony hands are choking you. Why would that matter? It's just two people in their room. Like, who cares? Like, do you think like somewhere on the planet, like, wait, Christopher Lee died, right? Yeah, he died. So Christopher Lee, so you think somewhere in like the afterlife, Christopher Lee just gets like a ping in his mind and goes, "Oh no, someone is pretending to be me in bed again. God damn it." Nah, I just don't think it matters.
Tortured is for art.
Ironically, there is a thing like that in Baldur's Gate 3. That is something that exists in Baldur's Gate 3. I don't want to spoil anything, but something like that does exist in Baldur's Gate 3.
A lot of these other, not Demon Mama, but a lot of these other people are for sex. Does that make sense? The weird hostility, seeing things that aren't there. It's like a paranoid reading of sexual scenarios. Sexual paranoia, I guess, would be just a way to put it, but there's like a special type of deconstruction on display that is present in reading a text. And what I kept coming back to in the Foreign Man video discussion is that a lot of left-wingers have approaches like this because they approach issues like they're decoding a work of literature or something.
Okay, but Christopher Lee would not be disappointed. He would actually, just knowing Christopher Lee, I don't think he would be disappointed each time. I think he would be excited. He would be like, yes, I'm living.
Oh my god. I hope that makes sense. I hope I'm not being too schizophrenic.
No, I do think it makes sense. The idea that people approach this with a paranoia, kind of directly addresses what we've been talking about here. The idea that people engage with uncomfortable kinks with a sense of paranoia, like they're hunting for a way to distance themselves from something that makes them feel bad, or feel weird. That checks very, very much. You're on point here, I think.
Schizophrenic here. Definitely. My thought patterns of late have been a bit like that. It's what happens when you've got a brain like mine. Real ones know. Real ones know. Hopefully that makes sense to you guys. People are just weird about sex in particular. Foucault talks about this a little bit. He's got like 4 volumes of a text called A History of Sexuality. And one of the things that he does when he opens it is he tries to like nail down the origin of this kind of problem in terms of the history of it. And he talks a little bit about Victorian sexual and social norms. And then he kind of pivots and he says, well, you know, these things, we can put them down if we want to the Victorian era. But it kind of seems like there might be something underneath the surface here. I haven't actually finished History of Sexuality, so I'm trying to summarize in vague terms and not, like, commit to a take on it yet. But he kind of breaks it down in a way that is really nuanced and that I really like. I mean, if you want to talk about, like, likening society and like the willingness to kind of put things down to like mental disorder and stuff like that, Foucault would be the perfect person to read for that sort of thing. But I think, and in the context of sexuality as well, I think this kind of problem, as far as I've encountered it, is basically the result of having a special view of sexuality. And that's kind of what Demon Mama is like getting to. And I think this argument would probably bounce off people who think that way, because they'd be like, well, it's different because it's sex. And the question then, of course, would become, why is it different? Why is it different?
Yeah.
What is it about sex? You know, and what is it about one thing that makes it necessarily sexual and another thing not, and so on and so forth. I think questions like this open up some really interesting avenues of discussion that a lot of people are not always open to. I'm glad that she's kind of coming at it from this angle. That's good.
Yeah.
I'm glad I pulled this up to talk about this.
People do this. People hate people with certain hobbies and interests. Yeah, that's true. They do. But like, I think that the cultural reaction is generally to sort of like, okay, maybe not. I guess it depends on the hobby, because some people do really bully people with certain hobbies. Yeah. I think people should be very careful.
What are we watching? Currently, we are reacting to Chariot's reaction of me. Like I said, we're doing a bit of a reactception this stream, but I thought it would be valuable since it's an important topic, and I think that Chariot has added important stuff to this by building off my points.
About this, and I do not respect fake intellectualizing of people's like personal disgust. In fact, I think that it's it's pretty embarrassing and unintellectual, actually. I think that people show their ass when they do this. There is a remarkable amount of reactionary behavior that people engage in, that literally they see something and it's new to them, and so their only known response, excuse me, is to condemn it and retreat to a safe zone where things are controlled again. And I think that is a sort of form of reactionary sentiment that I think is somewhat problematic. Anna Ariston, have you talked about C and C? It gets a lot of heat even in the kink community, even among kink communities. Yeah, and part of the reason for that is because it's intense even for a lot of kinksters, but it's kind of in the name, right? Consensual non-consent. That like the fact that it's called that is kind of key, isn't it? Right? It kind of gives away that the structure is obviously being thought about and that the participants are thinking about it, that it's more about the sort of trappings and themings as opposed to any how can you yeah, it's silly. It gives the game away. Was that a plane? Yes, that was a plane. Unfortunately, there's been a lot of them.
Sorry, little Morphine Annie.
Yeah.
We'll be done in a bit. Don't worry.
One of those flying machines.
I think, but yeah, I think there's a lot of pathologization. Oh, there's another aspect of this that's less extreme. This is a really weird one, okay? And I recognize that we're sort of like, I've talked about the basics, but hear me out on this, okay? There is a very weird, one-sided relationship with sadism in BDSM kink communities. That bondage, sadism, masochism, you know, or bondage, domination, sadism, and masochism is one such algorithm. And there's this weird one-sidedness where masochists are completely and utterly understood, and it's basically like, oh yeah, like obviously, haha, of course it's fun to get, you know, controlled. But then the sadists are looked at like they're evil in some way, and it's like, well, wait, well, like, who's gonna give you your masochism? Who's gonna indulge your masochism? Like, it's very weird.
Well,
it's a really weird thing, and that is something that like plagues even kink communities, even communities that are supposed to be able to think about this. And it's very strange, right? That like, oh, you would be suspicious of somebody who is engaging in like sexual sadism, even though they're like going out of their way to temper that and to do it in a healthy way. It's really strange. It's a weird double standard. That attitude contributes to this top shortage. It does, actually. I'm not even kidding you.
Yeah.
It does, because...
Dude, this is a huge thing with being like a trans top. Dude, is a trans lesbian top, forget about it. You know, at least like men who are like into like trans women who want a top, you know, at least they're like all like super like, oh, please dick me down, I'm into it, please, you know, give me the gawk, give me the girl dick, I want it. Like, they're super vocal about it. Not that I fulfill that end, but we've seen.
Mother Mir set with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Evening, Demon Mama in chat. Christopher Lee was an opera singer in a metal band. If anything, I think he'd love to know people were role-playing as him. I agree. I definitely agree.
They're super vocal about it. However, man, it is hard out here. Like, the prospect of initiating like any kind of relation like that with somebody, if they're not a man, listen, I'm not trying to get confused with like a predator. Okay. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm glad that stunned me. I'm just trying to get up this fortress, dude.
Yeah, it's a problem. It's a big problem. There is a massive stigmatization against any sort of overt sexual expression by trans people at all, but even more so if it is not if it's like you get a double whammy, because like, first of all, there's a double standard where trans people are expected to be sexual objects, but never actually, you know, but in the public eye, never actually be sexual, or else you won't be allowed to exist as anything except for an object. And then there's the second bit, which is that if you do not express your sexual, if you are open with your sexuality and you don't express it in a way that is 100% hyper traditional feminine, like you are the most bottomiest bottom princess, whatever, then it gets treated by society as proof that you're not truly a woman. Very disgusting, and it's a real deal. It's a real fucking deal. That's a real thing. I struggle with how vulnerable to be on transby and top stuff because we're almost treated as malicious just for existing. You want to know my hot take? And I know that this isn't this is everyone else who isn't in this position, ignore this because this message isn't for you. You got my video. My original video told you what your problem is. Stop treating trans tops, femme tops, femme sadists, trans sadists as like evil, especially because you also want them. But here's my secret approach. This is my message, okay? It's the same one that I do with everything else, which is embrace it. Fucking be the demon, okay? So what? They think you're evil? Good. They should be afraid of you. They like that anyway, don't they? Good. You are the monster. Bring it. Why do you keep coming to the monster's den then, fuckers? Oh, I'm so bad. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yet here you are at the cave of the dragon's mouth. But the truth is, obviously, it's still really hard, and everybody else needs to work on their problems, but that's a way that I help myself feel stronger about it, is by going, yeah, so they're mad at me, whatever. They, like, so what? Who cares? They're all fucking subby bottoms, and they're gonna judge me? No one cares what they think. The world is my oyster, not theirs. There you go. Okay? That's it. That's how you do it. You power through the power of inverting and wearing things as your armor. But everybody else, stop it, okay? Because the truth is that actually it's really fucking hard to do that. And I'm just trying to show some solidarity to other people. I'm about to talk about it in the original video, and you guys can hear what I originally said about it.
Yeah, that sucks.
We're just about
that really sucks. And it was one of the reasons why I tilted so hard at that section of Foreign Man's video, or the couple of parts in that video where he, with the wording that he chose, or the way that he was thinking, or the way that he just incidentally chose to talk about some of that stuff, he implied very strongly that there was something about the oppression of...
Dublin in YouTube chat says, Demon Mama's mask has dropped, revealing her despicable nature. That's right. Despicable me. And you are all the minions.
Patriarchy that was, like, reified just by the very act of...
That's right. I'm Gru. I'm Gru, motherfucker. Yeah, that's right. I'm the despicable one. I'm pulling the papers off the plan and pointing at it and going, wait a minute, I wrote the wrong thing on there. That's me. I'm played by Steve Carell. Matthew McConaughey says, discrimination against trans tops has caused me a lot of anxiety. I've been having a lot of dysphagia over my body and voice recently, and I'm thinking about going on hormone therapy. I don't have insurance anymore, and I fear what my family and partner will think. Be strong, okay? And be brave. Even regardless of whether you are a top or not, that is still, you are, like, being trans requires courage, and it does kind of suck and it can hurt a little bit, but take strength and recognize that at the end of the day, you have a place in this world. Even if there is discrimination, even if people are fucking shitty about it, you have other people that you can connect with. You have other people who will support you. Take strength and be courageous because it's worth it. And you will be happier for pushing through those fears. We have one life to live. And if you live your whole life with regrets, it's a way worse punishment than any sort of judgment or mistreatment, at least in my opinion. I personally think that living with regret is like one of the worst tortures in the entire world. Matthew McConaughey says, banana. All right, that's it. I need to put on hold on a second. I gotta put a minion up. How do I do this? We have to put minions on the screen now. Oh no, this is so bad. Hold on, I can do this in a second. Hold on. Give me a second. This will add to this thing, okay? I like this one, okay? I like this one, okay? This is the one that I like. Here we go. Hold on. What? Why didn't it give me the transparent one? I asked specifically for the transparent one. Why didn't it? I wanted the transparent. There we go. Okay, here we go. Hold on. Can we get it? Will that work? No, it's doing it again. Hold on. Oh, man. What is this website? Oh, man. What a mess. Well, whatever. This will have to do. We'll just do it the scuffed version. Hold on. I like this one. I don't want the other ones. Oh, here's the one with the bananas. But I like this minion. This minion's my favorite minion. I don't know what his name is. He's a dude, but I like him. Here, maybe this one will be the transparent one. Let's see. I'm literally misspelling minion because I'm typing with a delay. There we go. There we go. That's the one. Let's get rid of this asshole. Fuck this guy. This fucked up one. I don't want this one. Get out of here, bastard. Here we go. This is the one. Now he's gonna hang out over here, and then we'll put it up on this one too. We'll put him down here in the corner. There we go. We'll let him have him stand right here. Okay, order has been restored. We can now continue. All right, we can now continue with our reaction.
Like getting on top of somebody and fucking them, or like sexual penetration as an act in and of itself. And you know, it's all very well and good for a man, a cis man in that scenario, to say something like that. I'm sure that feels all well and all right. Okay. This dude was down here waiting for me. He was like, when she falls, I'm gonna shank her. And, you know, it's all very well and good for like a cis man to say something like that, but for trans femmes out here, when somebody insinuates that there's something like implicitly violent or oppressive about topping or you know, the penis or something like that, or even comes close to that territory, that's immediately a red flag zone. Not just because it's a thing that TERFs tend to believe, but also because like it kind of positions us in a way as being responsible for our
True. Hope Eternal says donate more since this will never be monetized. Yeah, there's no way. The direction that chat took made an already already difficult to monetize topic completely unmonetizable. So yeah, donate if you want me to be able to do more cool stuff with you. We have a lot of people watching, and we're about to do something fun as well after this. So, you know, support.
Our own oppression in a way that's like quite nasty, you know? You know, there's not really a fantastic parallel along, like...
Hey, don't blame chat, it's a review of your stream. It's a review of my stream, and they started talking about other shit!
Like, racial lines or anything? Okay, thanks for jumping off, Snakes. Appreciate it. But, like, you know, imagine, like, looking at, like, a black person in a sexual scenario, and then saying, like, oh, because you're expressing this sincere personal desire, you're, like, responsible for your own oppression. That's kind of fucked up. You know, sometimes racist people say that to, like, interracial couples.
Nerodia with the $10 says boob fetish. True!
I've seen that before, but there's not a super strong direct analog there. Nevertheless, though, I do think that, you know, people should see kind of what's being implied when views like that are forwarded. It's really insidious and nasty. They both fell off, dude. They jumped. They were just like, yeah, see ya. Okay, boy. They just dipped. They were like, we're cool. You know, we're good.
Me when boobies poggers. Wow, we're getting to the top level analysis tonight.
It's like that. It really is like that sometimes. But you know, on topic, I just really I really cringe anytime people suggest things like that, because there's a genuine problem. And you know, Foreign, he seems like a nice guy otherwise, you know, with the exception of that weird, like, Keffel's video. I don't know what the hell was going on with that thing, but...
that video was fucking trash. That video was fucking trash. It was a complete and utter trash fire, incredibly, incredibly mean-spirited, and most of all, wrong about literally everything. It was a complete trash fire. One of the worst I've ever seen on this channel. Like, arguably almost as bad as DJ Mules. That is shocking. No one should ever come close to this. Gurnitas with the $6.66, sending my energy to help banish Freud to his least favorite furry website. Yeah! Banished! Freud has been banished. Thank you for your energy.
Outside of that, you know, I've seen other stuff from him that checked out. That did not seem, man, I looked like burnt bacon. That did not seem that bad, but that one video was really rough. And something that maybe would be constructive for him to know going forward is that that's a real problem in lesbian communities. The idea of, like, the sexually aggressive woman inherently being a predator, that's a real... female tops are viewed with suspicion regardless of whether they're trans or cis, especially if they're trans. But, like, it comes out both ways, you know? It's, honestly, it's hard to find a normal guy who's confident enough to date a trans woman, but also just not want, like, a fetishy top. Yeah, you know, and I'm in a... Yeah, so there's fetishes and then there's fetishes, right? Like, if people want to have, like, a, you know, that kind of relationship with somebody like that, I'm amenable to that. That doesn't bother me at all. You know, but what does bother me, though, is that, like, people will just, like, initiate that stuff with you in your DMs, and they don't have your permission to talk to you like that, you know? It's not that far removed from, like, getting random dick pics from guys and stuff like that. You know, like, I'm cool with that type of stuff, but I'd like it on my terms.
Of course, that's core.
You know, I like it, you know, and...
that is a thing, by the way. That is a big problem, is that people assume that, that contextual and conditional consent just means the doors are open, and it's really, really fucked up. So like you'll see this happen with happen with like there'll be like an OnlyFans poster. Somebody has an OnlyFans where they post sexual content, and then people will take that as an invite to be just aggressively sexual in their DMs at any time, no matter who they are. It's like, no, just because somebody posts pictures of themselves on the internet on their OnlyFans and is okay with that type of sexual expression doesn't mean you can just blast open the doors and sexually objectify someone at will. Yeah, this is a real deal. Also, Matthew McConaughey with the $10 says, my coworker today tried to tell me that Hitler invented roads. He was dead serious. I didn't know how to respond, and so I just walked away. Yeah, I would do the same. That is wacky. Windleby says, I gotta say, talking openly about top stuff has taken on different undertones once I started transitioning. I find myself picking and choosing my words more carefully. Fair. Completely fair. Yep.
The most fair play comment I've ever gotten from a dude in a situation like that was like a guy messaged me and he was like, are you into men and do you like topping and like being into, like he said a couple of other things, like, you know, asked me about like some kind of extreme like kink stuff, and I can understand some people would be like, whoa, that's pretty extreme for a random message, and I agree, but he literally just asked, he was like, are you down to be into this stuff, like do you want to do some of this stuff with me? And I was like, that's okay, no. And he was like, all right, fair. And that's a weird
that's like fairly reasonable, like just asking someone generally, and not just blasting them with your shit instantly is like fine. And as it turns out, being reasonable about stuff is totally fine.
Comment, right? Because did he do anything wrong? I don't think so. It didn't really make me uncomfortable either. It was just odd. You know? Some guys will just message you and just start talking to you like that. Those guys are a problem. They don't understand, or they do understand and they don't care, which is worse. Because they're rude. Ow. I would like to cut his tail off. Cut off his legs.
Man, cutting off the tail is so hard. Doe says, American highways were directly inspired by the Reichsautobahn, which were picked up as Hitler's roads by the party after initially opposing the program, which is probably what that coworker was trying to say. Yeah, I mean, obviously, everybody knows that, like, I mean, that part, the highway system being inspired by the Autobahn, which was, you know, built by Hitler, well, built by Hitler's party, is like, is one thing, but roads generally is kind of shocking. It's kind of a big jump. Like, that's like being like somebody, the inventor of the Goodwheel tire is actually the inventor of the wheel, where it's like, well, the Goodwheel tire wasn't invented till like until the 1900s, but the wheel was invented in like, I don't even fucking know, who knows when, like pre-Bronze Age, like one of the earliest inventions ever.
Get over here. Ow. Yeah, I don't know. It's the kind of environment you get where we talk about sexuality in such an inconsistent way. Yeah, well, so one thing is, it was a private message, right?
Doe says controlled access highways is the term that we would ascribe here as unique for those roads as opposed to roads in general. Yeah, I think that's fair.
So it's a private direct message. And that's the part of it that makes me think, okay, maybe he's got like some leeway in that scenario, thinking that that's like an acceptable thing to ask. Usually, like, I just don't talk to people like that, but I'm also like, you know.
Mother Mirror set with the $5 says, to be more comfy in my own body and the human form in general, I want to do an art project drawing tasteful nudity. People are pretty. We should own it. True! And also, thank you for supporting me. That sounds wonderful.
In some ways, more timid, because I am scared of being seen as predatory. Believe it or not, it bothers me, and I don't want to make people feel bad. So I try not to,
If people feel bad because you're sexually confident, that's a them problem. And I know that that's like not the best consolation in the world, but it really is true. It's a them problem. You are doing absolutely nothing wrong by just being truthful to yourself. And I can understand not wanting to inspire fear, but if people are unable to overcome their own fears to the degree that they're scared of you for just being you and existing in your own way, that's their problem. You know what I mean? Yeah.
To say or do anything that would provoke that kind of response. Nevertheless, there was a recent Kink take and I missed it. Oh yeah, last night. I did that live. It'll be on the channel like Monday. So. And this will be probably like Tuesday, like the day after, something like that. It'll be like over the course of the next few days. They'll go up. It's not uncommon that fear of looking predatory. Well, for lesbians, and especially like a pretty mask like lesbian, and especially like a pretty, you know, like a pretty mask like trans lesbian. Oh my god, I don't even know how to talk to people anymore. It's kind of sad because, like, on the one hand, I can just do it. Like, I can just talk to people and it's normal, but like, it is, you just get received in an irretrievably different way.
Good night, Grady HD.
Okay. So the only answer that I've found is just to power through it and just to be like, yeah, all right, you know, fuck it. You just, this sucks, but like, I really have just had to like come to terms with being like kind of indifferent to people suggesting something like really offensive about me.
Yeah. What I'm saying though is that it actually increases your appeal. And what I mean by that is that everybody loves an intimidating motherfucker, okay? You know, everybody loves Big Boss. Everybody loves dragons. Everybody loves them. They just don't they can't admit it. It's their problem, you know? Yeah, it hurts. It can sting. But at the same time, like, they don't got anything, okay? They want what you got, okay? And you can call their bluff on that. So, yeah. But but at the same time, I know that it still stings, you know? But, yeah. Again, this is a situation where the people who need to get better about this are the people who stigmatize, stigmatize the state of being sexually dominant or a top or more sexually forward. The people who stigmatize that are the ones who are in the wrong. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And it just sucks to deal with, but also realize that, like I said, you can call their bluff. They're down bad. They're down real bad. And they're kind of doing the thing where they're like, oh, I hate you so much, typing with one hand, because at the end of the day, like, most of the people who are in that position are people who are turned on by that kind of shit.
Because sometimes you hit on a woman and she's like grievously offended by it, and it's like, all right, chill out. You know, I'm not, I just asked, you know? And that's probably, albeit he did a very extreme ask. He wasn't just like, do you want to get like a coffee or something? That guy did a really extreme version of that. But nevertheless, that might have been how he felt, where he didn't feel like he was asking for anything ridiculous. It was, if memory serves, a little out there, but
Oh man, these guys are so scary.
Oh my god, that was close. I thought I was gonna die there. Jeez. I think there's a difference between are you into stuff, which seems rude, versus entirely unsolicited sexual interactions, which seems wrong. I guess, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't bother me when people message me and are like, hey, like, I heard you're into, like, kink stuff. Are you into this? I want to do this with you. Like, that person's just, they're not even, like, flirting yet, really. I guess they kind of are. But, like, they're just, like, seeking the opportunity to have an interaction. That doesn't really bother me. I can see why it would bother somebody. I know that there are women especially who are bothered by stuff like that because it reminds them that they are seen sexually, regardless of where they go or what they do.
Something to say about this, though, I actually don't even think it's women who are the biggest purveyors of this type of thing. Do you know how hostile straight men react to gay men showing any interest in them whatsoever? People don't think about that very often, but like it can be actively risky for like a gay guy to even ask a straight guy if he's gay. Some straight men will take that as an insult in and of itself. And yeah, it's like, so there's that aspect to consider as well. Yeah, some people will just literally beat you the fuck up, which is crazy to think about. That like our culture is so tied up and so psychotic about sex that that even the act of asking somebody about themselves can be considered violation in some way. It's deranged. Yeah.
And that can be at a social level, a disturbing experience. Okay, he fell.
Oh, bye!
L plus ratio. Dude, I'm not... Oh my god. These rafters are always such a tense experience. Reminds me of a recent trial resurgence in the UK monarchist, no freedom for T-slurs extraordinaire.
But we had the Sisyphus conversation. It got posted on the channel too.
Jesus. Jesus. Oh, hello, Guinevere. Yeah, dude, I don't know. I just,
It was a good combo.
I used to hear, like...
It was a really good combo.
You know, like disingenuous guys be like, oh my god, you can't even talk to women anymore these days. And I was always like, that's a little baloney, I do just fine. And then I transitioned, and now I really don't know how to talk to... It's kind of crazy. You know, like I said, I still do it if I want to. I just, you know, don't think about it too hard. But, like... very occasionally, I have had some pretty insane social interactions, either not knowing how to engage with people, or with people who clearly didn't know how to engage with me. You know what? You know, it kind of breaks my heart. There's probably like, I don't have this issue from other like trans femmes, but there's probably like some like cis women out there who really don't know, or maybe like some like rare slice of like non-binary people, just some very small subset of people out there who would be into something like that, but who also don't know how to talk about it. That sucks, dude. That really sucks. People are really antisocial, and I don't like, we need to bridge these kinds of like social divides to get people talking to each other again and connected with each other again, because that just blows. That doesn't feel good for anybody.
Yes, Windleby, we are going to be putting on this this section up. Yep, I'll be putting this segment up very soon. I have to remind my editor.
All these chasers
This
and no
was one
one
that I wanted.
to tell to bark on command.
It might actually be up already. Let me see.
I'm sure they would. If a I can't think of any chaser who's ever messaged me who wouldn't bark for me. I've never asked, but yeah, they would. I'll ask next time. Although I'll have to wait for a female chaser.
Yeah, it's not the video hasn't been edited, it hasn't been posted yet, but I'll make sure that it gets up and we will post it.
They're mostly men. Who are rude. Make him do it out loud, then you know it's real. Maybe. It's almost just as good if you get him to type it all out for you. I don't know. This has been a long tangent, but damn, it is so rough out here. Things are really, really rough. Oh, I gotta go back to that bonfire.
Believe it or not, okay? Not all tops are sadists, okay? But a lot of tops do have a sadistic streak. And that sadistic streak allows them to effectively access the fantasies of masochists. And, you know, it just so happens that a lot of masochists also happen to be bottoms. Not all of them, by the way. Not all of them, but a lot of them are. Believe it or not, sadists have feelings too. Especially the ones that are taking the time to safely engage in their form of sadism fetish. Isn't that kind of strange, right? And it actually does. It leads people to basically never go any deeper because of shame or fear that they're going to be judged. And they are judged. It's not an irrational fear. Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate. But again, it comes from what I've been talking about this whole time, this desire to sort of pathologize.
I agree. It's a really good point. Brings it all back together. Every time DM says believe it or not, I mentally get jump scared by Jonathan Franks. Yeah.
There is the sort of perception that there are like 10 bottoms for every top. And it gets even more if we stop using top and bottom. I do think sometimes one thing that kind of irks me in these conversations is that there's a conflation of top and bottom versus dom and sub. Dom and sub is a much better way of talking about this, like dominant and submissive, or sadist and masochist. But yeah, even among top versus bottom, there is absolutely a disparity in sheer numbers.
Yeah, I just want to say, when I talk about this stuff, I think about topping very much in terms of like a physical act. Because it used to be when I would like hang around a lot of gay guys, when they would talk about like topping or bottoming, they weren't talking about like who's like more dominant in the relationship. They were just talking about like who puts the dick in who, having language for that really helped. And that's not exclusively how people use those words, but that's how I tend to think about like topping and bottoming. And then from there you get to like topping from the bottom or vice versa, and you get to like submissive tops and dominant bottoms and vice versa. And that breakdown helps me visualize things really well and helps me understand things really well. So I hope maybe that helps other people if they think about it in those terms, using them to describe different elements of different roles.
Why is no one talking about the mouthfeel?
Amazing.
Why is no one talking about the mouthfeel?
Appreciate it. We are very much of the time.
My Hassan impression is impeccable. Thank you.
Talking about the mouthfeel.
At least by my observation.
I'm here to talk about the mouthfeel.
Being, connected to a lot of these spaces. And I think it's because there's you want to know the real reason that I think that it is, and this is my theory. And this is not a matter, I'm trying not to, commit the same problem of over psychoanalyzing, but I can't help but notice that in a society where shame is central to sex, that if something is done to you, you don't have to feel bad about it as much. You don't have to feel as bad because you didn't choose to do it. So tops, doms, sadists, these are people who are choosing, quote unquote, to engage in something that induces guilt. And I think that
so real, dude. This is, by the way, this is something that I've like felt for a long time. For me, I was for a really, really long time, I avoided topping and would bottom, even though I don't actually really I don't actually really enjoy it that much. Oh my god, lucky. I was wondering if I'd have to get the shield out. We were getting really unlucky.
Rhodes says, Demon Mama, what do you have to say? Do you have anything to say to all the soldiers you keep attaching to a balloon and sending miles up into the air without them even seeing you? No. When they complete their training, maybe, if they're lucky, I'll throw them off the edge of the oil platform.
Earlier, but now we're lucky. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for me, it's like, hello, Solaire. Speaking of gay men.
Hello, Lacan. Wow, we have the Lacan right here in our chat. What timing. Incredible. Wild to have you here.
I feel like that was just something that I could just never do for a while there when I was transitioning. I was in like an in-between phase. You know. Well, things are a little bit better now, but... Oh, I didn't mean to rest at this bonfire. Well, that's okay. Oh, I just spilled water. You're giving the enemies excuses to end their suffering existence. I could never be a dom. I could be a dom. I'd enjoy it. If I didn't know any better, I think you'd have feelings for me. What a sweetheart. We love him.
I do want to
Can
play
we please
Dark Souls.
talk about the mouthfeel?
I really do want to play Dark Souls, but we have one more segment we have to do before Dark Souls. Why Am I Here says, Demon Mama, I sort of had a similar experience to what Chariot's describing. I felt like being a trans femme meant that I should be a sub. A lot more comfortable with myself, though. A lot of people experience that, and it's just... it makes sense where it comes from, but it's not fair, and it's not true either. You don't have to be one way or another. There's no single correct way or valid way to be trans.
Why is no one talking about the mouthfeel?
Art of Adequacy says, Demon Mama, what do you have to say about the rumors that you visited Kyle Hill's secret lair to buy definitely not orbital lasers? No comment.
Hang on, that was a long message.
No comment, but I didn't find the quality up to snuff.
Message there. Let me... Kittens can dom. It's true.
I didn't go there. I didn't go there to look at not orbital lasers, but if I had gone there, I would have found them to be underpowered when I need something far more destructive, or when I would have needed something more destructive.
True. But yeah, no, I'm cool with doming now. There was a while where I wasn't cool with doming or topping because I felt that it put me in a situation where I would be perceived sexually aggressively, and I didn't want that to be perceived as like sexually dominant or sexually aggressive. Ironically, I have less of an issue being perceived that way in relationships now. I just prefer it to be in a positive light with a consenting partner and all that other stuff. Yeah. The good things.
Rhodes says, Demon Mama, can we get a comment on your recent terrorist actions against the Stomatin brothers' greatest creation? It was a blight, okay? It was stealing the children of the town. It was arresting their minds. And even though it was a scientific wonder, it was an illusion in the end that would lead us astray. And it was killing the heart of the town. What I did was not terrorism. What I did was liberation.
Let me check that message so I can read that real quick. Boop, 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 boop. Subscriber history.
Killjoy 40K says, I feel like this is why I'm so in favor of gender abolition, because the expectation for me to be a certain way in the bedroom is so fucking tiring. Like, it doesn't matter if I enjoy it because the expectation is just fucking exhausting. It is really weird that these types of expectations grind themselves in so deep that sometimes they feel almost inescapable, and it can actually ruin otherwise good times. Like, people who would otherwise be having a good time can't, because the expectations are so present that, and it goes multiple directions, right? Like, the projection of the expectation can interrupt someone who is doing their best to not live under that expectation. And also, the expectation can be held in someone's heart in such a way that they can't even realize that they would otherwise enjoy the situation. I hope that makes sense. That was kind of stumbly. Good night, Windleby. Thanks for being here.
I could have sworn there was a message. But it doesn't show it here, I don't think.
No, Uncle Gumbald. I will never take accountability.
That's odd. And it didn't do the text-to-speech either. Why did it not do the text-to-speech? We'll have to investigate that later. Hang on.
Who is attacking Demon Mama? Everyone. I am on no one's side because no one is on my side, basically.
Let's... Alright, fix that. Oh, there it is. Hey Cherry, I don't know how the automatic resub works because it doesn't show up on my bank account. But that being said, here's some money. Hope the rest of the month goes well. Thank you, Frios. Very cool. Thanks for tracking that down, Small Cat. Appreciate it.
In a society that is completely pervaded with sexual guilt, every aspect of sexual life in America is just overloaded with like remnants of Christian guilt. I think that can actually become a serious emotional burden, especially when it's perpetuated sometimes even by the people who are sort of enjoying the benefits of...
True, finally Demon Mama will face justice. I shall never face justice. That is the one thing I will never do. No matter how hard you try, you will never bring me to justice. Because I will falter on my own terms. You'll try to bring me to justice and I will refuse. You will have no catharsis. What? Rhodes says, what have you to say about your authorization of General Ashes to crater the town on the Gorkon River, even though you knew that it would destroy millions of homes? I would never support such a thing. I love this town.
Of the tops, the doms, and the sadists. Yes, Discordant Vol says they're forced into a role of being sexual sin eaters. Yes, I think that's fairly accurate. That basically, like, there's this moral expectation that dominant people, sadistic people, or tops are sort of, they're supposed to take the burden onto themselves of the guilt, and that's not fair. It isn't fair. Yeah, because they're just people engaging just like anybody else in something that brings them some level of pleasure. And it's a big deal. Has anybody ever heard of the term top drop? Which I think is a misnomer, again, because of the conflation of dominance and dominance and submission and top versus bottom. Because, of course, bottoming is not inherently submissive and topping is not inherently dominant. But the term top drop, regardless, we'll talk about the term top drop. I'll read all the donos in a minute. Top drop is a term that refers to basically after a
What the
kink
heck?
scene,
You jumped right through
as they're
those.
called, or after an encounter that involved kink, usually intense kink, that there is a severe like basically that a top will crash and have an emotional breakdown because the aftercare, which is a key. I should define this. For those who don't know, aftercare is a term that is commonly used in kink communities to refer to basically stepping out of whatever intense activity that you were doing. So like,
Holy shit! Vontix with the $10. Thank you very much. Vontix says, you really crossed a line when you bought that Ford F-350, slapped a 3%er sticker on it, and replaced the antenna with a decorative machine gun bullet, and then drove around screaming about demographics being destiny. Woohoo! Damn you! Damn you! You weren't supposed to know about that! You weren't supposed to know about that!
for example, say that you are in a sort of a punishment situation, okay? So you're engaging in a sexual scenario, a scene, in which somebody is being punished and it's sexual and maybe it's really, really super great. The reality is that it's very intense and sometimes it can cause lingering emotions. So there's this concept called
aftercare is important for everybody.
After engaging in this, you step out of those roles perhaps for a little bit, or you soften it so that people can have time to recover and not feel traumatized by, pleasurable but intense activities. Think of it like, resting up after a very intense sports game. If you go and play a game of soccer and you play your absolute hardest and it's really difficult, and maybe you win the game, maybe you lose the game, you have the time of your life and it's the best game you've ever played, but afterwards you're drained of energy. You might just want to hang out with your team and have a speech from your coach that tells you, hey, everything's going to be okay. You did a great job out there. It was wonderful to see you all. Remember, we're a team and we're in this together. Even if it was the most fun game of your life, it's still so intense that emotions can be all over the place. Hence, in kink, there's this concept of aftercare. And sometimes the aftercare is perceived as being most important to the submissive person or to the masochist because, they might have been the recipient of certain actions, the hot wax or the whatever. But the reality is, of course, that that's not entirely true, and that because of this effect that I've talked about, the dominant or the sadist or the top can sometimes basically have a severe emotional crash afterwards because they feel a sense of guilt.
Yeah, I want to talk about this a little bit because I think it's pretty important. The reason why this is important on all sides, a lot of people would make the mistake, and I talked about this a little bit in the context of talking about the Foreign Man video. A lot of people would make the mistake of thinking that the person who really needs to recover after a scene is necessarily going to be the submissive partner, because they're the one who's having things done to them. But that's just a role that they affect for the scene.
Polaire says, I'm an ignorant fool, but wouldn't a hot wax burn cause scars? Not necessarily. Depends on the wax. That's why it's important to do some research, because the information is out there. It depends on the wax. Certain temperatures might leave a red mark and might cause pain, but won't scar. Yeah. There's in fact plenty of there are all kinds of types of hot wax that are designed to cause a burning sensation and cause pain, but not scar permanently. In fact, that's how most like wax play candles are designed. And it literally depends on the type of the wax, because different types of wax have different melting points, and also how far you're dropping the wax from. Yeah. So yes.
Reality, both partners are playing a part. And so it's just based on individual needs and desires that things will shape up to where one partner requires maybe a little bit more aftercare than the other one does. I've seen it both ways. So definitely, I think people get a little confused based again on appearances. But don't be fooled by appearances. Listen, has the transgender community not communicated this well? I think we have, over the course of years and years. Sometimes appearances are misleading. You know? Important to remember that.
And likewise, sometimes you can mislead yourself with someone else's appearance. That's also an important thing to consider. Demon Mama, can you justify your actions in the Jello Golem incident that destroyed our town? Yes, the Jello Golem deserved to live.
Backstab, too.
My actions were justified.
A sense of guilt for engaging in something they shouldn't feel guilty about at all. Killjoy 40K says, aftercare is supposed to get you back to baseline because being at a 10 it can be harmful, and Kink can get up to 10 pretty quickly. Someone has to help get people back down to baseline. It's why climaxing is a thing. Emotions are hard to process and brains can be mushy. Yeah, that's true. Yep, it's you can't live your whole life at maximal intensity. Sometimes you need to be able to calm down. Like I said, I think the sports analogy is a good one. You know, but another example is like a non-sports example is imagine that you're doing a workout, right? And you go and you run on the treadmill and your heart rate gets really high, which is good for you, for your heart rate to get higher, for you to be in that high intensity exercise environment. But then afterwards, you need to bring your heart rate back down. Same thing goes for kink and for sexual engagement.
Yeah. Do you guys want to know a good like way to understand where the line is? Because it can also be hard to tell where the line is. You know that scene in BoJack Horseman where he chokes his co-star? And, like, they're in a scene and he's, like, I can't remember it exactly, but it's, like, he's choking her and then he, like, keeps choking her after the scene because he's, like, drunk and he's having an episode. I will help you, sir. I will help you. Oh my gosh, our dog's
Thank you for that,
crazy.
Punky Gal. That does seem
Aftercare
useful.
is very important. And there is...
He did what? BoJack Horseman is not a good person, but he is also a horse and not real. So, he can't hurt you. Oh my god, am I gonna die here?
Woo! Good parry. Last minute
Sucker.
parry. That was great.
Gotcha.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, no.
Nice
listen,
parry.
It's a really disturbed scene. He is what? Yeah, no, it's a really disturbed scene for sure. But
Lacan asks, Demon Mama, do you think that Satan from Job is the same devil of temptations of the Christ and Lucifer also, or was this all a post hoc medieval invention, just like Sodom/sodomy? I tend to lean towards the medieval invention. I think that the interpretation of there being various demons and devils and angelic beings of temptation instead of one singular villain figure is the interpretation that I think is more accurate. I do think that the medieval period wanted to have like an ultimate devil and a hierarchy of devils. I mean, demonology basically almost entirely evolved into what we understand it as now in the medieval period. Of course, there was Kabbalistic demonology before, but it was very different. And the Kabbalistic demonology, it only has like some overlaps with the later Christian demonology. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, I think that I think that there was a conflation of different figures, that there were more that these were distinct figures, and that in the medieval times this was imposed. But I'm not a scholar. This is just my lay interpretation. So Rhodes says, I agree, especially if you consider Christianity as an offshoot from Judaism, in which there is no one evil spirit but many. Yeah. Yep.
It is an interesting scene because you can tell where the line is, given that like there's a line where it's like, oh, play choking in the scene, okay, not play choking for real choking, bad, real danger, bad, you know. everybody around him in that moment, there's a second where they think that it's like a just part of the scene. If memory serves, I haven't seen BoJack Horseman in a while. If memory serves, that's kind of how it goes down. At first, which is
good night.
Why they're not alarmed at first, because it is in the scene. But when they realize it's real, it becomes a problem. It crosses an important line. And that line is there and should be obeyed and should be recognized. Silence, Silver Knight. Be gone. Get back up and then be gone. Germa isn't real, he can't hurt you. Germa is real, and he called me a slur. I can't say which one. It was in a language I didn't know from space aliens.
Is a problem of like dominant top role people basically being neglected on that front and assuming that, oh, well, you were the one doing it, as if it's not a mutually consensual engagement. And it's problematic. It's a huge issue. Anyway, I hope that this segment, I know it was off the cuff and probably a little bit disorganized, but I hope that this segment gave people some basic information and encouraged people to not have knee-jerk reactions to encountering fetishes that they're unfamiliar with.
Yeah.
While I will admit that there are some fetishes that are more problematic or more at risk of becoming problematic than others, the reality is that just because there are potential bad outcomes of a kink of a kink or a fetish doesn't mean that that thing in and of itself is bad. So be careful with it. Try to be understanding to other people, and you and other people will be happier in the long run. It's not good to just judge people without fully understanding them. It's not good to psychoanalyze people for no reason.
I agree.
Yeah. Yeah, if you enjoyed this segment, I don't talk about this particular subject all that much, but it has, it's a topic I've revisited a couple of times throughout the history of my channel. Generally, I talk about politics, I talk about video games. So if you're interested in those types of things, press that subscribe button down below. Oh, I said politics and video games. I talk about a lot of queer politics and queer video games in addition. That's a big focus for my channel. So yeah, that too. So if you're interested in those things, press the subscribe button down below, and please share me your thoughts in the comments. I would really love to hear what people have to say. Yeah, so please give me your thoughts down below, and thank you for watching. So now we'll go into the discussion segment. Yeah, I hope.
How is DM's off the cuff take better than FM's like researched ones? Okay, well.
Oh, thank you.
Here's the thing: you want to have people like Demon Mama, and preferably somebody like, we've talked to Luna before on this channel. We like Luna. Preferably somebody like that who has.
Socked on Left says, I'm about 1 hour back and I slightly disagree with your argument on conversion therapy. In addition to intrinsic motivation, your argument, conversion therapy does not work on sexual orientations which are not malleable, but it does work on sexual preferences which are malleable. That's what somebody said. That's what I think Sirius also said that, but I have not seen evidence of that, and maybe? I don't know. I'm not sure. I would have to look into more of that specific terminology, and also see the information on it, but yeah. Lacan says, as an analyst myself, fetish is a psychopath thing, or old age perversion, with its object being the necessary for satisfaction, whereas kinks have to do with preference, taste, never sine qua non. All right, Lacan. All right, Lacan. Yeah, sure, I'm open to that, Socked on Left.
Experience on in these spaces
all I'm saying is that I think that malleability has has a lot to do with our relationship to the aspect of change, right? We are obviously changed constantly by all kinds of things. Trauma changes us, but that doesn't always mean that it's going to be a healthy or effective change, or that the change can be like the outcome of the change can be decided in advance. Complicated. I hope that makes sense. But I'd be totally open to looking at those sucked and left.
Amateur and personal level, and then also at a professional level. Somebody to whom these issues are not alien, you know? If at any point you're doing like an interview for a video like that and you have to stop to explain like what the kink is or stuff like that, you know, like that's probably, you know, no shade to the very, very smart and very wonderful people that were also in that video, but that's probably not a sign that you kind of like picked on somebody who would be constructive to the aim.
Oh yeah, in reference to the Foreign Man video, I don't think that Foreign Man thought about like his, or at least reasoned particularly well who he brought on. In fact, there was one part in the Foreign Man video that really shocked me, which was Foreign Man at the beginning of his video says, I'm bringing on a whole bunch of guests who are curators of and creators of the type of content that we're talking about tonight. And then within a few minutes, cuts to Cat Black, and Cat Black says, I am actively revolted by forced feminization and sissy content. So I can't help but go, hold on a second. You said that you brought on people who make and are familiar with this, and then the first person that you talk to explicitly says, I am revolted by this. I felt like that was a big mistake. Not that I don't think that Cat Black has interesting things to say about these topics. I do. It was just a very interesting decision. I think that Foreign Man chooses his guests, and this is a value judgment on my part, but I think he chooses his guests largely based on clout. That's what I think. I think that the majority of his guests are because he thinks that they are big names that will grow his channel, and they're not as you know, contextually relevant as he would like to sell it as. That's my personal opinion. Not that I think, in fact, that the funny thing is, I quite like, I just reacted to a fantastic video from Lily Alexander, and you all have heard my opinion about Cat Black many times, you know, yeah. Anyway, let's continue. I don't want to get off on talking about this thing.
Was FM someone who we looked at earlier? Foreign Man in a Foreign Land did the video that we watched last night. It was a video that a lot of people were very negative towards. For me personally, I was okay on it. I thought that it had a lot of good points. I just also thought that it had some really frustrating ones. So I voiced my frustrations and I left those.
Trickster Jackal says, the edits of his guests' videos make me sus. I feel that the way that he uses guests in his videos is very weird to me. It's not like they're doing line readings. He basically uses them as puppets, which I find very strange. Maybe his guests might be fine with this, and that's fine if they are, but as a viewer, I find that it makes the guests' opinions less reliable. If you're going to interview your guests, if you like the format, that it's very clear that all of the guests are being talked to in an interview format, that basically he's asking them their opinions and stuff like that, but then he uses almost nothing, and he basically uses very selected lines from their interview to basically directly support his argument, which to me, that editing style. Now, of course, you can never use, like in a video like this, you can never use the full thing, but we get remarkably little context for a lot of what they're saying, and I find that to be very weird. I don't like that style. That's my personal.
In the cut, and people will be able to see that, and you know, hopefully enjoy that for what it's worth. But I also don't want to catastrophize with the critique. I want to leave it in its place. because I liked the elements of it that were stronger and that were good. Hell yeah, dude. Let's
Oh yeah, that's true. Fortnite points out that he would take quotes that were clearly taken from Black New World Order segments of the video and then splice them in during segments where he wasn't talking about BNWO at all. That happened really aggressively. There was a lot of weird conflation there. I don't want to talk about that video so much, but I know I've gotten myself in here. And anyway, whatever. Let's continue.
Get this lightning long sword
that did happen. There was a lot of there was a portion where God, I'm trying to remember the exact thing. It doesn't really matter. Let's continue. What's BNWO? Black New World Order. It's a let's just say it's a very strange niche.
We started right. We need to get some chunks. We need to get chunky. Yeah, anyway, the point being that, like, you know, Demon Mama has lived this a little bit, so she's got that going for her, and that does, you know, count for a certain degree of expertise if that's what you're looking for. Yeah, I mean, I'm a certified kink enjoyer as well. Definitely like some fun stuff. Don't always get a lot of chances to practice these days. I'm more reserved. I'm like a shut-in these days. Yeah. I sit at desk. I write essay. Is what I do.
Listen, there is a mystique to the hermit moding, to creative hermit moding, when you sort of disappear from the world and then you return a mysterious and unspecified time later with something amazing. There is something, there's a mystique and an energy to it that's appreciable.
But, you know, I do other things. Card-carrying leash holder, right? I know. Well, it also helps to live in the same places, at least some of your partners.
Questions. I hope you get into this in depth, including in regards to sex work and kink. Yeah, I'm sure I'll talk about it again. What is the gayest game? The gayest game. How often do you cry? Pretty frequently, I'll be completely honest. I don't know. I've found I've always found myself to be fairly capable of crying. I don't really...
Doing a little stretch.
Yeah, I would think fairly often. I don't know, it's hard to judge because I don't know how frequently everyone else cries, so... But yeah, pretty frequently. I don't think there's, I mean, obviously, sometimes I feel like I want to hide it, but most of the times I don't.
Wait, hang on. The new title for the vid, for Foreign Man's vid right now reads, "These fetishes are hate crimes." Really? No. Really? I'll check that in just a minute, but...
come on.
Wow.
I don't cry on stream. I think I've been on the verge of tears like 2 or 3 times on stream.
Sometimes people will just be saying stuff.
That's not true. It's not. I just looked it up. It doesn't say that. It says it's the old one. Oh, he changed it and then changed it back? What? Why? Why?
Was once was the moving stream when I packed up the old studio. That was really hard to control myself. That was a very emotional time.
To juke the algorithm? Huh? How does that work?
I came pretty
I guess I should just go change my titles sometimes?
close to just crying on stream. There have been a couple of stories here and there throughout the years that have really affected me, but...
Is that is that beneficial, Chariot? I feel like that's non-beneficial.
Yeah, generally, just to comment on the things that's going on in chat. Yeah, we generally.
That is so fucking pathetic. Okay, if that's true, if it's to get viewers to click on the same video multiple times, that is actually pathetic. And holy shit, does that show how little respect you have for your audience? Listen, I'm thankful to be to have the lovely minions in my audience, the imps. I am so thankful that that I have the audience that I have. I can't imagine hating my audience so much to literally do that type of shit to them. That is like so pathetic. That is just so fucking pathetic.
Do have a review, or we have a rule of not making directed sexual comments to people, and I do think calling people a bottom falls within that. I would avoid doing that most of the time. I think it can be a little uncomfortable for people.
Banana.
Especially if it's unwanted. We do have a specific rule against that.
You guys really just, all of you who are here watching need to recognize how good I am to you all. I don't do shakedowns. I don't do paywalls, man. I don't try to trick you into clicking the same video twice. If I'm gonna make you watch the video, I just literally say, like tonight, I'm going to react to someone else watching my video.
A good rule to have. I hadn't thought about that, but
Mr.
probably.
Krabs, you've grown increasingly impatient. You need to be patient. You need to be patient, Mr. Krabs, please. I know you're excited, but you gotta be patient, okay? I got a lot of stuff to do on this stream.
Yeah.
You gotta be patient.
There's a segment here where she.
You're not too bad. You're not too bad, says the viewer who's in my chat every single night.
I was wondering if I could message you on Twitter on the topic of paraphilias and kinks and the growing puritanism, especially in typically queer and leftist online spaces.
Okay.
Yeah, you should shoot me an
We'll
email
watch
about
this
it.
for a second.
You should shoot me an email about it.
Look at that little orb.
I am constantly
Time
overwhelmed
to
with
ponder
Discord
this orb.
messages, and it's becoming very difficult.
If I really wanted to squeeze you all for every single drop, I would make it a war where for $5 you can put another minion on the screen, but for $10 you can take 2 minions off. No, you can take 1 minion off. So then it would get the chatters in a war with one another to see who could either fill the screen with minions or remove the minions faster, and I would be the beneficiary. Yeah, no, $5 for 2 on, $10 for 1 off, or something like that, yeah. I'd have to work it out exactly. Yeah, 2 on for 5. Yeah, see? Yep. $5 a minion! Koopa Shell 10 says, they said more, Koopa Shell 10 with the tier 1 subscription says more minions. Very well, your wish is my command. There are now 2 minions on the screen. Matthew McConaughey with the $10 says, can you please add 2 more minions? Yes, I can. One moment, please. Boop. Boop. Where's the other one? Boop. Boop. Go. Thank you very, very much. Deeply appreciated. Socked on Left says, I can't find anyone talking about how changing the thumbnail or title will automatically increase views. In fact, some argue that misleading changes will decrease retention. Yeah, I would think that it does. But people could be testing it out. But why would you test it out like that? Wouldn't you want to test it out across multiple videos so you don't tank your own video by accident? This one looks wrong. I need to make this one, hold on. Wait, this one was doing great before. Why did I do that? Hold on a second. This one is the one that looks wrong. This one needs to be bigger. Standing like Wait, hold on. Maybe I could go like this. Hold on. We'll reverse it. And then we'll go, yeah, there we go. That's more sensical. There, that looks better. Tarpalicious says, Demon Mama says, see how good I am to you? I don't shake you down or paywall you. Chat says, oh my god, please shake me down and paywall me, mama. True! How much money to get a minion emote for both the site chat and the Discord? Now that's a tough call. I don't know about that one. That's desecration. That might be going a little too far, honestly. I don't know if I can handle that one. Ah, god damn it. I need to grab all these minions here. There we go. Now I can put all these minions over here. And I gotta shrink all of these. Wait, hold on. I think I can shrink all of them together. Oh no, I can't. There we go. Let's continue. Let's finish it.
For me to keep up with Discord messages, emails, make sure that I don't lose anything. Valhalla Video says, that was a great segment, Mama. Thank you very much. Yeah. Will there be Dark Souls later? Yes, there is definitely going to be Dark Souls later. I will literally drop segments today if I feel like we don't have enough time for Dark Souls. I'm really mad.
We're 6 hours into stream. We better fucking hurry up.
That we haven't played Dark Souls in the last couple of streams because
Dark
of the
Souls right
subject
now.
matter, and I really want.
No, because I can't drop. Well, should I delay the Holy Mac? Maybe I should delay the Holy Mac, and we should just do Dark Souls. Because we did a debate out of the blue. But that's gonna, oh look, yeah, look, see, Uncle Gumbald is getting really mad. Uncle Gumbald, listen, y'all, Uncle Gumbald's one of my shooters. You know? Good night, Lacan. But I do need to play Dark Souls. Yeah, Holy Mac is a whole event, and I don't want to rush it.
Play Dark Souls, so with you all.
How about
By
that?
the way, if
Soul
you're
of a
here
hero.
watching for my politics
Well, we'll decide.
segments,
Give me a minute.
I want to sort of advertise.
Dear Mom, Rhodes says, under no circumstances can you delay the Holy Mac segment.
Gaming segments to you, okay?
Okay, but there's a problem. Hold on, we'll talk about it in a minute. Let's do this.
I know that a lot of people who are super into politics don't always stick around for gaming, but I encourage you to do so.
Okay, we'll call this segment here. Chariot, it was wonderful to react to your video. Thank you so much. Everybody go subscribe to Chariot right now. As you can tell, Chariot is amazing, and you should support Chariot. She's amazing. So, yeah. But also, yeah, if you enjoyed this reactception, slam that like button, is what I'm saying. Demon Mama, can you please explain why you consistently lie to your audience with phantom segments that don't exist? That's not fucking true even a little bit. No, you know what? No. Now I'm assuming direct control. Hold on a second. Assuming direct control. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Hold on a second. Give me a second. My last stream times. I'm gonna just read them out in order, okay? 6 hours and 48 minutes. 9 hours and 2 minutes. 8 hours and 7 minutes. 8 hours and 12 minutes, 5 hours and 15 minutes, 6 hours and 57 minutes, 9 hours and 35 minutes, okay? Those are the last streams in order that I've done, okay? 6, 7 hour, 9 hour, 8 hour, 8 hour. Finally, it was back at the beginning of October that I last did my last stream that was under 5, that was even close to 5 hours. So, while it is true that sometimes I don't get to everything that I said that we're gonna do, the amount of content that I put out for you all is fucking crazy! And I never get to do enough Dark Souls, and it's fucking making my channel suffer. Because the truth is, I need to do more gaming stuff, but if I don't do the gaming stuff, then I never am able to build up my presence in my, you know, in the algorithm for the gaming stuff. And then shit like the other day when my fucking Lords of the Fallen review Nobody watches it. Makes me sad. How am I ever gonna get, how are we ever, hold on a second. How are we ever gonna get through Dark Souls? We're supposed to do Dark Souls, Demon Souls, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, and Elden Ring. How are we? I'm soy facing at our own challenge. Thank you, Matthew McConaughey. Die less? Also, there's another problem, which is that if I do the Holy Mac retrospective now, most of the people watching right now already know what Holy Mac is. The goal is that we need to bait people in to Holy Mac so that they become, so that they understand and they become forever marked with this community. That's the goal. We need, it's an initiation. Don't you understand? Don't you people get anything? What the fuck is a Holy Mac? Hadem. This is your chance, okay? Everyone, Hadem, this is Hadem's first stream. Let me give you something, Hadem. Hold on. I'll give you magic. This is magic. This is a gift to you, Hadem. You are going to have the unique experience of getting to be in the loop before other new viewers, okay? Hold on. I'm gonna get it to you right now. You're gonna be so thankful for this, okay? Give me just a second. I'm gonna give you something really cool, Hadem. Where is it here? Add that playlist to your watch later and watch them in order, okay? And you will thank me. I promise you. I'm not kidding you. You will thank me. The Holy Mackerel is a section, it is a deep lore of the Demon Mama channel that very few new viewers actually know about, even though it is some of the best content we've ever done on this entire channel. And I've been planning for a while a Holy Mac catch-up to bring new people in so that they can understand what they're missing out on. But I promise, you will have a blast. Just watch it in order. It should be set in the correct order. Yeah, date publish, oldest. It should start, and when you watch the old one, you're gonna be like, holy shit, that's some old Demon Mama, right? And it's correct, it's true, it's past me. But I promise you, I have given you a gift. You are being given magic right now. And when the catch-up stream happens, it will blow your mind. I have also never seen Holy Mac. Here you go, this is your chance. You handful of people who are here can go watch the playlist and catch yourself up. I promise you, I promise you with my entire soul, if you watch those videos, you will have the best time, okay? Here you go. There you go. There's the link. There's the playlist. I still think Levi was a plant, so you delay the segment? Nah, that's fucking bullshit. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to be Giga Chad tonight. We're going to delay the Holy Mac segment. Wait, what was the title of the stream anyway? Ha! I didn't even put it in the stream title. We're gonna delay the Holy Mac segment until the next stream. And here's what we're gonna do. Listen, shut up, no complaining. Listen, real quick. Here's what we're gonna do, okay? The next stream, okay? Listen, all of you here, there were nearly 300 of you listening right now. The next stream that I do, we're gonna do a politics segment or a drama segment, okay? And we're gonna get lots of people in, and then we're gonna smack them with the Mac. Just like Holy Mac smacking the sandwich out of your hand, we're gonna hit him with the Mac. A Mac smack. Kind of like what do they call it? A flat smack? Is that what they call it? What's the thing? What's it called? Is that what they call it? Yeah, flat smacked. Which is when you drop flat earthism on somebody. They call it flat smacking. I'm sorry, Rhodes. I didn't mean to hurt you, but I promise it'll be worth it. It'll be worth it, okay? I have to make progress on Dark Souls or else I will never know, there will never be any hope, okay? I'm also gonna hide, we can hide the minions for now. For now. What you're saying is that the Holy Mac segment is being snapped like the cow from tonight's stream? It's being relocated. Hippie Punk says, Holy Mac was my dad's favorite Mama Times. He saw you riffing that, was like, this gal is hilarious. Link this to me. That's how good your Holy Mac segments are. Really? That's the coolest shit. See? This is why I need to use my strength to bring this channel back. Okay? I have allowed myself to be bent by politics and drama over the course of like a year. Accidentally. I didn't even mean to. And I felt myself getting bent away from what makes this channel great. We need to make Demon Mama great again. For real. It's actually sad how, it's actually crazy how much we've done so much banger shit, but also by accident, I've left so much wonderment behind. The things that we used to do, the off the cuff random shit that we used to do back when I wasn't so structured. Part of this was something that I had to think about a lot. By the way, I'm being vulnerable with you all right now, so you better fucking appreciate it, okay? You better fucking appreciate this. Back before I left on my journey, for like almost a full calendar year, we did an upload, a video segment upload every single day. And that was because I have been wanting to grow this channel through hard work and not through any underhanded methods, not through any fucking bullshit, not through any fucking stuff, just good old hard work. But the sacrifice that had to be made was that I moved to a model where I was making structured segments all the time, doing so many structured segments. And the downside of the structured segments is that it accidentally crowded out some of the wild and crazy nonsense that we used to get up to that was some of the best content in the history of my channel, which a lot of imps have never gotten to experience because they experienced me on my hustle grind set for segments. And while I don't regret like working hard to get segments out, the reality is that my stream grows best when it's in its maximum form, even if that means we don't get segments out every single day, which is why I've been changing the channel. I've been talking about this so often, is because I am trying to heal the unintentional mentality damage that I did to myself by working so hard to get segments out. Mithril with the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Mithril. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. The Halloween candy tier list was great. Yeah, we have to do that again this year. We never even posted the Halloween candy tier list, I don't think. Last year, that was so much fun. Uncle Gumbald says, I don't think any of us would mind if you rearrange your structured spontaneous ratio so you'd have more free time. Yeah, I appreciate that, actually. That means a lot to me. Thank you. I know that a lot of people would like it more. But there's two things, you know? There's two things, okay? Which is, one, it's hard, okay? It's hard to take, it's emotionally and mentally difficult to take risks with content. And two, it's scary when you post stuff on your channel and it's out of your regular niche or whatever that YouTube files you into and people don't see it. I don't know how to communicate this. Everyone will just call me like a blubbering whiner or whatever will say, oh, you're so pathetic. Oh, the YouTube crying. Well, you know what? You're watching me, so. But the reality is, it's fucking mentally and emotionally devastating when a video doesn't do well. Oh my god, it hurts so bad. It hurts so fucking bad. It's like that it's like that image of the like I don't want to play with you anymore. That's what it feels like when a video doesn't do as good. And if a video does bad, it's even worse. It may as well be playing the section. May as well just be fast forwarding through Toy Story 2. Gaming Blow says, the stream as it is now, from a viewer's perspective, is dead on. Has a lot of variety. Cooking, drama, politics, gaming, weird random stuff. Just overall relaxing time. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I've been working really hard to like reattain the balance since I returned from my journey. I spent a lot of time on my cross-country RV trip just thinking about how I wanted to shape things and change things when I got back. So I'm glad that it's showing through. I think I still have a little more tweaking to do, but I am glad that it is satisfying to a lot of viewers. Chariot says that Lords of the Fallen segment was really good too. Unusually good for videos talking about Souls-like. Iron Pineapple tier, but with Vadi levels of grandeur. Wow, thank you. Wow. That means a lot to me. I actually want to do even better. Oh, I feel like I'm gonna have to do an update to it anyway because some of the stuff that I criticized, they actually changed already. They patched some a little bit. I don't know if they fixed it 100%. Some of the issues are a little bit harder. Also, I'm thinking about playing through Lies of P. I've been hesitating on Lies of P, but more and more people have been telling me that Lies of P is worth it, so I might actually do it. Also, today I reinstalled and booted up Elden Ring again, and I realized, holy shit, I forgot that I had a character that was literally sitting at Horaloo about to win the game, but I got distracted at some point and just didn't finish it. So I booted it up, got fucking stomped like 8 times in a row by Horaloo and finally squeaked out a victory. And then I one-shotted Elden Beast. I got crunched over again by Horaloo and then one-shotted Elden Beast. Which I was like, what the fuck? Secret, here's a secret, okay? The biggest secret of the entire planet is a Dex Frostbite build. It completely destroys the Elden Beast. So if you ever get stuck on Elden Beast, just Frost Dex that build. Also, I watched a video. Oh yeah, the Chariot. I have to thank you for this. That video that you sent me, the critique of Joseph Anderson, the one that was called Joseph Anderson is a Scrub, that video has a section where they talk about Elden Beast's moveset, and it actually I remembered it. I didn't think I was gonna remember it. I remembered it in the heat of the moment and managed to avoid 2 of the attacks that constantly killed me in the past. I'm not even kidding you. That video single-handedly made me slightly better at Elden Ring. It was like, what the fuck? Oh, cool. Thank you, Gila Monster. Made with love. That's so good. That's so good. Oh, that's going in the memes folder. Oh man, that's great. Thank you. Oh, I gotta put that in the memes folder. Oh damn, that's excellent. There we go. And I got attributed to you and everything. Thank you. We already have a soy face. I don't know. Maybe we can touch it up and turn it into an emote. But regardless, it's fantastic. Chariot says Lupine is a genius. He's the drunken master of Souls critics. I really liked his critique. Oh man. All right, let's boot up Dark Souls. We're Dark Soulsing. We're Soulsing. I'm gonna talk about all this shit while we play Souls. Oh, look at that. There was another patch. Wait, did I show off my achievos for Lords of the Fallen? Did I show you guys that shit? I did, right? I showed those off, right? The fact that I had an achievement that had 0.3% achievement rate. I wonder what it's at now. How'd it go down? It went down! Oh, because more people are playing, but less people are getting the achievement. My achievement has gotten rarer. Oh, I gotta hide these damn minions. Sorry. Minions, you gotta hide for a while, okay? Look at this. Back to the Void. Unlocked October 20th, 2023. 0.2% of players have this achievement. Hunger Sated. 0.2 players have this achievement. Umbral Adept. 0.5% of players have this achievement. Hero Worship. 1.3. A Queen's Rest. 0.3%. 3.6%. 1.7%. 2.5%. 0.3%. 1%. 0.8%. Just look at all of these shining achievements that I've achieved. I've never had this experience of literally being on the cutting edge of a game that's as hard as this. And by the way, Lords of the Fallen is very hard. I feel very proud of myself, even if there are things that I got really mad about with Lords of the Fallen. I didn't even talk about it. I almost lost my mind in the final zone of Lords of the Fallen. It was actually bad, which made me sad. It actually made me feel sad. I'm not even kidding you. The last zone of Lords of the Fallen had a real Lost Acelaces feel to it. Just but even still, oh, cool. Maybe they'll get even rarer then. I don't know. I actually think, okay, so two things I want to say about Lords of the Fallen before we jump into Dark Souls. First of all, I actually think this game is going to get more popular as it goes on. And the reason for that is that the devs have been super responsive. They have released a patch almost every single day since this game came out. And they just released a patch that changes the enemy density, which was one of my biggest complaints. And that is really cool. They also actually were willing to address the complaints that people had about New Game Plus. And they added a standard new game mode where you can basically loop through the game with your overpowered, super strong end game character if you want to be a completionist or at least get to try storylines that you didn't get to do. I am actually very hopeful for the future of Lords of the Fallen, and that actually makes me feel so good, because I came off as a bit of a true believer in my review. I know that there's a lot of problems with it and whatever, but at the same time, I also think it's a really, really good game, and I want to recommend it to people because the style is fucking off the charts. I showed you guys my character. I'll show you my character again, just in case people didn't see it. But my character was so fucking cool. And I love the character designs in this game. It really was impressive. And made me feel cool as fuck. Where's my my screenshot? Why is it so hard to find screenshots? Oh, also, cool thing about this game that I didn't even mention, this game has a it has a 3D photo mode, which is actually super awesome. The 3D photo mode allows you to what it does is it actually saves the scene, and they have a 3D photo library that you can access from the main menu. And when you go into it, you can change the angle. It saves the scene, so you can change the angle and add effects, and you can get multiple screenshots. Super fucking awesome. I was actually pretty blown away that the tool is as detailed as it is. It weirdly enough doesn't have a super intrinsic screenshot tool, but it has the 3D scene making. Let me show you some of these cool photos. First of all, take a look at my fucking sick ass character. Look at how cool she looks. Look at how awesome my character looks. Isn't she fucking amazing? Let me see if I can get, there's another one of her in the blue area. There she is up close. There she is standing in front of the big scary monster. There she is again standing in front of the big scary monster. Here she is in the menu. There she is on the main menu. Oh yeah, your character in their outfits goes on the main menu when you're playing as them. So she looks, every time I log into the game, I get to see my awesome character. Should I play the one on PS4 before this? No. This game, while there are references to the 2014 Lords of the Fallen, it's not, it's really hard to explain. It's technically a sequel, but barely. And the 2014 Lords of the Fallen was a mess. I highly just recommend just playing this one. This is an alternate outfit. I'm using the same headpiece. God, I should boot this up and show you some of the other outfits I have available. Oh yeah, this is what my character looked like before I got that demon headdress with the long tentacles. This is what she looked like before. Well, one of her outfits. She had like roots growing out of her face. The outfits in this game are phenomenal. Chariot says, real talk, have you ever played Dragon Age? It only just occurred to me that you might like it. I have never played the Dragon Age series. Oh, okay, no, I've played Dragon Age Origins, but I never got to complete it. I've considered going and playing them. Anyway, let's, oh shit, I left my controller downstairs. Fuck, hold on. I gotta go grab, let me, hold on a second. God damn it. All right. I forgot my controller downstairs, so don't worry, chair didn't sell me out. Wow, that's surprising. But I have faith in my chair, I suppose. The chair is the real reason why Demon Mama got canceled. True. I actually have to. I'm gonna probably get a different chair soon. I've talked about this already, but whatever. Here we go. It's time. It's Dark Souls Prepare to Die edition time. Fucking do it. There is a chair behind my chair. The chair that's behind my chair is my super comfy chair. The chair that's behind my chair is my really comfy recliner. That's the chair I read Berserk in when I'm off stream. Chair arcs are based. Well, the thing is, so I have a nice chair. The chair that I have right now is a Herman Miller Aeron Type B, which I didn't realize when I bought it, is really not designed for people who are as tall or as big as me. But especially I notice it because the seat, the length of the seat is too short for my legs. And I didn't realize it at first when I was first using this chair, but over time it's really gotten to me. It actually puts a lot of strain on my lower back because the seat size is not long enough to go as far as my legs, which basically means that I'm sitting at the wrong angle. And yeah. Wait, for real? They made a Holy Mac bobblehead? Oh, wow. I'm already gonna have to, oh, hold on. Is this for real? They actually did? Oh my God, they actually did make a Holy Mac bobblehead. It's, oh, I can't show it. Oh, I can't show it because of the, oh my God. Oh, because the Dark Souls is taken over. That link, you guys can go see it for yourselves. I can't believe they actually made it. It looks deranged, I'm not gonna lie. That is really fucking funny. Also, how tall am I? I am 6'2". Oh no. Oh no, did Dark Souls crash? Oh no, Dark Souls totally crashed. Oh, great. Excellent. Old school fucking Dark Souls is so buggy. Oh, it's gone to the community content. All right, let's redo it. Reboot. Oh, I already just clicked reboot. It's okay. I'll show it during the Holy Mackerel one. I am 6'2", by the way. Are we for real right now? All right, here we go. Yeah, it's kind of hard. It's really hard to read streamers' heights unless you have like a very particular frame of view. And admittedly, it's kind of easy to get confused. So, where were we? Last stream, we arrived in the painted world of Ariamis, which we feast our eyes upon now. This strange giant Mario 64 painting sucked us in. And thankfully we could escape because we have the Lord Vessel, but normally average players would get trapped inside here. And that's no good. But we are not trapped. We are brave warriors. And we also learned last stream that if we wear the Fap ring, we can use our Giganto sword. Which is sick as fuck. So let's continue. Wait, hold on. We need to be human. Because I think there's an invader in here, but we need to be human. Okay. That sword is big as hell. Yeah, it's the Dragon Ultra Greatsword, which is a genuinely awesome weapon. Oh, we can't use our dragon headstone. Wait, we don't even need the dad. We don't need it. Which means we can use our dragon. Ow! Hey! 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 I'm trying to roar! A dragon only roars when she's angry! You might still be trapped and prevented from warping, is that true? No, I can warp, see? I can warp. The pink hollows. Oh, god damn it, I reset the pink hollows. Shit. We didn't actually have to kill that dragon. In fact, that dragon was a friend. He let us take his tail for free. We got a nice dragon head, though, which is kind of cool. Oh, I want that. We hit that with this? No, you can't. Can't aim up. That's unfortunate. This is such a wild zone. I love this goddamn zone. Wow! Ouch. Bunch of friggin' pink hollows. You know, I actually forgot that there were so many pink hollows in this zone. Oh, God! I forgot how goofy these guys looked, and also horrifying. Ah, shit. They spray. Ow. Okay, ow. Ow. Not necessary. Let's see if we can dragon head him. Yeah, get toasted. Which Dark Souls game would you recommend for a newbie to start playing? Dark Souls 1. Dark Souls 1 has some jank, but not enough that it really matters. And Dark Souls 1 is surprisingly, it's a very good place to start learning. And also, you get the genuine, the experience of getting to go through the games in the correct order. Some people would say Demon Souls, but Demon Souls is harder to play because it's only on PS3, and also, only being on PS3 means that if you try to emulate it, it's a whole thing, which I'm gonna do, but I'm also a professional streamer, so, you know. Yeah. Do not, okay, the Demon Souls remake, oh man, am I gonna have to show you guys the video about the Demon Souls remake? The Demon Souls remake fucking blows, okay? It is actually shameful. The Demon Souls remake is an embarrassment. It's bad. The gameplay is fine, but the mood, atmosphere, and theming is completely bungled. And I can say this even having not completed Demon Souls. I played Demon Souls back like shortly after it came out, before Dark Souls came out. Demon Souls was technically my first Souls game, but I didn't actually own a PlayStation at that time. Oh, look at this dude. The little white rat. I don't remember these guys. They're so cute. DS3 is also not a bad start. Honestly, Dark Souls 3 is really, really good. I think Dark Souls 1 is really amazing, and it holds up incredibly well. Yeah. Yeah, Demon Souls Remastered is a bit of a joke. Isn't there a secret wall here somewhere or something? Maybe I'm misremembering. It's down here. Okay, so the Demon Souls remaster, it was not made by FromSoft. The Demon Souls remaster was basically contractually given out by Bandai Namco, the company that owns the publishing rights to the Souls games. It was given out to a company called Bluepoint, and Bluepoint was basically like, I'm not gonna lie, I think having now watched like their interviews and their approach to the game, because I watched a whole video essay that was about the Demon Souls remaster, and I genuinely think that like they engaged in like a form of artistic malpractice. Like it is nasty. They were like, they literally told people, they were like, oh, you think that you like the old Demon Souls and that it was epic and awesome, but you actually don't. you actually just have rose-tinted glasses, and we're gonna make it actually epic and cool by upgrading the graphics. But when I say upgrading the graphics, they fundamentally change the designs of enemies to the degree that the enemies don't even communicate the same thing anymore. They're completely different designs, and it's honestly pretty shameful. Yeah. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, the Dragon Breath is coming in very handy here. Or maybe it was Sony and not Bandai Namco. I couldn't remember. I guess it's Sony. Damn, this dragon is being awesome. Look at this shit. This is kind of base. This is kind of cool. Ouch. Does that Dragon Breath run on any meter? Only stamina. That's one of its advantages. Its damage isn't super high because, well, actually, we haven't gone and turned in any of our, Dragon Stones. We really should go do that. We have to finish upgrading this item first. But, yeah, we haven't gone and turned in the Dragon Stones, which will make it more powerful. Ow! Oh my god. So you suggest that people only play the PS3 version of Demon Souls, the PS3 version, or the or if you can get the emulator to run, which takes a little bit of work. The emulated version is supposedly very good. Fawn was recently playing the emulated version, the PC emulated version of Demon Souls, and it looked great and it ran fantastic. And plus, you also get to fix some. The emulators have some technical fixes applied, which is nice. Now, I can't 100% vouch for the emulated version because I do not know if every single aspect of the game is fully functional, but as far as I could tell, Fawn did not run into any game-ending bugs or anything like that. The emulator seems to be in a fairly stable state. When I play it, I will most likely be playing the emulator version, and if we run into any issues with the emulator, then I'll boot up my PS3, but hooking up a PS3 to play on stream is a little bit of work. Yeah, PS3 emulation is in a pretty good state right now. Yeah, it is. Oh shit, look at that. Fuck is that down there? That looks a bit ominous, huh? But Demon Souls is really, really cool. There is a weird, oh yeah, there was a meme I wanted to show you. Okay, we're gonna do a quick meme. Hold on, everybody. We have to pause for a quick meme. I have to play this meme. I assure you, it's relevant to what we're doing right now. Okay. Wait, hold on. How do I do this safely? Oh wait, I forgot this path. Hold on, we'll do it when we get to the next safe spot, and I'll play a meme for you all. There's a weird split in the Dark Souls, in the hardcore Dark Souls community, which is there are people who are the people who came into the world via Dark Souls 1, and the people who came into the world via Demon Souls. And if you meet a person who came into the world of FromSoft games via Demon Souls, they will just be like, no, Demon Souls is the— Whoa! Whoa! I didn't know these attacked here! Oh, shit! Oh, these enemies are so sexy. Oh. I fucking love these enemies so much! No! I have no idea what the problem is with that, Krampus. I'm really sorry. Lately, we've been having some serious issues. Oh, well, good enough time for me to play a meme real quick. Hold on. Let me just play a meme for you real quick, okay? Hold on. Let me get the meme up. You guys will appreciate this. I promise. The sexy enemies killed me. They did. Hold on. Yeah, here we go. Okay, everybody, you guys ready? Here we go. This is a video called Your First Dark Souls Game Was. This is an excellent meme, okay? Here you go, enjoy.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star. I wake up, do my business like who is this well-respected man? I keep it straight. Así hay cacería, así mi cacería. Yo soy de Carrington, pero la...
We're in the Dark Souls remastered era. Let it be. Imagine being a fucking ancient old man for Dark Souls 3 original launch on the PS4. What the fuck is going on?
What will do with a drunken sailor? What will do with a drunken sailor? What will...
This is what we're playing right now, except we're playing the PC version, not the PS3 version. Yeah, baby. Wait, so this is us. This is the one we're playing. This is me, by the way. This is where I was. Technically, to be fair, this is the first one I beat. The first one I ever played. Well.
Our whole universe was in a hot, dense state that nearly 14 billion years ago expansion...
So fucking amazing. That's my partner, by the way. Technically, if you want to say the first one I ever played was Demon Souls, but I only got to play it for like an afternoon. My first real intro to the series was Dark Souls. You need the link to this meme? Here you go, I'll give it to you. This is a fucking legendary meme. But anyway, my first real Souls game was Dark Souls, and my partner was like into Demon Souls when it launched, and so she's always like the dark Demon Souls. No game has ever been like Demon Souls, and I have to say I respect that position because Demon Souls is really got some unique and cool stuff going for it, even though it definitely is a little more aged. Oh no! Oh no! I've been minionified! I've been minioned! I've been fucking minioned! Oh. Oh man. Oh man, that's terrifying. I can't believe I've been minioned. Thank you very much. This has been a terrifying and also incredible meme. I'll put that in the archives. There you go. It is forever preserved in the Demon Mama meme archives. Incredible. Incredible. Absolutely amazing. You only realize just now that I wear glasses? Yeah, I do. They're kind of invisible sometimes. There's been an Uncle Gumbald clip. Uh-oh. Here we go. Via Demon Souls, they will just be like, no, Demon Souls is the— Whoa! Whoa! I didn't know these attacked here. Oh shit! Oh, these enemies are so sexy. They are though. They are though. They fucking are though. I'm right. I'm right. They are. I'm right. I'm right. They are. You can't say they're not. All right, let's get our souls back, shall we? Ah, shit. Shit, we need to re-humanity because we died. Because I fell off the damn map. Thank you, Shrazly. I appreciate that. I've had 3 different pairs of glasses in the history of my channel. And I've liked all of them for different reasons. I think my favorites were still the circular ones. I don't know why. I still think I look really good. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I wasn't two-handing. There was my problem. I still think that the round glasses are probably one of the best looks of all time. I don't know what I'm gonna do for my next pair, but I like this pair too. This was these are my Kojima Core ones. I picked these ones because I felt like they were I don't know. I felt like they were the type of glasses that a character would have in a Kojima game. And so I was like, that seems like a fit for me right now. I've been on a protracted Kojima arc, so I was kind of like taking inspiration and felt like I wanted to do it. Too many human features? Really? You think those birds? I don't know. I think those birds fall into the category of being monstrous. Their head and their feet are both like fully monstrous. They have human bodies, but they look, it looks like it's like, it enhances the eeriness by the fact that like, I guess it's true. They are fairly humanoid, but I don't know. I think they walk the line. Okay. We definitely need to go turn in some of those dragon things for this. Oh, hey, bro. Hey, chill. Fucking cool it, bro. Wait a second. We missed the... Okay, me too. I mean, me too, Antifa Pyro, but... You know, I try to be. What we've been trying to do is come up with reasonable. Whoa, hey, what the fuck are these guys doing? These guys are so fucking aggro. This is ridiculous. Hey, don't bonk Antifa Pyro. Antifa Pyro is correct. All right, hold on a minute. There. Oh, here you go. I love their noises. They make such cool noises. They are, right? But they are pretty monstrous. I think they fall pretty, they are very humanoid and they're small, but they are very monstrous. They have completely inhuman heads. That was a dried finger. Okay. They have completely inhuman heads, which is saying something. And also, they have inhuman feet too. I have a confession to make. I bet we all know what the confession's gonna be. Oh shit. Fuck. Man, what the fuck is going on here? Oh shit. This one is so annoying. Hey, fuck off. Man, really? God fucking damn it. I got toxic. And I don't have any purple moss. All right, well, here we go. Oh, wow, there's so many of these assholes. Oh, this is gonna stink. Wait, what? I missed something in chat. You were the Shabnak, you had legs of bone and sharp talons. Yes, this whole time I was hiding right before your eyes. You simply didn't have the insight to see me for what I truly was. Oh man, this is gonna blow. How do I get over this? Ow! Would you? Come on now. I'm supposed to burn you, not the other way around. I'm supposed to burn you. Man, this is such a mess. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. We can't ban LB. I won't. I won't do it. I won't do it. We have to learn to be accepting. No! Aw, crap. Whoa! Ew, differences? Listen, I know some of you are a big fan of differences, okay? Specifically, size differences, okay? So why don't you shut the fuck up? Why don't we fucking take it down a notch, all right? I know what you all are. I know what you all are about sometimes. Damn, there's a lot of these rats. This big sword is sick. Our damage is crazy. It puts us in a little bit of danger sometimes, I will admit, but all in all, we're doing pretty great with this. Hey, look at that. Gold coin. Oh, that's not, well, all right. I guess gold coins can be useful. They can be chewed up for a number of coins. Oh, no, we can't, because we're not doing Frampt this time around. I think the Pacific Rim monsters are pretty good, but, personally, I think the Pacific Rim monsters' designs are not as good as, like, the works that they're inspired by. So, like, for example, Evangelion and stuff like that. I think the ones that they're... I can't remember this zone that well. I don't remember if I'm supposed to jump over here. That looks like it's gonna kill me. I feel like it might kill me. I'm gonna try it anyway. Nope, it didn't. Safe. Painting Guardian outfit. Oh, what a cool outfit. Painting Guardian would be cool if we were doing anything but a Dragon Knight. But Painting Guardian really doesn't fit our vibe. Our vibe is more like, I don't know, knight with a dragon head, you know? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Not really like fancy dress. We're doing more like, I don't know. I mean, that's kind of true. That is kind of true, Celestial Heart. It is a little bit of an unfair comparison, I guess. Hey, Soul of a Brave Warrior, based. So wait, we came all the way back around and we got what we wanted then, right? Yeah, we did. We got it. There's something else up here, though. Yeah, that's right there. Egg vermifuge. Egg vermifuge. I don't remember what that does. Egg vermifuge? Wait, is that so you can become an egghead? Is that what that is? Hey, Gayfesh, good to see you. It's been really wonderful. Although we ended up not being able to do Holy Mac tonight because we got in a debate. Removes parasitic egg. Oh. 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 Hmm. Yes. Yes, indeed. Oh, I see what you did there. Oh, boy. Wait, what was the debate? It was a debate on atheism. It wasn't super blood sportsy, but I think it was an interesting debate anyway. Oh shit, we're gonna die. Okay, we need to homeward bone ASAP. Time to homeward bone. Quickly, quickly. Homeward bone, quickly, before we die. Okay, real quick, we're gonna warp. Oh, whoa, this bonfire is cut off from the others. Cannot warp. Oh, shit. Ah, I didn't realize that that was the case. Cool. Andrew Blood says, I really like that conversation. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think a lot of people are gonna gain a lot from it. I feel pretty good about that convo. Really? You know, the only downside of this thing is the reach is a little short. That's another thing that changes in the later games, okay? In the later Dark Souls games, boy do those swords get big. Those swords get some crazy reach. Can you just cross the bridge and warp from Anne Orlando? Maybe, I might be able to. Woo, woo. I was just gonna go have somebody work on my weapon though. I just wanna upgrade my weapon. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on a second, that was way too much damage. That's not acceptable. I'm not here for that. You need to stop. Oh, we don't have our poise because we fucking took off the poise ring. Damn it. We gotta get some natural ass poise. Which is hard to do. Man, this is gonna be a mess. Alright, we'll put it towards some levels. I don't know what we'll put our levels into, but sure, but. These guys are they're so goopy. Man, they're looking rough. They gotta go to the doctor. I don't think it's gonna happen. Fortunately, I don't think there's a doctor anywhere nearby. I don't even get a small town doctor. Nope. Nope. We're gonna run past these guys real quick. We're gonna do a little bit of scooperoo here. Woof. Hop. Ouch. Oh man. Oh man, we're already out of Estus. This is bad news. What? Got him! Double kill. Okay, hold on a second though. Oh, we could use humanity, but that's risky, isn't it? I don't know how I feel about this. Okay, I'm trying to go the other way that I didn't go, so I can get those items. Because there were some items that I could have gotten, but I didn't. I wanna get them. I want the items. Is getting baked with weed in Skyrim? What? Sorry. What? Huh? Oh, you motherfucker.
So wait, is this then? Wait, is this where the birds get me? Let's come back around to where the birds got me. I think it does. Oh! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Got it. No, it isn't. Were you trying to say, is it illegal to get baked in Skyrim? I don't know. I think it depends on which government you side with, right? Oh man, this is bad. Shit! Shit. Mithril with the incredibly generous 20 pounds. Thank you so much. Our neighbor's niece was diagnosed with leukemia. Poor mite is only 3.5 years old, but thanks to you and a couple of others, my mental health has improved, and I was able to offer help instead of collapsing. Thanks, Demon Mama. Thank you. I'm really happy that I really am happy that my show has been able to provide, you know, some positivity for you, but seriously, that's really awesome of you. That's a really difficult thing to deal with, and it's really amazing that you were able to help, and that you were able to muster the energy to do so. That's not easy at all. So, well done on you. Is my armor gonna break? Is that what that's saying? Is that saying my armor is gonna break? Oh my god, it is. Everybody in chat, please give some hugs over to Mithril. That's really amazing of you, honestly. And I'm very happy for what part I was able to play, however large or small. Oh yeah, now I need to use this, and I need to kindle the, gonna kindle. We definitely need more than 5 to be able to do this zone. This zone's challenging. So, Skyrim, right? I feel like the Nordic supremacist guys, I always forget, Stormcloak, the Stormcloaks. I feel like the Stormcloaks are like Republicans in that they would say that they would make weed legal, but then once they take control, their social conservatism will basically make them no longer, like they'll change their mind once they take over, like kind of like Republicans do, where Republicans pretend that they're all like libertarian, and then the moment that they get into power, they're like, nah, fuck that, bro. We're actually making things illegal. And then I feel like the Imperials, if you sided with the Imperials, weed would be legalized, but you'd only be able to buy like really shitty weed from Imperial official growers. So everyone would have to, like, the weed would be really shitty because it would only be like licensed state growers, and they would put like rules on it where it's like you can only have a maximum of like 15% THC, otherwise it's like dangerous weed. So like the regulations would like make it so that you can't get good weed, so you have to go back to the black market if you want the good stuff anyway. That's what I feel like. That's my headcanon for the weed situation in Skyrim. But also, it wouldn't really matter because in Skyrim, every single drug just has a stamina-based effect, more or less. So like, you would get weed, and it would like, it would just have like a stamina reduction effect. You'd be like, and it would also for some reason show up in your inventory as a pink potion, no matter what type of weed you got. Now, if we want to talk about Morrowind weed, that shit would be crazy. There would be like 900 strains of Morrowind weed, and like half of them would just kill you instantly because you would go to walk and it would make you fly across the level instantaneously. And other ones would like, I don't know. Yeah, that kind of stuff. Oh
no, 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 no. Hey, what? Oh. I can't believe that the effect was still going on when I rolled forward. That is so bullshit. That is such bullshit. Makes me so angry right now. What the fuck is that? What the fuck was that? What was that noise? Soul of a brave warrior? Oh, poison's gonna fuck us up. Oh, it's one of these. Oh, she came to join us. Hello. Hello. You're punching a wall. Why are you doing that? That doesn't make much sense. I like how these things have like way more abdominal muscles than a human does. That's also pretty weird, right? Is that like how birds are? Do birds have more abdominal muscles than humans? I'm not sure. Where am I going right now? Yeah, this is so weird. This toxic effect is gonna drive me crazy. They have a lot of abdominal muscles. Okay, so maybe that's like bird accurate. Whoa, hey! Yes, 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 yes. Actually, that was great. Your bulbous head led you to miscalculate my actions. Where the hell am I going? Okay, so in here... Whoa, hey, 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 let's chill. Let's fucking chill for a minute, please. What is going on over here? Why are they following me? Why have these ones followed me so far? What is fucking happening? Okay, hold on. I have to remember where all the items are in here, because there's crazy items you can get, but you can only get to them from certain levels. It's a whole thing. This one, no, there's, can you get this one? No? Oops. Shit. God damn it. Now I'm stuck. I've messed up now. Locked by some contraption. Chop. Oh, so that goes out. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that yet. I don't want to do that. I want to figure out where I'm supposed to go. Now, I want to use my health to the maximum before I run out from this damn bleed effect. Because I forgot to buy what I need to. Over there, that's bad news. You can see that. That's just bad news from far away. You can tell. Oh, excuse me. Goodness. Bad sneeze. Morrowind is a really impressive game. I will say the gameplay has aged pretty shockingly, because of the like weird roll hit chance on each attack is definitely a design decision that doesn't vibe well with a lot of people, and I understand why. Ah, shit. I understand why it doesn't vibe well with a lot of people. It didn't vibe well with me at the time either, but as far as like atmosphere, mood, storytelling, loot design, magic design, Morrowind, it towers above the games that came after it. It's actually shocking just how much more was going on in Morrowind. The magic system in Oblivion is like baby's first magic system in comparison to the magic system in Morrowind, which was like, I don't even know, like they're not even comparable. In Oblivion, they were just like, okay, magic does damage basically, and there's like a handful of buffs you can get, and then of course the magic system in Skyrim is insulting even to babies. I truly think that it's shocking how bad the magic system is in Skyrim. Look at that, they even leave bird footprints in the snow. What a nice attention to details. This is so scary right here. Oh, look who's over there. Oh, can't reach it, so. What did I just get there? Something? A soap zone? What did I get? I didn't see what I got. Damn it! I was distracted with the bird and I didn't see what item I got. What item did I get? Did anybody see? Red soapstone. Okay. I don't remember what the red soapstone. Soul of a Brave Warrior. Nice. Okay. There's definitely a way over to that other item, but I do not remember exactly how to get it. Boink. Demon Mama must play Metal Gear. Yes, I'm gonna get it. Don't worry, I will. I want to play Metal Gear on stream, but I have to do it. I'll do it after we get through the Dark Souls stuff. Maybe I'll just play it on my own once, and then I'll play through it on stream. But yeah, I saw that today. I added it to my wish list so that I remember to buy it later. Good to see you, Grime Dango. I hope you're doing wonderfully. Yeah, it just came out, or it's coming out really soon, or something. Wait, did it just come out, literally? Yeah. I saw it earlier today, but I forgot what the release time was or date. I just saw it on while I was going through my games list. I don't know if viewers would watch Metal Gear MSX and Metal Gear 2. Yeah, you might be right. Maybe I should play those on my own. And then I should just play Metal Gear Solid 3, 4, and 5 on stream. I do need to have things to do on my own off stream. Oh, true. Oh, you're talking Metal Gear. Oh, right, the old school ones. Sorry, I was misunderstanding. Still, it might be true that people won't watch, but... Vitality or more strength? Vitality. MGS 1, 2, 3, and 4. I could put together a whole outfit. That would be cool to do a costume for each game. That would be next level. Oh, that would be so cool. It would also be a lot of work to put the costume on before the beginning of each stream, but it would be pretty cool. Yeah, but the cutscenes are such bangers in Metal Gear Solid 4. Like, they are really good. It gets memed on a lot, but they're pretty damn good. And these pink hollows. Getting real tired of these pink motherfuckers. Ow! Ah. I need more damage, damn it. Oh yeah, you want to know something that I this is really funny that this just came to my mind, but it was because I was fiddling around with the D-pad menu. One thing that I should have given more credit to Lords of the Fallen for, Lords of the Fallen's magic casting system is actually awesome. And I really think that it's probably going to heavily impact future Souls-like games. In Lords of the Fallen, you can quick swap to your casting item, and then you basically hold R2, and then your face buttons are different spells, and you can assign different spells to your face buttons, which means you don't have to do that shitty ass D-pad navigation crap that you have to do even in Elden Ring. The spell casting in Elden Ring is like the best in the Souls series, but it still has that shit ass D-pad navigation crap that you have to deal with. But Lords of the Fallen actually came up with a system that kind of solves that problem, and it's pretty impressive. I forgot to mention it in my review because I don't know, I wasn't thinking about it. I should have mentioned it in my review. Oh my god, what was that? Fuck. My god, fuck. Rats! Leave me alone. I need to sleep. I was just here for MGS posting. Nighty night. Good night. I'll talk to you soon. Sleep well. It fucking cooked. I do hope some of you will consider sharing my video around. I would really like it if my Lords of the Fallen review was able to bring some new people in and also find out how much I love Souls games and stuff, because I would really like that. I just would really like it. Okay. May the rats eat your eyes. That's how I feel. Oh, that one always gets me, Nerodia. I always forget which ones are the jump scare ones, and I always end up getting jump scared. It's pretty funny. I think those jump scare ones were I think those are funny. It's a mean joke, but it's also extremely hilarious to me. And as a result, I approve. Oh, come on. Really? The rev weapon is at risk now? I'm gonna have to switch. Okay, so next, okay, so I need to switch because we can't use this because it's broken. So now we have to switch over to using our, we gotta use our lightning greatsword for a little bit, which is okay. Our lightning greatsword is great. It is, after all, very great sword. Oh ho ho. Oh, there's a bird down here. Hey! Stab. Crouch! Whoa, hey, I thought you were dead. I looked away at chat because I thought you were dead. Never assume, chat. Okay, yeah, also, actually, these things get more credit because they have scary bird claws on the tips of their wings that are like human hands stretched out into bird wings. Yeah, these are definitely very monstrous. They have sexy butts and hips and stuff, but they're definitely super monstrous. These count as monster. I'm totally comfortable with these being monster fucker territory. Yep. Oh boy, here we go. True Demon Souls fans will be like soy pogging right now. Paige Punk Corp says bussy, bird pussy. Something, you're missing something about bird anatomy there, I think. I think you might be missing something about that. Crouch! Ow. I love these little dudes. They're Phalanx. The only boss that I've actually beaten in Demon Souls. Oh, well, good. I'm glad you know then. Wait, actually, I think I also beat the second boss, the volcano spider or whatever. It's alright, I'm gonna beat them all when we go through this time, so. Okay. So, that was nice. That was a lot of souls, too, which is always a nice benefit. Always happy for that. Humanity. Nice. Excellent. Nice. Wonderful. Okay, here's the well. We're not going down into the well yet. We're not prepared to go down into the well yet. In a bit of time, we'll go down to the well. These guys drop something also, but I don't remember what. Spear. Not that. They drop something else. There's a rare drop that they have. Also, if we go over here, we're definitely going to do, we should be able to encounter a red spirit that I really want to fight. Ouch. We're sending our love down the well. I don't know the song, so there we go. Not today. Whoa, hey, bro. Man, we're getting poked to death by these things. Large soul of a proud knight. Large soul of a proud knight. Soul of a proud knight. Okay, yeah. There we go, King Jeremiah. Yeah, King Jeremiah. Yeah, look at this dude. Look at this guy. Look at his fucking goofy ass head. Man, this guy. Ah! Crouch. Youch. Whoa! Why haven't I leveled up? Because I literally just got these souls. I already leveled up before. These souls were from killing Phalanx. This is a high level zone. I get a lot of souls. Also, I didn't want to waste my humanity. Ah! Oh man, getting up to hit this guy quick enough is gonna be hard. Quonk! Got him! Yeah! Yes! Vanquished, bro. Humanity acquired. Excellent. Notched whip. Wait, where's this? Wait, where's the Xanthus set? Do I have to come back here to get the Xanthus set? I thought he dropped the Xanthus set. Huh? What? I wanted the Xanthus set. Is that guy controlled by a player? Nah. He just imitates a player. Where's the Xanthus set? I don't remember where the Xanthus set is. I thought I got it from him. I want the Xanthus set. I like that set a lot, actually. Pyromancy Acid Surge base. Too bad we're not doing Pyromancy this run. Pyromancy is actually really fun. If I was to recommend a starter build for anybody who's struggling with this game, they should try a Pyromancy run. Pyromancy run does make the game a little easier because they're very strong and they're also really, really fun. You get it way out of the zone? Oh. Oh, you get it on the way out of the zone. Oh, okay. Okay. I didn't remember that detail. Ah, yeah, you thought you were slick. Thought you were fucking slick. Gotcha. Soul of a Proud Knight, and we can cut this down. Cut. Womp. Okay. So there is a shortcut here somewhere that we can open. But it's not here, right? Maybe it is here. Oh no, we don't want to do this. We'll die. We have a lot of souls. We will come back to this. Okay, we're gonna come back to this in a minute. But there's a shortcut we can open, right? I think the shortcut is backtrack and then we go over a little bit, or maybe we do have to go through the sewer in order to get the shortcut. I thought you could open the shortcut over to here somewhere. Could be misremembering though. Maybe you do have to go down into the well to open it. Oh, we didn't go in there. Maybe it's over here. Did we? No, we didn't. This is the little chapel thing. Oh, that looks safe. It's locked. We could just run back here. Oh wait, there it is. I literally walked right past it. I'm an idiot. I walked right past the fucking shortcut. That was dumb as shit. There you go. Excellent. Now we can level up 2 times. No, we can level up 1 time. No, we can level up 2 times with the items. Damn, our vitality is gonna be awesome. It's gonna be nice to be playing. It's gonna be nice to be playing a run with fucking high vitality. I almost never play with high vitality, even though it's objectively intelligent to use high vitality in these games. Like, you will just have a better time if you run high vitality. I'm always so greedy for damage. It's believe it or not, I know, but like greedy playstyles has always been a problem for me in games, and I genuinely had to have it like trained out of me by Dark Souls over time, and even still, I sometimes default back to it without really thinking about it. Thankfully, our damage is really good because we're using extremely good default items, or default or extremely good base stats items. Oh, we need to repair our big sword too. I want to go back to using the big sword. So now we can switch back to our proper big dragon sword. All right, we're gonna go a little further and then I gotta stop so my back doesn't hurt. What time is it anyway? Oh, it's already midnight. Okay, yeah. Crouch. Crouch. All right, basement, and then we need a death counter. I know. Next time, for Demon Souls, we'll make an actual death counter. I know there's a tool for it because Vosh's chat already has one, but I don't know how to use it properly. We'll get a proper death counter. Ow, ow, ow. These guys are such good experience. This is the original, by the way. This is the original experience farm. Right here. Is it Titanite shards that they rarely drop? Or maybe it's humanity? I can't remember. These guys drop something good. This is the original farm. If you don't want to do anything cheesy, you come in here and you kill these guys using whatever you can manage that lets you kill them fast. And you get like a ton of souls, and then you just run right back out and reset them. Super cool. Super cool. Alright, here we go. Through the basement. Yeah, it is Titanite, okay. That's what I thought. I thought it was Titanite. Here we fucking go. Whoa, hey bro! Hey little dude! Eat shit. I finally got to the chapter where these guys are in Berserk. Whoa! Hey! How did he even... apparently I got poked by the back end? That was lame. Alright, well, try that again. Crap. That sucks. Alright, we're not gonna fight these guys right now. We're gonna go right up the stairs. Get back to where we were, get our stuff back. God, these damn wheel skeletons. Wheel enemies are the best enemies. Never want to play a game without them. I do love them. These guys are really annoying, but I also love them. You know, that's just how I am. Dragon mode. We've been on a I messed that up. That one doesn't count. That one doesn't count. Doesn't count. Don't care. You can say whatever you want. Doesn't count. I was too busy thinking about how good we've been doing in this game generally, and I got distracted. Hubris. So it doesn't count, you know? Everybody knows that when you die from hubris, it doesn't count. You actually get a second chance, and nobody can say anything against you. That's just how it goes. Hey, don't even try. Where's the other one? Where's the other one? Come on. Come on, bro. Whoa! Hey! Really? The third one now. These little dudes are so great. They're so cute. They're so cute. What good little dudes. Oh, they got another one incoming. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Not today. Not today, man. Ow, 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 ow. Maybe today, maybe today. Hold on. Not today. Not today. Not today, my friend. Nope. I don't know how many more of these there are, but there definitely looks like there's at least one more. Got him. Yeah, baby. I think there's... Ah, that's what we're looking for. That's the contraption. We found the contraption. Boom. Judder, judder, judder. Turn. Excellent. Beautiful. Wonderful. Soul of a brave warrior. Okay, and there's another little area somewhere here. Is it here? Somewhere here. Is it here? Yeah. There we go. Invisible wall. Another invisible wall. Ew! Not today. I remembered you. I remembered you from my last playthrough. Many years ago. Annex key. That's what we need. That's how we get to the secret area. That before said it needed a special key. Where's the wheelie boy? I know there's at least one more. Hold on. Gotcha, asshole. You fucking thought! Good night, Advark. Woo. Okay. Wait, that's the well. Which means there's still more for us to get in here. I think there's one more item somewhere in here that we haven't gotten. That's the well. So you go to the left. And then there's another wheelie guy somewhere in here. Something. There he is. Gotcha. Got him. Pyromancy Fire Surge. Based. Based. This is the area that I remember there being a secret area. And I think there's still one more item we haven't gotten down here. It's so mysterious. So confusing and twisted and tangled. Can you imagine if you were like a plumber and every time you got sent on a job to go clean out the sewers, you would get attacked by fucking wheel skeletons? Can you imagine how horrible your job would be? I bet they gotta pay their plumbers so much in the Painted World of Ariamis. Just kidding, they probably do it by like royal decree or some bullshit like that. Straight up. Probably some bullshit like that. All right, here we go. Let's open our annex. Woo! Okay. I don't remember where the annex key, what it leads to. Something. Where we fucking go? This asshole. Look at this guy. He's just pacing over towards us. And we're gonna have to deal with his stupid ass. And there's another one over here already. Okay, good. That guy's dead. There's another one over here who's throwing shit at us. Ow. Maybe, though, it is possible, maybe the wheel skeletons are less intimidating than what you have to deal with in the Lordran sewers, given that in the Lordran sewers, there are insta-death, oh, Velka's rapier. Oh, this is cool. Velka's rapier, let's read it. There it is, Velka's rapier. A symbolic, powerful thrusting sword used by the Pardoner serving Velka, the goddess of sin. It is no mere symbol, to be sure. The Pardoner is an inhuman swordsman and wields this enchanted blade with special sword technique. Awesome. Really squawking at me right now? Are you fucking squawking at me right now? Are you squawking at me? Oh, it is. Oh, they're squawking at me. Oh, they're squawking. Oh shit, they're squawking, and I didn't have my menu closed, so I guess I'm getting squawked. Woo! That almost went really poorly. Getting knocked into that hole would have been a disaster. That's a death hole. Whoa! Whoa! Vow of silence. Souvenir of reprisal. Oh yeah, you can farm these guys for souvenirs of reprisal. Oh, that's not important for this build, but that might be important for my other offline build, actually. I forgot that. Damn, that's cool. All right, one more area to do. It's gonna be annoying as shit, but. Oh, look, it's another blacksmith. The Dark Ember. That's how you make occult weapons. Ooh, let's read it. Ember required for weapon ascension. The church long hid the forbidden black ember, and no living blacksmith knows of it. Occult weapons were used to hunt the gods and are effective against their followers and kin. Interesting, right? Does anybody remember? Is there perhaps a blacksmith that isn't living? I love that. I love that hint. No living blacksmith knows how to use it. That's not a shortcut, or that's not a secret. So wait, is there a way for me to go down from here? Or do I just have to go back the way I go back the way I came, right? Oh, that's the church. Okay, yeah, so I just gotta go back the way I came. Alright. It's also cool because, when you talk to the undead blacksmith, he's just like, your embers look like shit. They don't make them the way they used to. And you're like, what the fuck's that supposed to mean? Until you find this one. And then you find this one and you're like, oh. And it all kind of comes together. At least if you're thinking. At least if you're putting your thinking cap on. Which, as you know, I always encourage my imps to wear their thinking caps. No day is complete without putting your thinking cap on at least once. Okay, not always. I guess there's got to be room for bimbo days. You got to be able to have a bimbo or a himbo day or a thembo day every once in a while. My thinking hat is my pirate hat? Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Now that's thinking with portals. All right, everybody. My back's getting to its limit, so we're gonna call it at 7.5 fucking hours of entertainment, everybody. That's where we're gonna call it for tonight. My lovely, oh, it's lagging. It's lagging. My lovely, lovely imps. Thank you so much for supporting me today. Thank you so much for watching my channel. Thank you for having fun with me, for being amazing chatters, and for being a wonderful community. I will see you again in a couple of days. I have a busy couple of days coming up, so it will probably be Friday, that I'll be streaming next in the ballpark. I have a couple of big things to do over the next few days. I have an appointment on Wednesday. It's gonna be a big drag, but that's just how it's gonna be. So I'll see you all very soon. We'll play some more Dark Souls. We'll do Holy Mac, which we intended to do today, but the debate has sort of pushed things back. Thank you all for being wonderful. And remember, do not fucking die. I'll see you all very soon. Bye-bye.